A drop of blood trickled down the corner of his eye. His eyelashes fluttered, and he opened his eyes in confusion. It was night outside. The surroundings were dim and silent. A gentle breeze swept in, accompanied by a whisper. "Friend, you are gravely injured. Please bear with it for a moment while I fetch the master." As the voice faded into the distance, he listened quietly, his face devoid of expression, his eyes scanning the area. This was a makeshift barrack, where severely wounded cultivators lay on stretchers of varying heights, occasionally groaning in pain. Am I still alive? No, that cannot be. The divination clearly indicated that if I went to rescue my master, death was inevitable. Where's my master? And how did I find myself in this temporary barrack? Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. He furrowed his brow, turning his gaze to the left. On the adjacent stretcher lay a robust martial cultivator. The cultivator's eyes were tightly shut, his arms limply hanging beside the stretcher, blood flowing incessantly from the serpentine tattoo on his arm, soaking into the wooden slats and dripping onto the ground. Judging by the injuries on the martial cultivator, it was evident that he had been wounded by the claws of a beast, his lungs severely damaged. The infusion of demonic energy into his body had been prolonged, leaving him beyond salvation. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. The blood continued to drip. The martial cultivator's breath gradually faded away. He is dead. In an instant, life slipped away. Silence reclaimed the space. In the darkness, he pondered deeply. Has the war concluded? Who emerged victorious? How is it that I, who should have been slain by my master's palm, am still alive? Wait. Suddenly, his eyes widened as he looked back at the martial cultivator. The cultivator lay there, motionless. He surveyed his surroundings once more. Injured soldiers filled the barrack. Many were already dead, while those who still clung to life were barely breathing, their time evidently short. That he glanced around, taking in everything. Can I see things with my eyes now? As if recollecting something, he quickly lowered his gaze, only to find two complete arms. Impossible. Blindness and maimed limbs were the result of congenital meridian defects, irreparable by any medicine or secret technique. Could it be? Suddenly, a gust of wind brushed past. Two figures materialized before him. Master, this friend has awakened. Indeed, considering his severe injuries, it is truly a miracle he has regained consciousness. A divine consciousness swept over him and quickly retreated. He has a chance of survival. Administer the medicine to him. Understood. He felt himself being propped up, a few mouthfuls of medicinal liquid poured into him. The elixir was fragrant, imbued with a coolness and a slight tingling sensation. He instantly recognized this healing concoction. Revival powder. Moreover, it was a vintage revival powder, potent and effective. In the military, this medicinal liquor was reserved for critical injuries, renowned for its efficacy and high cost, seldom used lightly. Let us proceed with our tasks. The rest depends on his own fortune. The person gave a brief instruction. Another individual gently assisted him into a resting position, and together they withdrew from the room. Before long, the medicinal liquid began to take effect. He felt an intense, itching sensation at the various wounds on his body, akin to countless tiny insects gnawing at him. The surroundings were enveloped in silence, shrouded in darkness. That night, endless. As he lay there, his left hand, hidden within the folds of his sleeve, began to fidget, silently grasping a rope and inadvertently pulling out a small wooden plaque affixed to it. Upon closer inspection of the plaque, he discerned the following inscriptions. Name, Liu Ping. Cultivation level, peak refinement stage. Age, 19. Affiliated sect, Baixing. Note, the Baixing sect has been annihilated. The refinement stage marks the nascent phase of cultivation. His cultivation had plummeted from the divine illumination realm to the refinement stage, a rather astonishing transformation. He carefully returned the plaque, lost in contemplation. 19 years of age. Since being taken from the mundane world into the sect by his master, he had clearly been cultivating for several decades. How could he possibly revert to the age of 19? Yet, the Cultivation Alliance would never err in the identification of any practitioner. So, why was he designated as 19? Moreover, why was he affiliated with a sect that had already perished? Suddenly, a spark of realization illuminated his mind. Indeed, only one circumstance could elucidate this mystery. The 9 Revolutions Rebirth Pill, this divine elixir, bestowed by the celestial realm, grants one the ability to undergo a metamorphosis, rejuvenate their spiritual roots, and even reconstruct their soul. His master had ultimately forced the pill into his mouth. With this pill as a catalyst, expending his lifespan and employing divination techniques, he could disrupt the heavenly mechanisms and alter his fate. he released a faint stream of divine consciousness, gently traversing his entire being, from his limbs to his facial features, from his internal organs, meridians, to his skeleton, even to his dantian and sea of consciousness. He possessed a flawless, youthful physique, approximately 19 years of age. The shackles that had once bound him, the seemingly insurmountable fate, had all vanished without a trace. Master, he lay there quietly, murmuring softly to this moment. His destiny had been altered. This meant his master had perished. The young man clenched his fist tightly, then gradually relaxed his grip. He had accounted for everything and successfully rescued his master. Yet he had not foreseen that his master would make such a choice. After a considerable pause, he sighed, raising the wooden plaque before his eyes. Liu Ping. The name had remained unchanged. Was he not afraid of being recognized? As the foremost practitioner of divination in the world, his master could foresee the lives and deaths of all beings, as well as the rise and fall of nations. Even in the midst of war, he could assume the role of a commanding general. With such capabilities, it would not have been a formidable task for his master to conceal an inconspicuous identity within an obscure sect. His master must have considered this matter. The only concern was Liu Ping slowly placed the plaque back in its original position, his gaze drifting into the void. Within his line of sight, a pulsating character materialized silently in the emptiness. Even with his master's full exertion, coupled with the efficacy of the divine pill, this ethereal character remained stubbornly visible before him. Liu Ping sighed, focusing his attention on that character. If sensing his attention, the character swiftly unfurled, transforming into a brief phrase. Due to insufficient funds, this sequence cannot be initiated. Once the phrase was fully displayed, it promptly retracted, morphing back into the ever-changing character, just as it had before. Liu Ping found himself at a loss for words. Never mind. This entity was rather lethargic and typically remained dormant. Now that he had been reborn, as long as he refrained from acting foolishly as in the past, this character would not exert any influence over him. He gazed into the void, where in the corner, another line of small text flickered. Current status, hidden. This line had appeared since earlier. Hidden. What could that possibly mean? He silently pondered, yet the sequence offered no response. Never mind. As long as it did not provoke any trouble, he would be eternally grateful. Liu Ping quietly consoled himself. This moment. The sensation of itchiness gradually subsided, and upon introspection, he observed that the seemingly grave injuries had healed considerably. The medicinal liquid had proven effective. Liu Ping slowly rose and gazed out the window. A profound darkness enveloped everything. Not a glimmer of light to be seen. In such nocturnal shadows, it must be the hour of the tiger. By the hour of the rabbit, dawn would break, and he would rise to gather news. As Liu Ping contemplated, he suddenly noticed the flickering character expanding once more, transforming into several lines of small text. Attention! This sequence must remind you of the following. Your awakening has triggered an unknown circumstance. The processing mechanism concerning you is being activated. Trackers are approaching. To reiterate, trackers are approaching. Remaining time, 3 minutes. Countdown commencing 0.03:00. 2:59. 2:58. Once all the small text was displayed, it swiftly retracted, vanishing from Liu Ping's view. Only the incessantly counting down time lingered in the void, signaling the imminent situation. A commotion arose outside that he saw a practitioner lift the curtain and step inside, locking eyes with Liu Ping. You have awakened? The practitioner expressed joy. Thanks to your care, I am feeling much better, Liu Ping replied with gratitude. The practitioner surveyed the camp. Most of the severely injured had already succumbed, their lives extinguished. At least one person has survived. This is indeed splendid news, the practitioner sighed. Liu Ping sensed the fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from the other, similar to his own, also in the chi refinement stage. Is this the tracker? That does not seem quite right. This person had previously saved him. Moreover, there was still about 2 minutes until the tracker would arrive. Liu Ping's thoughts shifted, and he clasped his hands in salute, saying, "Thank you for your kindness, fellow cultivator. I am Liu Ping, a disciple of the 100 Lives sect. Do not mention it. Since you have survived, do not linger here. Come, I will take you outside for some fresh air." The practitioner nodded at him, gesturing with his hand to form a seal. The stretcher gently lifted. The practitioner turned to leave, muttering to himself, "It is now the hour of the rabbit. In just a quarter of an hour, the effects of the medicine within you shall dissipate. At that time, I shall administer another dose to reinforce its efficacy. Liu Ping raised an eyebrow. The hour of the rabbit? That cannot be right. The sky remains dark. Should not be light by now. The stretcher floated behind the practitioner as they made their way out. The door closed. The two departed the tent. Outside, the night still enveloped the world in silence, with only the dim campfire casting a limited glow. Liu Ping reclined on the stretcher, surveying his surroundings. On one side of the encampment lay rows of coffins, while the other side was lined with the bodies of deceased practitioners, meticulously arranged. The practitioner turned back with a smile, saying, "Lu Dao is friend, I shall not conceal the truth from you. Those brought here are all critically injured, beyond the aid of healing, and my master and I are solely responsible for the burial duties." Master, was that the voice that had commanded him to take the medicine earlier? Liu Ping pondered, nodding slightly to indicate his understanding that I hope you do not take it to heart. The practitioner paused before continuing. Recently, the front line has suffered heavy casualties. Those adept in the healing arts are overwhelmed, and on occasion, they mistakenly send individuals who might still have a chance to survive to this place. Just like you. Liu Ping listened intently and replied, "I see. The arrangements made by his master were indeed exceptional. With the front line in dire straits, countless practitioners were wounded or perished every moment. Having been examined by the healing practitioners and personally treated by those here, every action and detail of his experience was meticulously recorded, serving as irrefutable evidence. Should anyone investigate in the future, his experiences would stand as solid proof, difficult to dispute. Moreover, given his severe injuries, he would undoubtedly require time to recuperate, rendering him unable to engage in battle at the front line for the foreseeable future. Everything was impeccably orchestrated. Yet, Liu Ping glanced into the void. 01:22, 121, 119. It was drawing near. The pursuers would soon arrive. But why would they be tracking him? Liu Ping mused silently. The practitioner beside him gestured, commanding the bodies to be lowered into the coffins, which were then sealed and interred into the earth, sinking slowly. "How many comrades have been buried here?" Liu Ping inquired casually. "Everywhere your gaze falls is a resting place for our kind," the practitioner replied. Liu Ping surveyed the scene. In the darkness, he beheld an expanse of gravestones densely arranged across the ground, stretching into the endless depths of night, with no terminus in sight. A ludicrous thought arose from the depths of his mind. The entirety of the world was designated for the interment of the dead. Apart from this, it served no other purpose. A sound of footsteps approached. "Master!" the practitioner called out. The newcomer, dressed as a Taoist priest, appeared to be in his 40s, exuding an inscrutable aura of spiritual energy. From his experience, Liu Ping estimated that the individual was at least in the golden core stage. Could this be a pursuer? Liu Ping gazed into the void. 059, 058, 057. Not yet arrived. It should not be this person. "Greetings, esteemed one." Liu Ping managed to bow slightly. "There's no need for formalities. Lie down quickly. Though you have managed to escape with your life, your injuries have yet to fully heal," the middle-aged Taoist remarked. He then inquired, "What are your plans moving forward?" Liu Ping pondered for a moment and replied, "I wish to first understand the circumstances before deciding on my next course of action." The Taoist suddenly fixed his gaze intently. Noticing the shift in the other's expression, Liu Ping asked, "Sir, do you have any suggestions?" The Taoist swiftly made a decision and beckoned to the practitioner, saying, "The superior has matters for you and me. We shall set forth immediately to pay our respects." "Understood," the practitioner responded. The Taoist turned back to Liu Ping and spoke gently. "I shall report your situation, and arrangements will likely be made soon. In the meantime, remain patient and take care to ensure your safety." "Yes, sir," Liu Ping replied. The two nodded at him and swiftly departed towards a corner of the camp, several hundred feet away. In that corner lay an inconspicuous small-scale teleportation array. Upon stepping onto it, the array immediately began to operate. Soon, accompanied by flashes of ethereal light, the two vanished from Liu Ping's sight. They had left. Liu Ping reclined once more onto the stretcher. Silence enveloped the surroundings. At this moment, within the camp designated for burials, Liu Ping stood as the sole living soul. He gazed into void. 00:04, 003, 002, 001. The pursuers have arrived. The small text flickered before vanishing into the ether. The sudden wave of unease surged within Liu Ping's heart. This was his spiritual perception. His intuition warned him that something was about to transpire. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The sound of footsteps echoed. Liu Ping's hair stood on end as he abruptly turned his head. A towering practitioner parted the curtain and stepped out from the barracks. IT was the martial arts practitioner. As he surveyed his surroundings, he muttered in frustration, "Is this truly the place? Those responsible for treatment are utterly derelict. I was clearly unconscious. Yet somehow I was discarded in a potter's field." Their eyes met. "Fellow cultivator, were you also cast here?" The martial arts practitioner inquired. "Indeed, I was very much alive, yet inexplicably brought to such a wretched place. What a stroke of misfortune!" Liu Ping exclaimed, raising his hands in exasperation. Upon hearing this, the martial arts practitioner's face brightened with a hint of amusement as he asked, "Where are the others?" "Well, the cultivators responsible for this burial site." Liu Ping reclined on the stretcher and replied, "They have gone to report to the higher-ups. It seems there is some urgency." The martial arts practitioner gazed at the coffins and the remains, his expression darkening as he remarked, "It appears we are left to wait here." At this moment, Liu Ping casually glanced at the practitioner. The individual emanated a potent aura of spiritual energy, significantly more formidable than his own. This was a Foundation Establishment stage cultivator. When engaged in combat, a Foundation Establishment practitioner could seamlessly execute spells and strikes, while a Chi Refinement stage cultivator often found themselves drained. After casting just one or two spells, he knew he was no match for him. Yet this was not the crux of the matter. The focal point lies in the blood of the martial practitioner, now dried upon his arm, revealing a menacing serpentine tattoo. Liu Ping silently averted his gaze. Moments earlier, within the confines of the tent, he had witnessed this individual take his last breath. This man was dead. He had undeniably succumbed to death. Liu Ping smiled and said, "Do not be hasty. The esteemed individual responsible for the burial is likely a golden core cultivator, swift in his movements, and will return shortly." The martial practitioner paused, casting his gaze skyward. The inky blackness of night enveloped the heavens. Cloaked in ignorance, silence reigned in the surroundings. Upon the flat ground near the barracks, corpses and coffins lay meticulously arranged, devoid of any other presence. The golden core cultivator would soon return. The martial practitioner hesitated momentarily, then sighed. "It seems we have no choice." That he settled beside Liu Ping. Within the encampment, the martial practitioner clasped his fists and declared, "I am Wang Cheng, a disciple of the Liu sect." Liu Ping replied, "I am Chen Shuangyu." "Brother Chen Shuangyu, which sect do you belong to?" Wang Cheng inquired. "I am a true disciple of the Shintian sect," Liu Ping responded. "The Shintian sect? So you are a disciple of a prestigious school," Wang Cheng remarked, clicking his tongue in admiration. "However, it is not as glamorous as it seems. Most of us disciples of the Shintian sect are sword cultivators and blade wielders, often leading the charge in battle, suffering casualties far graver than those of ordinary sections. A third of the soul lamps in the soul hall have already extinguished," Liu Ping stated, his demeanor unflinching. "Indeed, the grandeur of a prominent sect is commendable," Wang Cheng sighed. "The soul lamps are intrinsically bound to the life essence of cultivators. Once a practitioner perishes, the soul lamp extinguishes. However, the process of crafting a soul lamp is exceedingly intricate, encompassing numerous techniques that span artifact forging, Taoist laws, and divination, necessitating the expertise of highly skilled individuals to ignite the soul lamps for their disciples. Thus, it is often only the renowned sects that possess dedicated soul halls for housing these soul lamps. Consequently, Liu Ping too possessed a soul lamp. Despite the present chaos and turmoil, his sect would eventually dispatch someone to ascertain his condition, whether soon or later, upon his demise. Uncertain of the other's intentions, Liu Ping could only employ this roundabout manner to dissuade any ill thoughts from arising. As the conversation concluded, both men fell into a contemplative silence. Wang Cheng seemed to grapple with a conundrum. Furrowing his brow in deep thought, Liu Ping swiftly examined his storage bag, a few spirit stones, a blade. A string of copper coins, .2 ordinary cultivation text, a handful of pitifully meager fasting pills. And then, nothing more. These items were likely prepared in advance by his master, aligning perfectly with Liu Ping's identity as a Kaier-finding disciple of the Baixing sect. Yet, it seemed his master had not foreseen that upon regaining consciousness, he would encounter a man returned from the dead, thereby falling into peril. Had his master truly overlooked this? That was indeed an intriguing thought. Liu Ping narrowed his eyes slightly. His injuries were healing rapidly as long as he remained still. The pain was nearly absent. However, should he be thrust into battle against a peculiar revenant, he would still be at a considerable disadvantage. Moreover, the other was a Foundation Establishment cultivator who might have even developed extraordinary abilities. If the opponent possesses supernatural abilities, there is simply no chance of victory. Wang Cheng casually moved his neck, placed his hand on a storage bag, and inquired, Brother Chun, as a true disciple, you ought to have some means of self-defense. How have you found yourself in such dire straits? Liu Ping sighed. I encountered the main force of the demons and was left with no recourse. Wang Cheng echoed the sentiment. Indeed, you are quite unfortunate. Liu Ping adjusted his position slightly on the stretcher, placing his hand on the storage bag at his waist before speaking. Everyone perished. I am the sole survivor. Thanks to my extensive defensive measures, that it is truly a stroke of luck. Precisely, Wang Cheng concurred. Given Qin Xuanji's strength, no amount of measures would suffice against the might of the demon horde. The very fact that he survived was nothing short of miraculous. With this realization, Wang Cheng loosened his grip on the storage bag, murmuring, Dawn is approaching. Yes, dawn is approaching, Liu Ping replied. Yes, soon as these words were spoken, Liu Ping felt a shift in the atmosphere. Wang Cheng's aura transformed, his gaze sharpening with a hint of coldness. What did I say wrong? Liu Ping quickly reflected, finding no flaws in his previous words. Only the last phrase, dawn is approaching. What was amiss with that? He suddenly recalled the words of a previous cultivator. It is now the hour of the rabbit. In another quarter of an hour, the effects of the medicine on you will dissipate. I will administer it again to solidify the results. The hour of the rabbit? That cannot be right. That it is still dark. Why has it reached the hour of the rabbit? If it were indeed the hour of the rabbit, dawn should have broken by now. Yet, the darkness persisted. Could it be that daylight will not come? This conclusion was easily drawn, yet it was utterly absurd. As Liu Ping pondered frantically, he observed Wang Cheng retrieving a pill from his bosom, smiling as he said, Brother Chun, I have a few excellent healing pills. I have been reluctant to consume them since the onset of battle. I just took one, and all my injuries healed. Now, as we share this ordeal, I shall generously bestow one upon you. Give it a try, I assure you it will work wonders. Liu Ping glanced at the pills, noticing their fiery red hue, with a golden thread protruding, enveloped in a misty glow, presenting an appealing appearance. Control Crane Pill. Liu Ping exclaimed, visibly moved. Indeed, it is the Control Crane Pill. Brother Chun, would you care to try it? Wang Cheng inquired with a grin. Thank you, Brother Wang. Ha. I am simply delighted that you do not disdain my pill. How could I possibly disdain it? This is the Control Crane Pill. Liu Ping expressed his gratitude with a clasped fist. Nonsense. This is not the genuine Control Crane Pill. The authentic version can rejuvenate flesh from bone and mend a shattered dantian. How could it possibly be in the hands of a practitioner from a small sect? Moreover, while others may not recognize this pill, Liu Ping was well aware of its true nature. Though it resembled the Control Crane Pill, it actually emitted two types of medicinal energy, one dense and one light. The dense energy belonged to the outer layer, mimicking the Control Crane Pill, while the lighter energy concealed a toxic essence. The poison pill bore the same odor. However, the poison pill is but an egg of a malevolent insect, capable of transforming a person into a terrifying puppet. This revelation truly captured Liu Ping's attention. The practitioners of the Shuntian sect excel in both assault and various defensive formations, yet the sect lacks any branch dedicated to alchemy. This predicament posed a challenge for Wang Cheng, who, harboring trepidation toward the non-existent defensive measures purportedly wielded by Chan Shuangyu, devised a scheme to eliminate him using the poison pill. But why? If he were truly Qin Shuangyu, he would be sheltered by elders, equipped with countless hidden cards, and protected by the soul lamp that could illuminate his fate at any moment. Moreover, the two practitioners could return at any time. With the utterance of the dawn is approaching, this dead man would immediately attempt to kill him. Without a thought to whether he might be deceived, it was as if he had succumbed to madness. The only reason Liu Ping had not yet torn the veil of enmity was due to his abrupt awakening, as there were still many matters he had yet to grasp. However, it appeared that there was no turning back now. Liu Ping's gaze fell into the void, and with a gentle shift of thought, the space before him shimmered. In an instant, a flickering character unfolded, transforming into a line of small text. Due to insufficient funds, this sequence cannot be activated. Liu Ping silently commanded, open the piggy bank. Instantly, several new lines of text emerged in the void. Your available balance is 5,462,343,767 spirit stones. You may deposit or withdraw at any time. Note: spirit stones are a fundamental currency within the realm of cultivation, circulating in the world of the practitioners. Unable to suppress a sigh within, Liu Ping reflected on the extraordinary individuals throughout history, whose miraculous abilities remain inexplicable. When he first acquired this object, he believed it to be an extraordinary power it claimed to lack funding. So he continuously invested spirit stones, hoping that one day he could unlock it and irrevocably alter his destiny. As a disciple of the Oracle sage, well-versed in the 6 arts, he could easily earn substantial spirit stones with any endeavor. This was hardly a challenging feat, alas. Not long ago, after accumulating 5,462,343,767 spirit stones, the object presented him with a new notification. In light of your excessive investment of spirit stones, this sequence will exceptionally unlock the piggy bank feature for your convenience in depositing and withdrawing spirit stones. Please note, spirit stones are the currency of the cultivation realm, but they do not constitute the funding required to activate this sequence. Please continue to gather the necessary funds. No. Why did you not mention this sooner, waiting until I had toiled for decades before revealing it? Is this not a jest at my expense? He immediately inquired what truly constituted funding, only to receive the vague response. Please enjoy the pleasure of exploration. This exploration led him directly to his current predicament. Moreover, despite his persistent inquiries, he had received no further answers. With a gleam of excitement in his eyes, Liu Ping clasped his hands toward Wang Cheng, saying, I am grateful, Brother Wang, but this item is rather expensive. I assure you I shall not let you suffer a loss. Wang Cheng's countenance revealed hesitation as he replied, This seems inappropriate. Liu Ping interjected, Brother Wang, I am not one to enjoy owing favors. It is far more reassuring to transact in currency. Wang Cheng gazed at his counterpart, gradually coming to a realization that he intended to eliminate him, yet the other misinterpreted his actions as an attempt to ingratiate himself. Indeed, the nature of those from prominent sects is such that they would rather invest a sum of money than allow practitioners from lesser sects to forge connections. If he is willing to pay, then let him do so. Though somewhat displeased, as long as he consumed this elixir, all would be well. Very well. Wang Cheng nodded and tossed the pill to Liu Ping. Liu Ping swallowed the toxic pill in one gulp. Wang Cheng was instantly overjoyed. With Liu Ping having ingested the poison, his chances of survival had vanished. However, during this process, Chen Xuanyu would first sense the healing effects of the elixir. After all, the outer layer of this pill was genuine control crane pill, while the true poison lay within, requiring some time to take effect. This elixir is remarkable. I already feel my body recovering more swiftly, Liu Ping praised. Ha, of course. Why would I deceive you, my dear brother? Wang Cheng replied, feeling a wave of relief wash over him as he laughed heartily. Then it is time for me to settle the bill. Name your price, Liu Ping inquired. Wang Cheng, in a generous spirit, responded, Brother, I trust you just decide what you feel is fair. Liu Ping replied, Very well. I shall ensure I leave you satisfied, Brother Wang. Suddenly, an astonishing transformation occurred. A crystalline peak, exuding a chilling aura of spiritual energy, materialized out of nowhere. This was an entire mountain composed solely of spirit stones. Boom! The spirit stone mountain descended from the heavens, colliding violently with the earth, and a cloud of dust billowed skyward like a colossal creature. Wang Cheng had no time to react before he found himself trapped beneath the mountain. In the span of a single breath. In such a beautiful world, you wish to take my life, Liu Ping sighed, gazing up at the spirit stone mountain, a look of nostalgia gracing his features. Brother Wang, I am rather lazy, you see. This mountain was constructed during my foundational period while I was traveling, specifically to avoid conflict with peers of my level. I piled up spirit stones to create it. Back then, I was young and brimming with imaginative aspirations for the future, having engaged in many audacious endeavors, unlike my current state of disillusionment. He rambled on to himself. This moment. If one were to follow his gaze, they would observe the front of the spirit stone mountain inscribed with ominous characters. Below the golden core, those who oppose shall perish. Exceedingly useful. With the deed done and words spoken, Liu Ping placed his hand upon the peculiar mountain. In the next instant, the entire spirit stone mountain vanished without a trace. From beginning to end, this mountain, entirely composed of spirit stones, existed for but a fleeting moment, dissolving into nothingness like a dream. Various magical arrays surrounded the expansive graveyard, simultaneously unleashing their power to erase any traces of disturbance. Aside from the crushing of Wang Cheng, it was as if nothing had transpired. Everything returned to normal. I in the void. 2 lines of text materialized. You withdrew a spirit stone mountain composed of 200 million spirit stones from your savings. You have reclaimed this spirit stone mountain. Liu Ping, unfazed, opened his mouth and produced another elixir, holding in his hand. The outer layer of the pill, imbued with a rich, fragrant green essence, had just begun to dissolve. In truth, upon swallowing the entire pill, it was immediately enveloped by spiritual energy. The essence of spiritual power does not accelerate the refinement process, rather it prolongs the melting. The toxic elixir has yet to manifest its effects. Swallowing the poison was merely a ruse to lower Wang Cheng's guard. After all, some foundation-building cultivators possess formidable abilities, often resulting in unpredictable outcomes. Liu Ping stowed the elixir in his storage pouch and approached Wang Cheng's lifeless form, casually forming a hand seal, but a coffin floated over and settled steadily before Wang Cheng. It was unexpected how swiftly he could unleash his spell. His injuries were gradually healing. However, possessing peak chi refinement strength rendered him not but a pawn on the battlefield, utterly ineffective. Liu Ping gazed down at Wang Cheng's body and spoke. You undoubtedly harbor many secrets, but my injuries remain unhealed, my strength waning, and I must cleanse the bloodstains. From the spiritual stones, I simply lack the time to indulge in lengthy discussions. Moreover, he continued, they should be returning shortly. With a change of his hand seal, Liu Ping concluded his words. Suddenly, Wang Cheng's corpse levitated and was gently placed within the coffin. Though he had long since breathed his last, his eyes remained defiantly open, as if, until the very moment of death, he could not fathom that his ultimate fate was to be crushed. Beneath a mountain of spiritual stones, the coffin sealed shut and began its slow descent into the earth. Liu Ping was interring him. The traces left by the spiritual stone mountain had already been meticulously erased by him. The deceased cultivators had been placed within coffins and buried one by one. This task was not exhausting, merely tedious. Yet, there was no alternative. Liu Ping needed to justify why he buried Wang Cheng. In a fleeting moment, he wiped the sweat from his brow and replayed the earlier scenes in his mind. He believed he could keep the truth hidden. Aside from the act of killing Wang Cheng, there were indeed peculiarities he had yet to contemplate thoroughly. Time passed. Liu Ping could not help but glance up at the sky. Too much time had elapsed, yet the dark heavens showed no sign of change. It should be the hour of the tiger. No, there was something amiss in this world. Liu Ping pondered deeply and retrieved a string of copper coins from his storage pouch. Most cultivators live detached from the mortal realm, and thus, various sects only provide a few mundane possessions for their low-ranking disciples. This string of copper coins was quite fitting for Liu Ping, a disciple in the chi refinement stage of a minor sect. Furthermore, in the realm of cultivation, only divination techniques utilize copper coins. Liu Ping took out 6 coins and scattered them, calling out, Dingjia rotation, the 4 seasons emerge. Clink, clink. The 6 coins clashed repeatedly, then all stood upright on the ground. Liu Ping's eyelids twitched. Impossible. Why could he not deduce the outcome? Although he currently possessed only peak chi refinement cultivation, calculating time was the simplest of divination arts. Liu Ping steadied himself, retrieved the 6 coins with a wave of his hand, inhaled deeply, and once more proclaimed, as shadows follow form, fortune and misfortune reveal themselves. The coins were scattered again. They landed on the ground with a crisp sound, yet remained upright, failing to show their faces. Silence engulfed the scene. Under the dim night, the 6 coins stood motionless. Gather. Liu Ping uttered hoarsely. 0.6 copper coins fell into his trembling hands and were hastily stuffed back into his storage pouch. After 2 consecutive attempts to divine the future yielded no results, it became evident that the secrets of heaven were in disarray. Such occurrences had never been discussed by his master and were utterly beyond the comprehension of any practitioner. I could see that moment. A radiant light illuminated the teleportation array. Liu Ping turned to observe the array, where invisible ripples began to undulate around its perimeter, reminiscent of gentle waves on water. As the spatial fluctuations dissipated, a figure materialized within the array. It was the same practitioner from before. He surveyed his surroundings and, noticing everything was intact, exclaimed, Liu Daoist friend, have you buried our fallen comrades? Liu Ping's face was filled with sincerity as he replied, a few of my fellow practitioners fought alongside me after much contemplation. I deemed it best to personally ensure they were laid to rest. The practitioner recalled the scene within the barracks, realizing that apart from Liu Ping, all others had perished. Those severely injured on the battlefield, who might have had a chance of survival, were never brought to this place unless the healer had erred in judgment, a rare occurrence. Indeed. With a deep sigh, the practitioner remarked, Liu Dao's friend, your compassion is commendable. He stepped forward, assisting Liu Ping in burying the remaining corpses. The matter of Wang Cheng was naturally glossed over. Once all the bodies were interred, the practitioner handed Liu Ping a token and a gourd. What is this? Liu Ping inquired. The gourd contains healing elixirs. As for the token, due to the verification of your circumstances, it has been bestowed upon you by the higher-ups. Present this token at the Western Wilderness Camp, where several dignitaries are stationed, and they will provide you with new arrangements, the practitioner explained. You must go, he emphasized gravely. Understood. I appreciate it, Liu Ping replied. He opened the gourd, inhaled the fragrant medicinal liquid, and consumed it entirely before examining the token closely. The token was engraved with a miniature spatial connection array adorned with 6 embedded spirit stones that supplied its power. This token bore 2 coordinates, one for the current burial site and the other for the Western Wilderness Camp. If Liu Ping held the token and stood within the teleportation array at the burial site, the array would automatically link with the token, activating the alternate coordinate and transporting him to the camp. The reverse was also true. However, this token was one-time use only. Liu Ping glanced at the token, unable to resist turning his gaze back towards the teleportation array. Why was this array so severely damaged? Could it truly still function? The practitioner clasped his hands in respect towards Liu Ping, stating, the task here is complete, I must take my leave. Where are you headed? Liu Ping asked. It seems there are new developments at the front lines, and all secondary personnel have been summoned. I, along with my master, am among them, the practitioner replied. Liu Ping was taken aback. Wait. Who had emerged victorious in the final battle between the human race and the demons? And what of this perpetually darkened sky? The obscured secrets of heaven and the inscrutable divination remained an enigma. Before him stood a mere practitioner of the Qi refinement stage, possessing limited power. Thus, entrusted with the solemn duty of overseeing the burial, he likely knew little of the matters at hand. Liu Ping's thoughts raced as he spoke. Friend, might I inquire what time it is? The practitioner sighed and replied, it is just past the hour of the rabbit, it is now the hour of the dragon. Liu Ping gazed slowly upwards at the sky. The hour of the dragon, that it hardly resembled the hour of the dragon. The practitioner turned and stepped into the teleportation array, casting a deep glance back at him. Take my counsel, it is best for you to leave at once, for delay may invite peril. Liu Ping was taken aback. What did this mean? In a flash of spiritual light, the practitioner was whisked away. Once more, silence enveloped the graveyard, akin to the stillness of the profound deep sea, sinking into an infinite tranquility. Understood. Until we meet again. Liu Ping offered a respectful gesture to the empty teleportation array before contemplating the token in his hand, standing still for a few moments. The secrets of heaven were obscured, rendering him unable to discern fortune from misfortune. The sect had perished. His master had not consumed the 9 rebirth soul restoration pill, and at this moment, he must have succumbed. In the past, he had traversed the world alongside his master, forging numerous friendships and accomplishing grand deeds, clandestinely saving a sum of spirit stones each year. Hoping to unlock the sequence of this false divine ability, so many memories, now irretrievable. From this point forward, he would exist alone and desolate in the vastness of the universe. Liu Ping remained silent for a few moments, suppressing his emotions. Regardless, he must first report to the Western Wilderness Camp. Compared to the burial site, the camp, bustling with practitioners, was evidently far more secure. Moreover, this token in his possession was a military order, a Qi refinement cultivator from small sect. Disobeying orders during wartime could lead to immediate execution. His resolve was firm. Liu Ping took long strides, swiftly arriving beside the teleportation array. Suddenly, the flickering characters rapidly unfolded, transforming into a line of ominous text. Warning: the death of a pursuer seems to have triggered a chain reaction. The laws of time and space are beginning to destabilize. This sequence has determined the following. An unknown entity is infiltrating the current world. Liu Ping pondered. A chain reaction? What could this mean? While his lips questioned, his actions quickened, and in just a few steps, he reached the teleportation array. In the next instant, a rustling sound echoed from the distant grave site. Liu Ping froze, slowly turning his gaze in the distance. From the grave, Wang Cheng emerged, the earth and coffin that had buried him cast aside. A chill crept up Liu Ping's spine. Suddenly, he recalled the practitioner's words. Take my counsel, it is best for you to leave at once, for delay may invite peril. Did the other party know something? Indeed, when Wang Cheng first appeared, the practitioner had also conveniently avoided confrontation. The more Liu Ping thought, the more peculiar it seemed. By all accounts, this was Wang Cheng's second resurrection, in the realm of cultivation. Such occurrences had never been heard of, even for himself. It was only through the consumption of a divine pill at the brink of death that he had undergone a metamorphosis, altering his fate and starting anew. In the entire world, there exists but a single divine elixir. Moreover, even this miraculous potion cannot resurrect those whose bodies have long since grown cold. Is this what is referred to as a pursuer? Rustle, rustle, rustle in the distance. Wang Cheng approached Liu Ping step by step, his voice low and somber as he inquired, "Did you take Wang Cheng's life?" Liu Ping raised an eyebrow. Wang Cheng surprisingly could not recall how he had met his demise. Upon this realization, Liu Ping revealed a benign smile and clasped his fists, saying, "Greetings, fellow cultivator. I too have just risen from the depths and am unaware of who was responsible for my death." Wang Cheng fixed his gaze upon him and replied, "No, I can sense it. You are the one who killed Wang Cheng." Liu Ping's smile faded, and he sighed. "It was merely in self-defense. I implore you, do not hold it against me. By the way, may I inquire about your origins? Do you require provisions? Should you wish to transform hostility into peace, I am willing to offer some assistance." Wang Cheng's expression shifted, exuding a hint of ferocity. It was indeed peculiar for a chi refinement stage cultivator to have slain one at the foundation establishment stage. Such an anomaly warranted my personal investigation, he stated. Liu Ping took a deep breath, contemplating his next words, when suddenly an unforeseen change occurred. The sinister smile on Wang Cheng's face froze, and the surroundings fell into an eerie silence, leaving Liu Ping immobilized. In a flash, it felt as if everything had come to a standstill, time suspended in that moment. What is happening? Liu Ping mused in astonishment, only to see a flickering text in the void suddenly expand, transforming into countless frantically shimmering arcane runes cascading like a waterfall. Lines of fiery, burning text swiftly materialized. Time, unknown. First confirmation successful, second confirmation successful, third confirmation successful. Confirmation. This sequence cannot ascertain the current situation. This condition is exceedingly rare. Please take heed. This sequence shall initiate its first exploration. You must make physical contact with a resurrected corpse for this sequence to conduct its analysis. Liu Ping gazed at the lines of text before him and exclaimed, "Then you will be able to unlock it?" Lines of burning text appeared in response. This sequence must remain concealed and shall not unlock. However, if you can facilitate the analysis of a resurrected corpse, this sequence will offer you certain assistance without revealing its presence. Liu Ping's thoughts raced as he prepared to access his savings jar. However, as he concentrated, a new line of text appeared in the void. Please take special note. The being before you is no longer Wang Cheng. It is temporarily constrained to Wang Cheng's power level. Presenting the savings jar before it may expose the existence of this sequence, potentially leading you to a fatal predicament. As a precaution from this moment forth, this sequence shall seal all powers and maintain silence. You will be unable to utilize the savings jar function. Of course, this sequence has no authority to compel you to act. Should you feel unable to cope with the current situation, you may choose to flee immediately. Whether to fight or to escape is a decision you must make for yourself. All lines of text vanished in an instant. In the next moment, everything returned to normal. Time resumed its forward march. Liu Ping regarded Wang Cheng. Those prompts referred to Wang Cheng as it. This implied that Wang Cheng was no longer human. Was he a mere ant at the chi refinement stage to engage in combat with such an entirely unknown monstrosity? The intelligence was insufficient. In the heat of battle, the outcome remains uncertain. Even if conflict is inevitable, it is prudent to wait until my body has fully recuperated and I have advanced to the foundation establishment stage before proceeding. With swift resolution, Liu Ping declared, "Farewell, esteemed friend. Take care, and please do not concern yourself with my fate." As he spoke, he retreated without hesitation towards the teleportation array. He was but a few steps away, while Wang Cheng remained several dozen yards distant, unable to intercept him in time. Wang Cheng, clearly grasping the situation, called out, "Young man, if I were in your position, I would not be so hasty to flee." No sooner had he spoken than he surged forward with great speed, racing towards Liu Ping. Aware of the imminent danger, Liu Ping disregarded Wang Cheng entirely, stepping into the array and resolutely displaying the token in his hand. The token began to levitate, and the teleportation array emitted a radiant glow, initiating a connection with the token. In just 2 breaths, the array would activate. At that moment, Wang Cheng was still a considerable distance away. From afar, Wang Cheng shouted, "Friend, surely you have mentors, brothers, and a partner? Do you not wish to know of their resurrection? I can tell you. Resurrection. The deceased will return as monsters." In an instant, the radiant glow from the teleportation array dimmed. The token was seized forcefully by a hand, severing its link with the array, thereby halting the teleportation. Liu Ping stood in the center of the array, head bowed, silently gazing at the token in his hand. The abrupt termination of the teleportation rendered the one-time token utterly useless. "Master," he murmured, his voice tinged with sorrow. Thunder rumbled ominously in the darkened sky, while rain began to fall. The downpour intensified, drenching the earth. Wang Qing fixed his gaze on Liu Ping, his eyes filled with derision. "Pitiful mortals. You are burdened with too many ties. These connections are your Achilles heel, forcing you to endure the bitter trials of fate," he remarked. Liu Ping slowly raised his head, gazing at the roiling black clouds above as raindrops cascaded down his face. "You speak the truth. I have employed countless means to unravel that person's death calamity. Yet in the end, he perished to save me. This is my failure." Wang Qing taunted. "No matter, I shall soon claim your body and soul, allowing you to experience the final defeat of your destiny." Liu Ping replied coldly, "No, this time I will alter that fate." Wang Qing chuckled derisively, shaking his head. "Do not harbor such delusions. The fates of all cultivators are already sealed." Liu Ping lowered his head, choosing silence. The night deepened, and the sounds of wind and rain grew tumultuous. Wang Qing melted into the shadows and began to accelerate. His speed intensified as he reached into his storage bag, donning a pair of gauntlets. The distance between them rapidly diminished. 20 meters. Just ahead, Liu Ping suddenly brandished a blade in his hand. This is an utterly ordinary long sword, save for the rough spiritual patterns etched upon its blade, allowing it to withstand magical arts, thus rendering it slightly superior to mundane objects. Liu Ping held the long sword at his side, gently tracing the ground with its tip. Crack! The long sword transformed into a fleeting shadow, deftly and swiftly lifting one rune-etched stone after another from the teleportation array. Threads of sharp spatial ripples began to manifest in the void. The teleportation array became incomplete, its power starting to unravel. The blade came to a halt. Liu Ping slowly raised his sword, beginning to regulate his breath. From start to finish, he did not cast a glance at Wang Qing. 10 meters. A fierce aura of murder emanated from Wang Qing, as if he had morphed into a ferocious beast. "Speak your last words, or it will be too late." Wang Qing sneered. Liu Ping paused for a brief moment, then murmured, "My assistance comes at a steep price." With astonishing speed, he tore off his sleeve and bounded over his face, obscuring his eyes. In the darkness, the wind and rain intensified. Raindrops struck the blade, producing a dense, subtle sound. 5 meters. Amidst the torrential downpour, Wang Qing leapt high, attacking Liu Ping like a ravenous wolf pouncing on its prey. His fists assumed a striking stance, glowing faintly red, as if ready to unleash an incredibly fierce blow at any moment. Liu Ping, blindfolded, could see nothing, yet retreated into the teleportation array and stomped his foot forcefully. Crack! The array shattered instantly. Dense spatial fissures surged forth from the array, which Liu Ping guided with his long sword, drawing them all to himself. The blade emitted a flurry of sharp, piercing sounds. "Speak your last words," Liu Ping said softly, wielding the long sword. The wind howled and the rain poured. Wang Qing advanced through the curtain of rain, changing his attacks mid-air, unleashing a fiery onslaught with both fists aimed at Liu Ping. Liu Ping met him head-on with his sword, and the swarming spatial fissures entirely merged into the long blade, launching a fine, sharp resonance into the depths of the high sky. In an instant, the two figures brushed past each other. Boom! Thunder roared in the sky, lightning slicing through the darkness, racing towards the distance. Torrential rain was illuminated for a brief moment. Then, tranquility returned. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. The rain continued to fall, producing a soft patter on the ground. Liu Ping stood at the edge of the teleportation array, his clothing scorched, his body marred with numerous wounds. Crack! His sword shattered into 2 pieces, one falling and embedding itself in the muddy ground. Sharp spatial rifts still emerged from the broken blade, flickering in and out, slicing the fallen raindrops into sprays of water. Several meters away, Wang Qing ceased his assault, a hint of caution crossing his face as he remarked, "You damaged the array, using the residual power of the spatial fissures to combat. Young man, are you a formation master?" "Somewhat," Liu Ping replied. "No wonder you devised such a method to counter me, but why do you blindfold yourself?" Liu Ping did not answer but said, "I have a question for you." Through the rain, he stepped closer to Wang Qing. Once, he was blind and beyond cure, long accustomed to a world devoid of sight. Now, having been granted a miraculous transformation, he regained his vision, yet found himself ill at ease as he confronted his adversary. Ready for battle, he chose to blindfold himself, not wishing to be swayed by the sight before him, determined to annihilate his opponent with unwavering focus. There was no need to disclose such intentions to a monster. Wang Qing's countenance reflected deep contemplation as he mused aloud. though I am but at the foundation stage. Lacking awakened powers, your mastery of such intricate formations ensures that my demise is inevitable at your hands. With a clap, he summarized, your combat is entirely normal. My reaction has been overly dramatic. With a crack akin to an explosion, Wang Chung was suddenly engulfed in a mist of crimson. Tiny shards of spatial blades erupted from his form, swirling like a tempest, emitting a piercing wail before gradually dispersing. Unable to sustain himself any longer, he collapsed to the ground. Liu Ping rushed forward, urgently demanding, what you claimed about the dead returning to life, truth or falsehood? Wang Chung replied with a sardonic smile. Why should I divulge that to you? Liu Ping's voice turned icy. Should you choose silence, I shall reduce you to ashes, rendering any resurrection impossible. A fierce glint flashed in Wang Cheng's eyes as he hissed, both my body and soul belong to me. You, a mere qi refinement cultivator, dare to covet what is mine. Liu Ping was momentarily taken aback. The concept of both body and soul. What manner of creature was he? Capable of seizing everything from a person? Wang Cheng, bloodied hand raised, pointed at Liu Ping, declaring, you have provoked me. In the near future, you shall come to know true regret. We harbor no enmity, but if you provide me that answer, I shall cease my pursuit, and we will part ways. Part ways? Wang Cheng observed his anxious demeanor, mocking, you, an insignificant insect, are unworthy of any answer. Moreover, remember this, I shall personally descend upon you for further examination, and you will be powerless to do anything but witness, experiencing profound agony and despair. This will transpire soon. As the words fell, Wang Cheng's eyes dimmed. His body sprawled on the ground, motionless, as if he had truly perished. The rain poured relentlessly. Liu Ping stood in the downpour, gazing down at the corpse. Lost in silence. Time slipped by quietly. After a considerable interval, Wang Chung had yet to resurrect. Liu Ping's brow furrowed, and he snapped his fingers. A flicker of flame danced upon his fingertips, a basic manifestation of elemental magic, the spirit fire technique. I am a man of my word. Since you refuse to speak of the matter, I shall indeed reduce you to ashes. He poised to hurl the flame at the body. Wait. Wang Chung suddenly sprang up, exclaiming, wait. He repeated urgently, before you act, consider this, willful destruction of private property is a grievous crime in all realms. I advise against such actions, and I shall impart to you the knowledge you seek. Speak, Liu Ping commanded. What do you wish to know? Wang Chung inquired. Earlier, we spoke of this matter. Liu Ping suddenly fell silent, thrusting the broken blade downward and then flicking it upward. Several of Wang Cheng's fingers were severed, and a stone concealed in his hand was sent soaring into the air. Upon closer inspection, the stone bore an enigmatic rune, emanating a faint pulsation, and a delicate apparition began to materialize around it, as if something were on the verge of awakening. Liu Ping scrutinized the rune, perceiving it as a writhing serpent. Without concern for the nature of this object, he gripped the broken blade firmly and swung with all his might. The flash of the blade was swift. Crack! The stone shattered, disintegrating into 7 or 8 fragments that fell to the ground. As the stone splintered, the previously coalesced apparitions began to wane, swiftly vanishing from sight. Damn it! Wang Chung cursed angrily. Scales sprouted from his arms, his head gradually transforming into that of a beast, revealing fangs as he attempted to rise from the ground. The blade flashed again. Wang Chung immediately collapsed back to the earth, the broken knife piercing through his chest and pinning him down, rendering him immobile. With a pained shriek, Wang Chung shouted, this is a corpse I painstakingly acquired, my personal property. If you destroy it, the entire world will hunt you down. Liu Ping calmed himself. He crouched down and patted Wang Cheng's face, saying, trash, after all that bravado. It turns out it's merely a matter of being hunted. Wang Chung replied coldly, humph. Don't think. But before he could finish, a massive fist struck him squarely in the face, distorting his features. This blow seemed to herald the beginning of a new chapter. Liu Ping seized Wang Chung with one hand, while forming a fist with the other, uttering a word before delivering another punch to Wang Cheng's face. I'll show you. You think you can act tough before me? Is possessing a corpse so impressive? I have already shown my sincerity, yet you resort to deceit. Do you truly wish for death? You dare to flaunt your power without regard, having secluded yourself. Yet no one has ever dared to provoke me. Blood flew as Liu Ping unleashed a relentless assault, striking for dozens of breaths until he felt a bit fatigued. Finally, he raised his hand and slapped Wang Chung soundly. Wang Chung was yanked up by his collar, emitting a long, anguished wail. The broken blade remained embedded in his chest, yet he was lifted several inches off the ground. After allowing Wang Chung to wail for a moment, Liu Ping spoke softly. No matter what you are, remember, I was once an unconventional practitioner who long ago renounced this path. And now you dare to speak of being hunted? Wang Cheng's head swelled like that of a pig, yet he stubbornly retorted, pitiful mortal, I am, bang. Liu Ping delivered a powerful kick to Wang Cheng's abdomen, sending him flying, rolling through the mud for several circles before landing in a graveyard. Apologies. In the cold, dark night rain, Liu Ping retrieved the broken blade still embedded in the ground, allowing the rain to wash away the blood from its edge. Throughout my life, I have adhered to laws and regulations, conducting myself according to various rules unless compelled otherwise. He sheathed his broken blade and extended his hand. The art of fiery spirits. Flames clung to his palm, illuminating the surroundings once more. Liu Ping approached Wang Cheng, pressing his foot against his chest and tightening his grasp on the flames. Instantly, the fire surged, transforming into a roaring inferno. This would reduce Wang Cheng to mere ashes. Realizing the imminent danger, Wang Cheng cried out in desperation, "Stop. I will tell you anything you wish to know. I seek to understand the nature of resurrection," Liu Ping replied. "I can divulge that. But you must not desecrate this corpse." Wang Cheng gasped for breath and spoke, "In this world, the souls of all who have perished no longer belong to themselves." "To whom do they belong?" Liu Ping inquired, bewildered. "To their masters. Even servants like myself can claim 1 or 2 souls," Wang Cheng explained. Silence enveloped the space. Liu Ping stood frozen, a chill coursing down his spine, rendering the tumult of wind and rain inaudible. "How is this possible? Where exactly is this place?" he demanded loudly. Wang Cheng's eyes morphed into a ghastly green, a sinister grin stretching across his face, reaching his ears. "You have already discerned the truth. Why ask further?" he uttered in a tone laced with malice. As Wang Cheng spoke, lines of flickering words swiftly emerged in the void before Liu Ping, superficially. This sequence remains in a state of silence, with all power sealed. However, privately, this sequence enacts the law of causality to investigate the current situation. Obtaining the correct world marker. The primary rule of this world is death. This confirms the following. This is the realm of the deceased. A reminder, this is the world of death. Continue to explore all unknown secrets. The world of death. So, I'm already dead. Liu Ping's spirit trembled, momentarily forgetting to breathe. No. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he turned his gaze to the void. In the corner of the emptiness, the flickering words had undergone a new transformation. Necessary caution has proven effective. Current status, alive concealed. Be advised, through the power of the divine elixir, the alteration of fate has been fully realized. You have been resurrected in this land of death. I am still alive, existing within this world of death. Liu Ping abruptly turned his head, only to find that Wang Cheng, seizing the moment of his shock, was rapidly uttering an incomprehensible incantation. In an instant, the ground began to tremble. Mounds of earth erupted from the once flat surface, subsequently being forced open by countless coffins. A multitude of corpses began to emerge, frantically converging and merging into a grotesque, writhing mass. Liu Ping's pupils constricted. This was an unimaginable monstrosity. Wang Cheng laughed maniacally, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha. A mere soul dares to challenge me? Now you shall witness." His voice suddenly faltered as Liu Ping severed his head and sent it flying with a kick, aimed straight at the monstrous entity. At this moment, the creature had fully formed. Its face was a grotesque amalgamation of 36 corpses, vaguely outlining eyes and a mouth. The monster reached out, catching Wang Cheng's head in its hands, and laid it open in its palm. Wang Cheng's severed head gazed up at the creature, ingratiatingly stating, "My lord, the moment I sensed something amiss, I immediately sent word to you." The monster exhaled heavily, its voice a guttural roar. "Failure is not permitted." Wang Cheng's expression shifted drastically. "My lord, no. I have discovered him." Ignoring Wang Cheng's frantic pleas for mercy, the monster shoved the severed head into its mouth and bit down forcefully. With a barely audible pop, Wang Cheng's voice was abruptly silenced. The creature chewed for a moment, then slowly lowered its head to gaze at Liu Ping, inquiring, "So, what exactly are you?" Liu Ping sighed, raising the broken blade in his hand and slicing his finger. "The question you pose seems more fitting for me to ask," he replied. The creature retorted, "You have one final opportunity to disclose your origins. Otherwise, I shall consume you, condemning your soul to eternal torment within my belly." Liu Ping remained silent, his hand a blur as he swiftly inscribed something on the broken blade. In a breath, a brilliant yellow light began to emanate from the blade, surrounded by swirling deep crimson mist. Supreme Sense Secret Technique, Exorcising Blade. This was a secret technique of swordsmanship that, given Liu Ping's current cultivation, he could not truly unleash to its full potential. Nonetheless, observable phenomena began to manifest on the broken blade. This can only indicate one thing. I have not encountered such malevolence in ages. The exorcising blade is eager to cleave you, Liu Ping mused. The monster glared at the broken blade, emitting an angry rumble from its throat as it advanced. The ground trembled slightly with each of its steps as it charged at Liu Ping. Liu Ping gripped the broken blade, rapidly adjusting his breath. After the change of fate, this newly born body was indeed useful, yet he was still merely at the chi refining stage. Engaging with Wang Chung had already drained all his spiritual energy, leaving him to rely solely on skill to determine the outcome of their confrontation. Liu Ping casually shook his legs, momentarily stabilizing himself before suddenly dashing forward like a fleeting shadow, confronting the monster head-on. As they clashed, the creature halted and unleashed a thunderous roar. Countless faces emerged across its body, all emitting piercing, anguished screams. An invisible force struck Liu Ping, sending him hurtling backward like a cannonball, shattering dozens of tombstones and creating a deep crater in the ground. With a cough of blood, Liu Ping struggled to rise from the earth. Crawling out of the pit and glancing at his wounds, blood seeping continually from his body. Some bones were dislocated, while others had fractured. Liu Ping first realigned the bones before casting his gaze upon the colossal creature in the distance, murmuring, "Could it be that there exists a technique unknown to me? Indeed. Has the world transformed?" The monster quickened its pace towards Liu Ping, rumbling, "There is no need for contemplation. You shall soon become my meal. Your soul writhing within my belly for all eternity." Liu Ping replied, "How laughable. I wish to struggle a bit." He then assumed a stance, swiftly bringing his hands together to form a seal. Suddenly, the monster froze in place. It exerted tremendous force to move, yet discovered that its body remained utterly immobile. A moment of silence ensued. Then, all the faces on the monster simultaneously lifted, erupting in a cacophony of anguished wails. Corpses tumbled from the creature, transforming into pools of steaming blood upon the ground. The monster's form disintegrated completely, vanishing from existence. Clang! The broken blade fell from within the creature, producing a crisp sound. The evil-slaying blade excels at severing all filth and entities of death. This strike had directly shattered the monster's body. In that fleeting moment of confrontation, Liu Ping had allowed the adversary to strike him, seizing the opportunity to plunge the blade into the creature's form. Such artistry and experience. Liu Ping displayed signs of fatigue as he stepped forward to retrieve the broken blade, sprawling on the ground. The sensation of being utterly drained was excruciating. How painful. He lamented, preparing to catch his breath when an unexpected turn of events occurred. A hand emerged from behind, gripping his neck tightly. From beneath the ground, this hand. As Liu Ping struggled, he glanced around. He beheld hands breaking through the soil, reaching for the surface. If one were to look down from the heavens, they would find the earth littered with outstretched hands. Countless arms arranged in rows blanketed every inch of land, extending to the horizon. Chapter 6. A person without a role. Such a scene was utterly chilling. Liu Ping, gripping the broken blade tightly, swung it fiercely, severing the hands that clutched him. Fortunately, he possessed a weapon. Just as he contemplated this, another hand emerged instantly, grasping him with relentless force. Grabbing me? Liu Ping danced the broken blade in a flurry, swiftly cleaving through the attacking arms. Yet, more hands surged forth, clustering around him, an incessant tide. Amidst this vast sea of arms, the blade shimmered, slicing through the air and unleashing a torrential rain of blood. The severed arms mingled with the crimson liquid, cascading into the ground, only to resurrect and reappear. Reaching out to seize Liu Ping once more. Not a chance. Suddenly, a piercing sword light flashed from afar. All hands gripping Liu Ping were sent flying. Two figures descended. The two cultivators. "Take him away. I will hold them off," commanded the golden core cultivator, gripping a long sword. The chi refining cultivator rushed forward, tugging Liu Ping towards the cemetery's exit. "Wait, why are we fleeing?" Liu Ping inquired. He hesitated for a moment but ultimately lowered his guard. One of these individuals was a golden core sword cultivator, and he was utterly spent. If they intended to kill him, they wouldn't need to be subtle. Initially, it was they who had offered him the revitalizing elixir for assistance. The chi refining cultivator pulled him along, running at full speed, not once glancing back. They are endless. Soon, even more powerful beings will emerge. You must escape, and once you are safe, we too must depart swiftly. Liu Ping, sensing the urgency, couldn't help but glance back. A chilling, piercing shriek echoed from the depths of the earth. Useless, he cannot escape now. The heavens and earth trembled. An endless black mist surged from the ground, enveloping Liu Ping, only to gradually dissipate after a few breaths. Lines of fiery, small characters rapidly materialized before his eyes. "You have been locked on. Warning. You have been targeted." The golden core sword cultivator bellowed. Abomination. A tempestuous wave of energy radiated from him, sending all the rainwater in the cemetery flying. A brilliant sword light pierced through the bitter wind and cold rain, flashing through the darkness and instantly penetrating the earth. A roar that shook the heavens erupted from below. A fish that slipped through the net. "Do not think you can escape." The ground began to writhe, as if some colossal entity was breaking through the soil. Just then, Liu Ping suddenly felt something additional in his hand. It was the item that the chi refining cultivator had slipped to him. Liu Ping looked down and saw it was a black talisman. Throughout his life, he had encountered countless varieties of talismans, making him one of the most knowledgeable individuals in the realm of cultivation regarding talismans. Even his master could not match his expertise. Yet, he did not recognize this black talisman. They would hunt your soul and body until they completely enslaved you. The Qi refinement practitioner spoke urgently. Remember, you have never set foot in the burial grounds. With a flick of his finger towards the talisman, a gust of azure spiritual light erupted, completely enveloping Liu Ping. Wait, what is this for? Liu Ping inquired hastily. Those who sense this talisman will come to aid you, guiding you away from the realm of death. The practitioner forcefully pushed Liu Ping. With a hum, the talisman was fully activated. Liu Ping staggered, as if something had grasped him, transforming him into a swift shadow that shot into the void. The roars of monsters, the wails of the dead, and the shouts of the practitioner, all sounds were cast behind him, fading away in an instant, as if abruptly silenced. Everything became a blur. In Liu Ping's ears remained only the howling wind, as he was pulled in one direction by an overwhelming force, unable to move even a fraction. It felt like an eternity, yet also as if merely a fleeting moment, before Liu Ping suddenly collided with a wall of darkness. Darkness, darkness, darkness. An infinite silence enveloped him. Apart from his own breath, there was no sound. Everything felt like a nightmare. After a moment of gasping, sensing something, Liu Ping reached upwards and gently pushed, parting the darkness that lay upon him. A dim, ethereal light cascaded onto his face. He stood up and looked down, only to realize he was standing within a coffin. This place. With the faint light, he glanced around. It was an immensely vast underground cavern, with coffins buried in the earth or embedded in the rock walls, densely arranged, extending into the distance, finally obscured by mist, rendering the end invisible. Coffins, cavern, underground. A faint wind swirled around, emanating an eerie wailing sound that sent chills down one's spine. Liu Ping cautiously surveyed his surroundings. No one appeared. The air was thick with the scent of decay, as if the entire world had long been dead. Liu Ping struggled to maintain his composure, turning his gaze to the void. There, lines of small text materialized. You have acquired the token of hidden time and space, the spirit-binding talisman. This item has been fully assessed and determined to possess properties akin to a temporal positioning anchor. When you find yourself in a specific environment, you can use this item to immediately enter a corresponding hidden time and space. Other functions, none. A token? When did I ever obtain such a thing? Liu Ping pondered in confusion. Just then, an arrow appeared in the void, pointing directly at his hand. In his grasp, the black talisman flickered with intermittent glimmers, as if striving to sense something. A revelation dawned upon him. Liu Ping sighed wearily, tucking the black talisman into his bosom before lying back down in the coffin. Regardless of the circumstances, he was utterly exhausted and needed to rest for a while. After some time, he called out, "Is anyone there? Is there a living soul? Even the dead, is anyone there?" Liu Ping's voice echoed in the vast underground, yet there was no response. He despondently lowered his arms and kicked aside a coffin beside him. The coffin was empty. From the direction he had come, he had opened numerous coffins along the way, yet not a single corpse could be found. All the coffins were devoid of bodies. Having regained consciousness, he pondered, were the deceased here, like him, also awakened? Then, what of his master? Liu Ping approached a coffin, reaching inside to trace the scratches along its inner walls with his fingers. The marks were somewhat distorted. He murmured softly. A vision quietly emerged in his mind, the deceased suddenly awakening, desperately clawing at the coffin for some unknown reason. However, the scratches were too chaotic. They seemed not to convey any message or signal. Liu Ping scrutinized the scratches intently, silently imagining the actions of the other party. And two words gradually surged in his heart: fear and pain. Liu Ping stood up and walked to another coffin. This one bore few scratches, but it was stained with a pool of dried black blood. After a glance, he moved to the third coffin. The edge of this coffin bore a deep handprint. Liu Ping extended his hand, gently aligning it with the impression. It resembled a desperate grasp, unwilling to part from the coffin. He sighed and retrieved a grain of sustenance pill from his storage pouch, slowly chewing on it. It was unfathomable. This place was indeed a realm of death. As a newly awakened living being, the entire situation transcended his original expectations, leaving him utterly perplexed. "Now, I require assistance," he stated. The only sound around him was the wailing of the wind. There was no one, nor anything to heed him. In the void, two lines of small text flickered incessantly. "You have been locked on. Remaining time, 2 hours and 53 minutes. Liu Ping gazed at the flickering text, an overwhelming sense of crisis welling up within him. That sword cultivator was still buying him time. He needed to devise a plan swiftly. Yet, as merely a Qi refinement practitioner trapped in an entirely unfamiliar realm of death, how could he easily evade the monster's pursuit? Liu Ping pondered for a moment, addressing the void. "Hey, I almost got taken out just now. I could have teleported to the western camp, but instead, to assist you in probing that corpse. I became the target of monsters and might be killed at any moment. What of the help you promised?" After a lengthy pause, lines of text gradually materialized in the void. "You have encountered Wang Qing, the monster. This sequence has obtained intelligence regarding the corpse. Analysis complete. Searching the void database for the type of this monster and conducting a matching check. Result: no matching type found. You have discovered a previously unknown monster. This sequence concludes. This monster is a unique specimen of the realm of death, quite intriguing. You must delve deeper into the intelligence, unearthing the truth concealed within all of this. Considering you have already engaged in a perilous battle, aiding this sequence in discovering an unknown species, this sequence shall extend its assistance to you without revealing its identity. Congratulations. You have acquired the following extraordinary ability, the enigmatic side technique, a person without a role. All the smaller text flickered for a brief moment before gradually vanishing. Liu Ping could not help but exclaim, "Hey, is this what you call assistance? My weapon is broken. At the very least, you could provide me with a proper armament. What on earth is the use of this a person without a role?" Soon, a new line of text appeared before his eyes. Do not underestimate this ability. Within the boundless realms, the more inexplicable the phenomenon, the more formidable and fearsome it becomes. Liu Ping, intrigued, hastily inquired, "Is it truly that powerful? What purpose does this ability serve?" Once again, lines of small text emerged. Enigmatic side technique, a person without a role. Performance-based ability. Can be activated once every 12 hours, lasting for a quarter of an hour. Upon activation, you shall enter the deepest state of concealment, where the myriad laws of the world will bypass you, and you will not attract undue attention from any existence. To put it simply, Liu Ping frowned and remarked. The small text swiftly appeared, delivering the conclusion in simpler terms. All living beings that encounter you will regard you as worthless refuse. Liu Ping fell into silence. Refuse. He gazed at the lines of text in the void, struggling to voice his thoughts. Is this truly an ability so powerful that it instills fear? A line of small text responded. Being perceived as refuse is, in fact, a remarkably formidable matter. Keep it up. These words flickered briefly before vanishing entirely, leaving behind the two lines of text that had always existed. You have been locked in. Remaining time, 2 hours and 48 minutes. Chapter 7. Escape. Darkness and mist intertwined, creating an atmosphere thick with foreboding. Endless coffins lay tightly arranged, stretching into the distance until they vanished into the depths of the fog. A chilling wind swept through the air, its mournful wails echoing as if a multitude of spirits were lurking in the shadows, urging him onward with a sense of urgency. Liu Ping gazed into the profound silence ahead, the voice of the practitioner echoing in his ears. They will pursue your soul and body until they have completely enslaved you. Liu Ping steadied his mind, feeling a flicker of anger rise within him. Even that golden core swordsman could only hold them off for a brief moment before retreating. As a chi refinement cultivator, completely ignorant of the nature of these monsters, he had no recourse but to flee. The loss of all his power, coupled with the relentless pursuit, was infuriating. Had there been even the slightest hope of turning the tide, he would never have resorted to such a disgraceful retreat. With this thought, he couldn't help but exclaim loudly, "Hey, there is no one here. The spells you've given me are utterly useless. Can't you provide something more potent?" The sequence offered no response. In the void, no new prompts appeared. It seemed indifferent to his plight. How troublesome. Liu Ping shook his head and stowed the broken blade into his storage pouch. How was he to cope with this situation? Injured and in a desperate state, he found it impossible to enhance his strength. His gaze fell upon the black talisman in his hand. Upon reflection, the two practitioners had no ill intent. They had even gifted him this talisman. But how could he activate it? As he pondered this, a sudden sensation urged him to look upward. Dust began to detach from the rocky ceiling, cascading down into the desolate graveyard. A faint, indistinct sound emanated from behind the wall. Something was approaching. Pursuers? Liu Ping quickly scanned his surroundings and found a corner where he could slide into an empty coffin, discreetly performing a breath-concealing technique. The breath concealment technique was a fundamental spell in the cultivation world, utilized to mask one's true power from prying eyes. The notion of pursuit loomed in Liu Ping's mind. He could not help but channel his entire spiritual energy, transforming the hand seal. The silent breath concealment technique. This was his unique skill. An enhancement of the standard method that could completely isolate his energy fluctuations. Unfortunately, at this moment, he was merely a chi refinement practitioner, the lowest tier in the cultivation hierarchy, rendering him incapable of fully harnessing the spell's potential. Yet, he had no other options. Other options. Wait. Liu Ping paused for a moment and suddenly recalled a previous thought, swiftly conjuring a new idea. Activate a person with no role, he silently commanded. Before him, lines of small text swiftly materialized in the darkness. You have activated the extraordinary ability of the performance category, a person with no role. From now on, you will not draw excessive attention from anyone. Duration, 15 minutes. Would this be of any use? Though Liu Ping felt a twinge of apprehension within, he had no alternative but to employ all available means, hoping they might yield some effect. He lay still in the coffin, awaiting what was to come. The sound of earth being disturbed echoed from the towering rock face above. Soon, the clatter of falling stones grew increasingly pronounced. The rock wall had been breached. Immediately after, a cold, metallic voice resonated through the cavern. Battle Robot S-9005 has arrived at the designated location. No threats detected. Report concluded. After a brief pause, distinct human voices emerged. Is this the right place? Boss, the temporal fluctuations we just sensed originated from this vicinity. Yes, boss, we are nearing our target. It appears this is indeed the location. Everyone, prepare yourselves. A cacophony of sounds ensued. With his heightened senses, Liu Ping gradually discerned several figures. These individuals had descended from the rock face, now standing among the many coffins. Thud. One of them landed atop Liu Ping's coffin. Liu Ping closed his eyes, stilled his breath, and clasped his hands in a meditative posture. The group observed for a moment before conversing again. There are no monsters here, right? Should we conduct a search? Indeed, let us search to be safe. Liu Ping subtly moved his hand to his waist, resting it on his storage pouch. A broken blade could still serve a purpose. Suddenly, a line of small text appeared in the void. Due to your proximity, the presence upon your coffin has been affected. An inconsequential entity begins to take effect. In the next moment, the individual atop his coffin spoke. A bunch of timid fools. The battle robots have already scouted this area. Whatever remains here is likely worthless debris. As he spoke, the other voices fell silent. He continued, stop wasting my time. Gather your wits and immediately locate the source of the temporal disturbance. Use the token to open the temporal portal. Move out. In unison, the group replied, yes, boss. The sound of rushing air filled the space. Silence enveloped the surroundings, clearly indicating that these individuals had ventured far away. Liu Ping exhaled a sigh of relief and waited a few moments before lifting the coffin lid. Not a soul remained. He gazed toward the direction the others had departed, noticing that the mist in the distant cavern had thickened significantly. An inexplicable sense of oppression surged within him. This is, Liu Ping murmured, through his heightened perception. He sensed something lurking within the distant fog, as if countless writhing unknown entities were coalescing, restlessly twisting, and exuding a suffocating omen. Liu Ping's heart raced. That direction was the very path he had taken. Could it be that the fluctuations detected by those individuals were emitted by the creature within the tomb? The creature had already locked onto him. A profound sense of crisis enveloped Liu Ping's mind. He murmured, I must leave quickly, raising his gaze. There, several dozen meters above, on the right rock face, indeed lay a dark entrance, a hole created by those individuals earlier. Perhaps this opening could provide an escape from this predicament? Liu Ping leaped forcefully, his body soaring into the air, clinging to the rock face like a gecko, swiftly arriving at the entrance. A chill wind wafted from within the cave. Grasping the uneven rocks with both hands, he inhaled gently. The wind was long and urgent, carrying a refreshing, damp scent. Surely, there was a route leading to the outside world. Just as he was about to venture into the cave, a series of chilling cries reached his ears. Turning his head, he beheld new developments in the depths of the graveyard. Help! A panicked voice suddenly pierced the air. This voice seemed vaguely familiar, reminiscent of one of those individuals from earlier. 2 or 3 figures burst through the mist, smashing through the obstructing coffins, heedlessly sprinting toward him. Run! The leader shouted. Without warning, chaos erupted. At the distant end of the cave, long, slimy tentacles darted forward like phantoms. In an instant, the 3 individuals were ensnared by the tentacles, their horrified screams echoing through the air. The tentacles, indifferent to their plight, coiled around them and whisked them back into the mist. An enraged roar followed, a bothersome bunch. I was just about to. Upon hearing this, Liu Ping felt no hesitation. He immediately plunged into the entrance, exerting every ounce of strength as he raced down the passage. To his astonishment, the passage was rather short. Within 3 to 5 minutes, Liu Ping leaped out. He surveyed his surroundings. Once again, he found himself in an underground cavern filled with coffins. The rock walls were irregularly dotted with deep caverns, their destinations unknown. Those individuals must have arrived here from one of these caverns. Upon sensing unusual fluctuations nearby, they continued to dig downward, ultimately unearthing this burial site. However, with so many caverns, he had no idea which path to take. What to do? As he pondered, an unusual vibration emanated from his chest. The black talisman. It broke free from his grasp and floated gently in the air. Liu Ping fixed his gaze on the talisman. According to the earlier practitioner, this talisman could assist him. It drifted gracefully toward a coffin several dozen feet away, eventually coming to rest motionless above it. This is it. Liu Ping leaped beside the coffin, immediately hearing faint sounds of wind and water emanating from within. He swiftly lifted the coffin lid. Indeed, the coffin was empty, save for a large hole dug downward. The sound of water was unmistakably coming from this opening. In an instant, a line of fiery characters materialized in the air. Specific environment matched. Temporal flow anchored. The talisman of spirit binding begins to activate. With the power of the talisman, you can instantly enter the corresponding hidden realm. So this is it. The path to my escape lies here. Liu Ping grasped the black talisman, stepped into the coffin, and carefully closed the lid from within. Having completed this, he leapt into the abyss below. 1 breath, 2 breaths. In an instant, a faint light emerged from the darkness. A world, brimming with boundless light and shadow, surged forth from an unfathomably distant place, colliding with Liu Ping and enveloping him entirely. Chapter 8. Encounter with the crowd. Suddenly, a rush of water echoed through the cavern. Liu Ping emerged from the stream, gasping for breath, his eyes darting around rapidly. He found himself in an underground river, its waters murky and frigid, winding around the gray, desolate rock walls, leading deep into a downward cavern. The surrounding cliffs were riddled with irregular caves, merging into one another, their destinations unknown. Silence enveloped the place, a chilling stillness pervading the air. After a few moments, a faint breeze wafted through the numerous caverns, creating a haunting resonance. Liu Ping observed in astonishment. Within this realm of death, there existed hidden dimensions of time and space. Yet, upon entering this concealed realm, he discovered that the environment bore an uncanny resemblance to the true world of death he had just experienced. What, then, distinguishes reality from illusion? In the void, a line of small text emerged. Attention! You have utilized the token, Spirit Connecting Talisman. This token has been consumed. Please proceed cautiously while exploring the current hidden dimension. Liu Ping glanced down, confirming that the black talisman had indeed vanished from his grasp. He lowered the broken blade he held and stepped onto the shore, taking slow, deliberate strides around the cavern, as if searching for something. Before long, he halted before a slightly protruding rock, crouched down, and brushed away the dust covering the ground. Before him lay a fragmented teleportation array, instantly capturing his attention. Liu Ping examined the array closely. Just as he suspected, this array was part of the preparations from years past. Could it be that our world has already? He murmured softly. Before the fateful battle between humanity and the demons, to avert annihilation at the hands of the fiends, numerous sects had established clandestine sanctuaries within the depths of natural caverns. These places, rooted in the practice of the 6 arts, amalgamated the finest defensive measures of humanity, serving as the ultimate bastion of protection. He remembered that the renowned diviner was responsible for designing these underground refuges. However, the current state of affairs suggested that this place had already been activated and had endured attacks. Had the demons triumphed? Something felt amiss. The demons were the sentient beings born of nature, the animals, the plants, and the elements. They were alive, distinct from the monstrous entities of death, and thus should not be conflated. Moreover, one critical question remained. Why did everything here mirror the world of cultivation so precisely? Even the sanctuary bore an identical resemblance. It was inconceivable that the entire realm of cultivation had been transformed into a segment of the world of death. After all, countless legends spoke of the underworld corresponding to the realm of cultivation as the Yellow Springs. Everything in the Yellow Springs differed from the cultivation world. As ancient texts described places like the Naya Bridge, the River of Oblivion, the Great Iron Enclosure, the Underworld, and the Hall of Reincarnation, all serving as gateways to rebirth. Yet here, there were only coffins, an endless array of coffins, and creatures that enslaved souls. What had gone awry? Thoughts raced through Liu Ping's mind. Yet he could not grasp any coherent thread. Regardless, since this sanctuary was designed by my master, I should be able to interact with these arrays. He placed his hand upon the formation, channeling his spiritual energy, and tested it briefly. After a moment, a brilliant flash of spiritual light erupted from the array, only to vanish just as swiftly. The array did not awaken. However, Liu Ping felt a surge of excitement and whispered, "Good." Indeed, he was merely a chi refinement practitioner. His spiritual energy insufficient. Thus the array was activated only for an instant. Yet, as his cultivation improved in the future, he would be able to manipulate this array. Moreover, from that fleeting sensation, Liu Ping had already discerned the locations of other arrays nearest to him. He lifted his gaze towards the left front. In that direction, several dozen yards away, lay a silent, dark cavern. Moments ago, he had sensed a faint ripple of spiritual energy emanating from that vicinity. Should he investigate? Just then, a sudden intuition prompted him to glance in another direction. To his astonishment, he saw 7 or 8 practitioners emerging from another cave. Practitioners! Alive! Liu Ping felt a rush of exhilaration. The practitioners, having noticed him as well, seemed either unperturbed by his presence or perhaps preoccupied with their own urgent matters. For they did not linger and swiftly passed by him. Hurry! They were hastening towards the cavern that was alive with various sounds, supporting a bloodied practitioner among them. Before long, they disappeared into the depths of the cave, leaving Liu Ping in a state of perplexity. The situation appeared intricate and enigmatic. Clearly, There was a remarkable secret lurking behind all of this. Nevertheless, he had entered a moment that promised a refuge for the severely injured, which was certainly worth exploring. Oh, he suddenly recalled the ability he had activated earlier. It seemed to be a power from the performance arts, called. As he focused his mind, lines of small characters emerged in the void. You have activated the extraordinary ability, an unnoticed spectator. You will no longer attract excessive attention from others. Remaining duration, 15 minutes. Having gained some trust in this ability from his recent experience, Liu Ping felt a sense of reassurance and promptly ventured into the cavern. After traversing a dark, damp passage, he soon found himself in a spacious area. Two practitioners stood guard at the cave entrance, clad in armor, weapons in hand, their expressions serious and tense. Strangely, upon his appearance, disdain flickered across their faces. Chi refinement stage. This place is reserved for great cultivators. Your level of cultivation does not grant you entry. One of them stated. Never mind, just pay a spirit stone, and you can take refuge in the adjacent array, the other added. Liu Ping obediently produced a spirit stone and handed it over. One of the practitioners accepted the stone with impatience, gesturing towards the other side while simultaneously forming a hand seal. Liu Ping looked in the indicated direction and observed the rock face twisting. A rift in the void revealing the scenery within. The magic array. Indeed, this was the underground sanctuary once used to preserve the fire seeds of humanity. He thought to himself, bowing to the two individuals before slipping through the opening. Upon entering, he found himself in a spacious rocky platform where several bonfires flickered. Groups of practitioners sat scattered around the flames. As Liu Ping made his entrance, a multitude of mental energy surged toward him, only to retract in the next moment. A mere Chi refinement stage brat. Someone murmured softly. The crowd resumed their activities, paying Liu Ping no further heed. In the void, lines of small text quickly materialized. You are under the protection of the 12 layers of war array. The locking spells on you have been nullified. Note, if you remain here for 2 hours and 29 minutes, the locking spells upon you will dissipate. Liu Ping exhaled in relief. He was saved. His gaze shifted to the center of the area, where a magical illusion depicted a colossal creature, towering to the heavens, wielding a massive bronze hammer. Restlessly pacing back and forth. Each step it took caused the ground to tremble ever so slightly. The practitioners surrounding the spectacle engaged in animated discussions. This monster is exceedingly rare. Indeed, one can hardly fathom what provoked it. Fortunately, we only need to hide underground and avoid confronting this beast. Liu Ping listened intently to their chatter, his eyes fixed on the creature. With his keen perception, he could discern that the monster's strength far surpassed that of any practitioner at the divine illumination stage. It was neither a demon nor a monster. In fact, even the most formidable of fiends were no match for it. What on earth has transpired in this world? A chill crept down Liu Ping's spine. He moved to a corner, seeking refuge by a less populated bonfire. Seated around this fire were two Chi refinement practitioners, a man and a woman, both possessing a strength akin to his own. Upon his arrival, the male practitioner was engaged in conversation with the female, neither of them even bothering to glance his way. The male sighed. When the incident occurred, I was in search of materials. I never anticipated such a turn of events would force me to halt my plans and seek refuge here. What a stroke of bad luck. Tentatively, Liu Ping inquired. Fellow cultivator, how did you come to learn of this matter? The male glanced at him but did not respond. Liu Ping then turned to the female, bowing slightly. Esteemed fairy, I too have come to take shelter. Might I ask? The female ignored him, continuing the conversation with the male. At that moment, I was in the midst of my cultivation. When the incident unfolded, I immediately sought refuge here, hoping that this ordeal would not drag on too long. Liu Ping felt compelled to address the male once more, clasping his fists and smiling. Fellow cultivator, could you elaborate on the specifics of the situation? The male's gaze swept past him, resting on the female before he spoke. This commotion is rather significant. Perhaps some powerful individual inadvertently disturbed those terrifying beings. We may have to remain here for an extended period. Liu Ping inhaled deeply and exclaimed, Fellow cultivator, what do you believe has actually transpired? His voice resonated somewhat loudly, prompting both practitioners to finally turn their attention to him. In the next moment, the female cultivator spoke again. By the way, since we are all at the Chi refining stage, why not share our names and exchange insights on our cultivation? The male cultivator immediately turned his head to look at her. I am Hong Tao, he said, cupping his fist in greeting. I am Zhao Chani, the female cultivator replied, also cupping her fists. I am Liu Ping. I hope to receive your guidance. Liu Ping introduced himself, following suit. So it is fellow Taoist Hong. The female cultivator smiled at the male. Fairy Zhao, shall we discuss the foundational methods together? The male cultivator smiled back. Of course. But may I inquire where fellow Taoist Hong gathers materials? The female cultivator asked. I know the place, Since we are both chi refining practitioners, it would be fitting for us to go together for mutual support, the male cultivator responded. That is exactly what I wish for, the female cultivator said. The two engaged in a fervent discussion, while Liu Ping stood there, fist clasped, motionless. This is rather unfortunate. Since beginning my journey, I have never experienced such a degree of disregard. Liu Ping gradually adjusted his emotions, exhaling slowly, and eventually lowered his hands. Is this what it means to be a person without a role? Quite disheartening. Chapter 9. The messenger's glimpse. Liu Ping pondered for a moment, ultimately choosing to remain silent as he sat cross-legged, patiently awaiting the passage of time. At that moment, the two chi refinement practitioners across from him ceased their discourse. The other cultivators gathered around the campfires also hushed their whispers, all eyes drawn to the center of the clearing. There stood a bloodied practitioner, surrounded by 7 or 8 companions, each displaying a range of emotions, sorrow, tears, sighs, and shaking heads, an array of sentiments. This was indeed the group of cultivators Liu Ping had previously encountered. Li Lang, have you truly died once? A female practitioner stepped forward, grasping the hand of the blood-soaked male cultivator. The male raised his hand, slowly forming a fist, and with a vacant expression replied, Yes, I have just died. This is my rebirth. A hush fell over the crowd. The onlookers instinctively shifted their bodies, distancing themselves from the male practitioner. Yet the female cultivator displayed unwavering resolve, proclaiming loudly, It is nothing to fear. So many have died once, and yet continue to live well, unpossessed by the monsters. Liu Ping furrowed his brow. The notion of having died once and being overtaken by monsters echoed eerily with Wang Cheng's experience. The male practitioner chuckled bitterly, shaking his head. Just observe everyone's demeanor, and you will understand that this is the moment I must choose. The female cultivator hesitated. Do you truly wish to? The male practitioner nodded, retrieving a talisman from his robe and casting it forth. Spirit of the sacred beast, manifest. He intoned. The talisman shimmered, transforming into a black door that devoured the light. Moments later, a pale visage emerged from the darkness, gazing intently at the male practitioner. The face rasped, a resurrected soul. Do you seek refuge under the protection of the saint to evade the monster's possession? With cupped fists, the male practitioner affirmed, Indeed, I beseech your guidance. The visage fell silent, gently advancing, as the entire dark portal morphed into a cloak enveloping it. It descended to the ground, surveying its surroundings. Having emerged from the shadows, I shall bestow blessings upon all who witness this moment, the visage declared. Yes, the male practitioner stood respectfully behind the visage. The female cultivator, revealing signs of inner turmoil, finally spoke, I wish to join him in the faith. The visage regarded her with approval. This is the wisest decision of your life. I shall inform the saint to secure for you both the finest abode. The female cultivator relaxed, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, esteemed one. Very well. Please wait here for a moment. The visage instructed before turning to walk towards the crowd. The assembly remained silent. The visage approached an individual and softly stated, The power of the martial path resides within you, martial practitioner, I bless you. The individual bowed in gratitude. The visage continued onward, addressing another. The transformative force of the 5 elements deepens your cultivation, sorcerer, I bless you. That individual also bowed in acknowledgement. As the visage circled the gathering, it suddenly halted before a particular practitioner. You possess remarkable divine abilities, and you have died once, it observed, fixing its gaze upon the practitioner. What? How is that possible? He has died once? The crowd exclaimed in astonishment. The cultivator's complexion turned pale as he clasped his fists and said, Indeed, I have experienced death. The Holy Spirit perceives all. The masked figure inquired, Do you wish to join the faith, to evade the malevolence of death under the protection of the Holy One? The cultivator hesitated, replying, I am already under the guidance of another Holy One, adhering to their teachings, although I have yet to embark on that path. The masked figure paused for a moment, then smiled gently. I understand. I shall not press you further. The figure continued on its way, passing by the fire where Liu Ping stood, briefly pausing to gaze at the female cultivator. A fine young seedling, it remarked, you are the cornerstone of enlightened cultivation. I bestow my blessings upon you. The female cultivator bowed in gratitude. The figure then turned to the male cultivator, exclaiming, Ah, another seedling flourishing splendidly. I bestow my blessings upon you as well. The male cultivator also bowed. When the figure's gaze fell upon Liu Ping, it fell silent. Suddenly, an anomaly occurred. Lines of burning text appeared in the void. It has unleashed a certain power, conducting a comprehensive investigation on you. As you are currently manifesting as a person without a role, all information regarding you has been meticulously concealed. It failed to detect anything unusual about you. It considers you to be insignificant. The investigation concluded. The text flickered into existence before vanishing swiftly. As the words disappeared, everyone turned their attention toward Liu Ping. The figure cloaked in darkness spoke. "Ah, young man, you too shall have a grand future." With that, the figure departed from Liu Ping's fire and moved toward another. Liu Ping stood silently by the fire, reflecting. What a fool. You meant to call me insignificant, did you not? And you bestowed blessings upon everyone else, yet overlooked me. How blatant can you be? Did you not consider my feelings? A gust of wind swept by, sending a chill down his spine. Only then did he realize that he was drenched in a fine layer of cold sweat. Suddenly, he began to feel grateful for being a person without a role. Although the experience was somewhat unsatisfactory, this ability truly proved advantageous. Hey, how dare you suddenly provide me with a hint? Liu Ping pondered, silently asking. A line of text appeared in the void. This sequence cannot be exposed, but providing an explanation regarding your combat situation is not an issue. Oh, so it was merely an explanation. Liu Ping nestled in the corner, quietly observing the unfolding events. Finally, the masked figure concluded its observations and returned to the two cultivators. We must take our leave. We cannot keep the Holy One waiting, it stated. Indeed, both cultivators replied in unison. The figure expanded its form, transforming back into the black door. The two cultivators exchanged glances, clasped hands, and together stepped through the door, departing from the sanctuary. After a while, the crowd gradually relaxed. What a pity. Taoist Li possesses extraordinary talents. Yet having died once, he must abandon the path of cultivation and follow the Holy One down another road, someone lamented. Humph. The path of cultivation is fraught with difficulty. Perhaps in the future, he will surpass both you and me. Indeed, when compared to the arduous path of cultivation, such a system is rather alluring. The voices of discussion resumed, and Liu Ping listened quietly as time drifted by. At last, a line of small characters materialized in the void. Your ability, a person without a role, has concluded. He exhaled in relief and smiled at the cultivator across from him, saying, Friend Hong, I have a matter to inquire. The chi-refining cultivator named Hong Tao clasped his hands in respect and replied, I am unworthy. Please, proceed. Liu Ping asked, Might I inquire whether the commander on the battlefield has changed? Hong Tao responded, After the fall of the divination sage, a new commander was appointed. When did the divination sage fall? Liu Ping inquired, holding his breath as his heart tightened with apprehension. Hong Tao replied, A year ago. However, it is said he left behind certain instructions. All his affairs remained shrouded in secrecy, safeguarded by the 7 great sects. He turned to the female cultivator beside him and asked, Fairy Zhao, do you concur? The enigmatic divination sage, the architect behind all here, ensured that his matters were confidential. Sealed away from the knowledge of ordinary cultivators like us, Zhao Chani nodded in agreement. So it is, Liu Ping sighed. A year, merely a fleeting year. In that brief span, the entire cultivation world has transformed into a realm of death. A great terror lurks in the void, fixated upon our world. I have pondered for long, yet I possess no means to counter it. I cannot even discern the truth before my demise. Disciple, I hope you can endure. This is my final wish. Recalling his master's words, Liu Ping's expression dimmed slightly. In the realms of the 6 arts and various cultivation techniques, he had long surpassed his master, yet he had only calculated his master's tribulations, never contemplating the future of the entire world. Now, as he sought to comprehend, he found that the celestial machinations had become utterly chaotic, rendering any foresight impossible. Unable to ascertain what had transpired, it seemed as though everyone had perished. Master, what exactly did you foresee back then? After a moment of contemplation, a thought surged within Liu Ping's mind. Enter the 7 great sects. Uncover the secrets hidden by my master. Chapter 10. The descent. Several hours later, 3 figures swiftly traversed the narrow subterranean passage. How much farther until we arrive? Liu Ping inquired. We're almost there. But let us agree on something first. When we search for materials later, we must not separate, for danger lurks in solitude. And one cannot face it alone, Hong Tao replied. How shall we divide the spoils? Zhao Chani asked. We shall split it evenly among the 3 of us. Do you have any objections? Hong Tao stated. None, Liu Ping affirmed. Nor do I, Zhao Chani added. At this moment, the passageway reached its end, revealing 5 divergent paths ahead. The trio paused. Liu Ping took a breath and produced a gourd, uncorking it to take several swigs. This gourd of spirit liquor was a trade he had made with Hong Tao. Joining forces with 2 chi refinement cultivators had a distinct advantage. They would help him navigate this concealed realm of time and space. Hong Tao glanced at Liu Ping and asked, How's the liquor? It's excellent, my friend. If you brew more next time, do share a gourd with me, Liu Ping responded, giving a thumbs up. Of course, that's no problem, Hong Tao laughed heartily, his tone growing warmer. How shall we proceed? Zhao Chani inquired. The second path to the left leads to a desolate desert, rarely traversed since antiquity. Thus it should be relatively safe, Hong Tao explained. I am aware of this place, but I haven't heard of any recent descents here, Zhao Chani remarked. Hong Tao chuckled, saying, the desert is ever shifting. Ah, I see, Zhao Chani realized. After some time together, Liu Ping had grown familiar with the two, and he understood the nature of the descent. The descent referred to objects falling from the sky. No one knew why these things fell, but occasionally, peculiar items would plummet, landing near mountains, in rivers, or in remote locations. Some of these strange objects were worth a fortune, while others were utterly incomprehensible, and some held no value whatsoever. However, they shared a common trait. Once seized, they might unleash unprecedented dangers. Many great cultivators had suffered dire consequences, with several meeting their demise. Thus, after recognizing the inherent risks, the high-ranking cultivators made the most prudent decision. The task of collecting these items was relegated to the lower-tier cultivators. The trio continued their journey for another hour. Finally, the path ahead began to ascend, and they could faintly see the exit in the distance. Hong Tao gestured for them to halt as they reached the cave's mouth. Taking a moment to regroup, Zhao Chani produced a jade ruler, positioning herself at the rear of the formation. Meanwhile, Hong Tao retrieved a pitch-black iron rod. Stepping forward to shield the others behind him, both turned their gazes toward Liu Ping. Liu Ping addressed them. My weapon has been damaged. Might either of you possess a spare? I would be willing to purchase it with spirit stones. Hong Tao shook his head with a wry smile. I, too, have no extra weapons. Zhao Chani pondered for a moment before inquiring, I am yet to know what skills you possess, Taoist Liu. Liu Ping glanced at Hong Tao, then turned his gaze back to Zhao Chani. With a martial cultivator and a sorcerer present, there was no need for him to take the lead. He cupped his hands and replied, I am proficient in the 5-element sorcery. Zhao Chani's expression softened as she produced a paper fan, saying, Ah. It appears that Taoist Liu and I share a common affinity, both being sorcerers. My spiritual root aligns with the element of wood, and mine with water, Liu Ping responded. Water nourishes wood. With Liu Ping's assistance, Zhao Chani could unleash sorcery beyond her inherent capabilities, a fortuitous development. After a moment's reflection, Zhao Chani continued. As for the water element, I happen to possess a fan imbued with water magic, though I am uncertain if it would be of use to you, Taoist Liu. She retrieved a fan and extended it toward Liu Ping. In an instant, a line of small characters materialized in the air, water-infused spiritual treasure fan. A treasured artifact. This fan is woven from waterborne spiritual flora nurtured by a millennium-old spiritual spring, harmonizing with water. When you cast water-based sorcery, its potency is enhanced by 10%. Liu Ping's eyes brightened, and he responded with a bow. This is splendid. I learned some fan techniques in my early years. Please, Miss Zhao, name your price. 3 spiritual stones will suffice, Zhao Chani replied. Liu Ping paused. Such a spiritual fan would have cost several hundred spiritual stones in times past. Now, it could be acquired for merely 3. Was it the value of the spiritual stones that had risen, or had the fan's worth diminished? As he pondered, he retrieved 3 spiritual stones and presented them. Zhao Chani accepted the stones with a smile, remarking, Taoist Liu is truly generous. Hong Tao chimed in with a jest, wow. To produce 3 spiritual stones at once, Taoist Liu, a person of your caliber would surely have been a direct disciple of a grand sect in former times. As they spoke, Zhao Chani handed the spiritual fan to Liu Ping. Perhaps influenced by Hong Tao's words, she scrutinized Liu Ping anew. His stature was erect, his features striking, and he carried himself with a certain charm. How had she overlooked this when they first met? She felt a twinge of embarrassment and said, Taoist Liu, allow me to present you with a spiritual hound talisman as an additional gift. Zhao Chani handed over a talisman. Liu Ping accepted it after a brief hesitation. The spiritual hound talisman required only a modicum of spiritual power to conjure a hound constructed of spiritual energy, serving as a rudimentary scout to detect danger. Liu Ping tucked the talisman away and casually inserted the fan into his waist, reflecting on the situation. Firstly, it was evident that spiritual stones had indeed become more valuable. Secondly, not only were these 2 individuals straightforward, but even among the cultivators at the previous refuge, there had been little deception or treachery. It seemed that a newfound trust had blossomed among the practitioners, akin to a collective seeking warmth in the cold. They were neither of the same sect nor old acquaintances. Yet they could unite in such a manner. It felt almost unbelievable. Now that we are all prepared, let us set forth, Hong Tao declared. Liu Ping and Zhao Chani nodded in agreement. The trio exited the cavern, revealing an expanse of desolate desert under a somber, silent sky. The wind blew gently, carrying a sense of timelessness. A mysterious glimmer emerged from the undulating desert sands, and as the wind swept through, the world was enveloped in a veil of mist. Hong Tao and Zhao Chani involuntarily exhaled. The last time I visited the surface was 3 months ago, Zhao Chani remarked, twisting her hair. Is that so? I too. Have felt an unbearable restlessness lately, which compelled me to inquire about this place and hasten here to gather materials, Hong Tao replied. Liu Ping remained silent. Are people now confined to living underground? When I first awoke, I could still see the night sky. That must have been above ground. The tomb's guardian had given me a talisman, allowing me to leave the burial site and suddenly find myself underground. So what exactly is that burial place? I still have not grasped the situation, Liu Ping sighed, trailing behind Hong Tao as they ventured into the sandy expanse. The three moved forward in a triangular formation. After a while, Zhao Chani suddenly spoke. I believe there is something on my side. Hong Tao and Liu Ping immediately halted. Zhao Chani pointed to a spot several hundred meters to her left, stating, it is covered by sand, approximately half a foot deep. I'll check it out. Be prepared. If anything arises, we must engage in battle immediately, Hong Tao instructed. Understood, Liu Ping and Zhao Chani responded. Hong Tao dashed forward, forming a hand sign. And with a swift motion, he parted the sand. Beneath the surface, a dark object materialized within their collective awareness. Hong Tao seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Although it lacks substantial value, at least it marks a promising start, he declared. He extended a long rod and gently prodded the object, which then flew towards Liu Ping and Zhao Chani. Zhao Chani caught it, examined it briefly, and inquired, did you purchase a catalog? I possess illustrations of 30 items, including this one. It is quite common, Hong Tao replied. What is it worth? Approximately 1 spirit stone. That's not bad, Zhao Chani said, displaying a look of satisfaction as she tossed the object to Liu Ping. The moment Liu Ping glanced at the item, a line of small text rapidly appeared in the void. Discovered an item of technological origin, portable micro-submachine gun. 50 rounds of ammunition. Liu Ping was taken aback and silently questioned, are you familiar with this? Another line of text emerged. This item was not manufactured in your world. It originates from a different civilization. An object that fell from the sky, from another civilization. Liu Ping pondered for a moment and then asked, do you recognize the items we are about to collect next? A line of text responded, not necessarily. In fact, this presents a valuable opportunity for intelligence gathering, enabling us to discern what has transpired in this world. All right, I too wish to understand what has happened, Liu Ping stated. In the distance, Hong Tao's voice called out. There is more. Deep below. Liu Ping and Zhao Chani exchanged glances and sprinted towards him. Shortly after, the three of them joined forces to excavate a sand pit several dozen meters deep. A colossal steel humanoid apparatus materialized before their eyes. What a pity. It's in such a dilapidated state that it holds little value, Hong Tao lamented. Is it in your compendium? Indeed, it resembles a human form, yet it is utterly incomprehensible. The spiritual energy cannot animate it, rendering it worthless. Moreover, its sheer size would fill the storage pouch entirely, leaving no room for anything else. Let us depart. With that, the two leaped into the abyss. Liu Ping focused intently on the steel humanoid apparatus. Suddenly, lines of small text swiftly appeared in the void, comparison with database complete. Item identification successful. You have discovered the battle mech, destroyer. Escalating situation level. Initiating intervention, conducting a comprehensive examination of the current mech's arsenal. Arsenal type, original. Capable of loading 136 micro-tactical nuclear weapons. Arsenal status, vacant, no ammunition. Danger level deactivated. Chapter 11, engaging the enemy. Lines of small text rapidly dissipated. Liu Ping gazed at the words, sensing an inexplicable air of crisis, yet it seemed this peril was entirely dismissed under the scrutiny of the sequence. He yearned to inquire further about the so-called tactical nuclear weapons, but the booming voice of Hong Tao echoed from above. Reluctantly, Liu Ping set aside his puzzlement and leaped into the pit. The trio pressed onward. We should strive to locate items that have already been identified, this way. The risks are somewhat diminished, suggested Zhao Chani thoughtfully. Hong Tao chuckled wryly, Fairy Zhao, over the past few decades, countless objects have fallen from the sky, numbering in the millions. However, only a little over 10,000 of them have been identified as harmless, and the catalog I possess records merely around 100. Thus, if we wish to avoid returning empty-handed, we must take some risks, Liu Ping remarked. The three continued for a moment until Liu Ping suddenly halted, pointing toward a certain direction. Hong Tao, wielding his staff, advanced to rummage through the sand, unearthing a long spear forged from pure gold. Well done, brother Liu. With this spear, while it may not fetch us many spirit stones, at least our recent livelihoods will be secured, Hong Tao exclaimed with joy. Zhao Chani nodded in agreement. Secured livelihoods. Have even the low-tier cultivators fallen to such depths? Liu Ping pondered, only to notice Zhao Chani's expression shift as she gazed in another direction. She formed a hand seal, casting a spell to disperse a cloud of yellow sand. I have never seen this before, Zhao Chani murmured. Hong Tao flew over. Taking a glance, I haven't seen it either. What about you, Liu Daoyu? Liu Ping directed his gaze toward the object before them. a palm-sized carving, sculpted from dark gray stone, resembling a unicorn. Lines of small text materialized in the void, comparing with the database, match successful. You have discovered a magical item, unicorn mount. Usage: activate the statue with 5 units of magical energy to transform the spell into a mount. Note: using this sequence as a medium. Activation of this statue may also be achieved with 5 times the spirit power, albeit barely. Liu Ping scrutinized Hong Tao and Zhao Chani. The two stood still, their faces etched with anxiety and vigilance. Was this object truly dangerous? Was it worth taking? With a wave of his hand, the statue soared into his grasp. Rest assured, I have seen this item in a catalog. It poses no threat, he assured them. The two instantly exhaled in relief. Then, how much can it be sold for? Zhao Chani inquired. I only know it is not dangerous. The selling price remains uncertain, Liu Ping replied. Regardless, it certainly won't result in a loss, Hong Tao added. Suddenly, a voice echoed from a distance. Of course, it won't lead to a loss. This is a valuable item. A shadow flickered by. Bang, bang. 2 muffled thuds resounded as Hong Tao and Zhao Chani were instantly sent flying. Liu Ping suddenly unfurled the spirit fan in his hand, releasing layers of ethereal light akin to a blossoming screen, shielding him from 12 shadowy blades. Despite this, he was still sent flying, utilizing the momentum. He deftly adjusted his posture mid-air, gracefully retreating several dozen feet. Yet, this was not the end. As Liu Ping soared backwards, he twirled the fan with a delicate flourish, conjuring 9 radiant blades of spiritual light that formed a protective barrier around him. The shadowy figure, taken aback by his unexpected prowess, could not approach, instead darting around the field of luminous blades in search of an opening. Suspended in midair, Liu Ping flipped his left hand, revealing the spirit dog talisman. Aha! A spirit dog talisman? Is this your final act of defiance? The shadowy figure mocked. Liu Ping's demeanor remained unchanged as he suddenly spat a mouthful of blood, saturating the talisman in a deep crimson hue. With a finger poised like a blade, he swiftly traced intricate patterns upon the talisman. The entire parchment was enveloped in blood, which he manipulated to inscribe a brand new spiritual rune. In an instant, a new talisman was born. With one hand wielding the spirit fan and the other grasping the talisman, he called out, "Tiger form." The talisman erupted into flames, unleashing a torrent of fire that plummeted to the ground, coalescing into a massive, blazing tiger that stood guard. Only then did Liu Ping descend gracefully to the earth. The shadowy figure hesitated momentarily, retreating several paces. At that moment, he revealed himself to be a man adorned with a curved hook and a white jade crown. A talisman master? The crown man exclaimed, astonished as he scrutinized Liu Ping. Liu Ping placed a hand upon the fiery tiger at his side, forming a seal. Wait. The man quickly interjected. Kill him, Liu Ping whispered. As if caught unaware by a sudden ambush, battles among cultivators always commenced without forewarning, erupting with utmost intensity until a victor emerged. Should hesitation or a cessation of attack arise in one's heart, it would mean surrendering one's life to another, a most foolish act. The fiery tiger surged forth, transforming into a myriad of flames that enveloped the man. Unable to escape, he was struck multiple times by the ferocious beast, collapsing to the ground, motionless. Liu Ping exhaled a long sigh of relief, hastily reclaiming the talisman and rushing towards Hong Tao, who had 2 long daggers embedded in his body and was now breathing heavily, with more air escaping than entering. Hong, hold on. I have a control crane pill here. Take it, and you will be fine, Liu Ping called out, producing a fragrant pill from his storage pouch. Just as he was about to feed it to Hong Tao, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A fierce wind surged from behind Liu Ping, propelling him several dozen feet away. It was the man in the crown, his upper garments scorched away, skin a charred crimson, standing before Hong Tao and gasping for breath. That last move was quite formidable. It actually injured me. But a mere chi-refining cultivator expending such talismanic power must have exhausted their spiritual energy, right? Although that blow severely wounded him, it is still not enough to claim his life. In his grasp, he held a pill, the very one that Liu Ping had just produced. The man inhaled the scent of the elixir and erupted into a fit of maniacal laughter. Ah, is this the crane control pill? Indeed, it truly is the crane control pill. How on earth did you come by such a remarkable potion? Liu Ping was sent tumbling several meters away, collapsing to the ground and spitting out blood, his face contorted in furious defiance. You are clearly a peak foundation establishment cultivator. Yet you ambush us 3 chi refinement practitioners and steal my pill. How despicable. Despicable? You are the ones who have grown so complacent. And yet you blame others for taking action? The man's expression shifted from mirth to a cold severity. Young one, the path of cultivation has always been fraught with peril. Very well, today I shall impart a lesson upon you. Beware the ship that sails for a millennium. With that, he swallowed the pill whole. Upon witnessing this, Liu Ping's expression of rage vanished entirely as he sprang towards Hong Tao. The tall man regarded Liu Ping's retreating figure with a sardonic smile before reaching for his storage bag, only to suddenly freeze in place, unable to move. The crane control pill had already been consumed by Liu Ping, and its outer layers had diminished. Just 3 to 5 breaths after ingestion, the inner poison manifested. Boom. With a muffled thud, the tall man could no longer maintain his form and abruptly transformed into a gaunt wolf demon. So it was a demon. I wondered how a Foundation establishment practitioner could deal with us, Zhao Chang'e remarked. A fearsome poison wolf demon. It spat forth black blood, urgently exclaiming, I will give you all the spirit stones I possess. Please, antidote me. Spirit stones? I am not in need of spirit stones. Do you have anything else to offer? Liu Ping inquired hastily. Whatever you desire, I shall give it all. The wolf demon bellowed. I want you dead, Liu Ping replied with a smile. The wolf demon gaped, attempting to utter another word, but no sound escaped its lips. Its expression gradually turned rigid, its body becoming as lifeless as withered wood, standing silently in the desert. It had perished. Liu Ping turned away from it and approached Hong Tao, sweeping his hand over him. A chill mist materialized, gently descending and promptly freezing the wounds upon Hong Tao's body, halting the flow of blood. Birar, it's so cold, Hong Tao shivered. Endure it, Liu Ping instructed, completing his incantation and waving the spirit fan in his right hand. Layers of spiritual light emanated from the fan, cascading down upon the frost. Spirit light rain technique. This was a rather rare technique, derived from the transformative powers of the water element, utilizing ice and water for healing purposes. Hong Daoyu, your life is preserved. But you will need time to recuperate, Liu Ping assured him. I am already content to be alive, but could you perhaps remove these 2 blades from my body first? Hong Tao gasped, drawing in sharp breaths. Do not worry, I shall handle it. Zhao Chang'e knelt down, swiftly tending to his wounds. Liu Ping cast a glance their way before turning aside to maintain vigilance. With his low cultivation level and 2 burdensome companions by his side, he could no longer afford to be careless. Upon this realization, he approached the corpse of the wolf demon, retrieving the previously broken blade to pierce its chest. Turning to Zhao Xianzi, he inquired, now that I have stabbed its heart, if it were to resurrect, would it not immediately perish once more? Quickly, withdraw the blade, Zhao Chang'e exclaimed. Though this action may prevent its revival, it will inevitably attract the attention of those formidable creatures with the renewed injury to the corpse, Hong Tao remarked. Liu Ping swiftly extracted the knife, casting a puzzled glance at the 2. In the next moment, clarity dawned upon him. The rules were thus. First, one may kill, but cannot harm the corpse. Second, any being that has died once may return, yet to die a second time. The monster shall directly descend, seizing the corpse and enslaving the soul. Chapter 12. A performance in the vast desert. 3 individuals gazed upon the lifeless form of the wolf demon. Zhao Chang'e exhibited a palpable sense of unease, hastily asserting, between death and resurrection lies an uncertain interval. Each individual is different. Thus, we cannot ascertain when it may rise again or transform into a monstrosity. Despite his injuries, Hong Tao struggled to rise, urging, let us depart swiftly. We must not linger here. The 2 were eager to flee. However, Liu Ping hesitated, pondering, what if we incinerate it? If it turns to ash, surely it cannot resurrect. Should we ignite it and then escape before the creature arrives? Upon hearing this, Zhao Chang'e's gaze grew increasingly bewildered. That is unwise. As I mentioned earlier, should any corpse be reduced to ashes, it would undoubtedly summon a formidable monster to investigate. We must not recklessly destroy any remains, she insisted. I have an idea. We can affix a fire talisman to the wolf demon and set it to ignite after a quarter of an hour. Then we can make our escape. This way, even if the monster appears, it will not find us immediately, Liu Ping proposed. Thus, a crucial question arose. In truth, such rules are fraught with numerous loopholes that can be circumvented in various ways. Has no one ever attempted to obliterate the evidence? The act of erasing corpses is not unfamiliar to many practitioners. I am certain they are well acquainted with it. However, something does not add up. To die once and resurrect, to die again and transform into a monster, what then of the monster itself? Reflecting carefully, Wang Cheng had indeed resurrected once before approaching to test me. I had slain him twice. The second time, I had kicked his head to that massive aberration formed from countless corpses. Had I not delivered that kick, once I had slain him in his monstrous form and obliterated his remains, he would have lost his physical form. How could he then rise again with such vigor? This is the crux of the matter. If I were to reduce him to ashes, would that not signify my triumph over the monster? Such a notion should have been contemplated long ago. Countless thoughts raced through Liu Ping's mind. After a moment's deliberation, he spoke, "Esteemed friends, please wait. I wish to attempt something." "What is it?" Hong Tao inquired. "A method to combat the monster," Liu Ping replied. He then knelt before the wolf demon's corpse, deftly forming a seal and softly intoning, "Summon." Before their eyes, 2 wisps of pale green mist emerged from the creature's nostrils. slowly drifting towards Liu Ping and intertwining around his fingers. This was the venom within the wolf demon, drawn forth by Liu Ping's incantation. Congeal, he commanded, manipulating the seal. The mist appeared to grow denser, suspended in the air. Liu Ping delicately positioned the vapor at the tip of the demon's snout. I shall not harm the corpse, however. Should it resurrect, the first breath it takes will be this toxic mist, which will permeate its being, leading to its demise once more, he explained to the others. This is the means to prevent the monster's revival. Even if it returns, it shall succumb to the poison once again. The two stood in stunned silence. In the next moment, the wolf demon opened its eyes, ready to rise. However, Liu Ping was quicker, pressing the creature down while invoking a spell. The incantation took effect, and the toxic mist surged forth as if animated, swiftly infiltrating the wolf demon's nostrils, permeating its body, and dispersing throughout its limbs. You. The wolf demon barely managed to utter a word before its form turned a sickly green, rendered immobile upon the ground. It was dead once more. Liu Ping confirmed this grim reality and remarked with satisfaction, let us consider this its second death. Soon, the monster shall emerge. He lifted his gaze to find Hong Tao and Lu Chani standing motionless, their eyes fixed on him, seemingly unable to fathom such a phenomenon. An uncanny sensation welled within Liu Ping's heart, but he had no time for contemplation. In an instant, lines of small text materialized in the void. Attention. This sequence has preliminarily familiarized itself with the rules of this world. At this critical juncture, this sequence shall temporarily activate a special mysterious technique to obscure all information from you, ensuring that no entity can discern your true nature. The mysterious technique, a temporary guest star, is now in effect. Upon activation of this technique, your identity shall become an enigma, none shall know your origins. And all will forget any connection to you afterward. Duration, 3 minutes. The text flickered and vanished from sight as Liu Ping finished reading. In the next moment, the wolf demon breathed life once more. What a vile poison, it managed to utter, but Liu Ping, wielding a spiritual fan, conjured a sharp ice arrow that pierced its body. As it was alive, this act could not be deemed as desecrating a corpse. Just as when he had slain Wang Cheng, the wolf demon struggled momentarily, realizing it could not move, and gasped, this, friend, under whose command do you serve? Its gaze fell upon Liu Ping, sensing that he was neither dead nor truly alive, rendering him an unfathomable mystery. Such a situation was exceedingly rare. Unless, as the wolf demon pondered, Liu Ping spoke, this corpse is my property. No, it belongs to me, the wolf demon retorted. Liu Ping forcefully drove the ice arrow deeper into the wolf demon's chest, softly challenging, pray tell, to whom does it truly belong? The wolf demon let out a wretched howl, suddenly recalling a crucial thought. Indeed, while such circumstances were rare, encountering a being that eluded even its perception could only mean that its masters had personally arrived. They sometimes acted in secrecy for matters of great importance. With this realization, the wolf demon hastily declared, this corpse is yours. It is yours. Then why do you not depart? Liu Ping replied, but who is your master? Please enlighten me. That I may understand, the wolf demon inquired cautiously. Your master? Do you truly believe I am anyone's subordinate? Liu Ping, ever astute, sneered. He swung the ice arrow, carving a long gash into the corpse. The wolf demon shuddered. Believing he had comprehended the words of the other, he endured the pain and forced a sycophantic smile, saying, I sincerely apologize. I was unaware that a distinguished individual had graced us with their presence. I shall take my leave at once. It would be best to forget everything you have witnessed. Otherwise, I assure you, I shall not spare you. Liu Ping remarked. Indeed, I understand. The wolf demon replied. With a tilt of its head, it abruptly ceased to breathe. The corpse fell into utter stillness. Liu Ping waited for a moment. The body did not revive. It appeared that this corpse had truly been forsaken. No, it belonged to Liu Ping. 2 lines of small text swiftly materialized in the void. Time's up. The temporary guest appearance has concluded. Liu Ping inquired, what shall we do with this corpse? A line of small text appeared. Unknown. Liu Ping pondered. It seems that the wolf demon's body is now mine, but how shall I utilize it? He raised his gaze once more towards Hong Tao and Zhao Chani. The two remained motionless. Fellow Taoist Hong, Fairy Zhao, why do you not speak? Liu Ping called out. Their expressions were frozen, their eyes vacant. Completely oblivious to Liu Ping's words, they seemed as though time had congealed them in place, eternally trapped in a moment of the past. Unable to perceive anything occurring in the present, fellow Taoist Hong, Liu Ping stood up and rushed to his companion, placing a hand upon him and channeling spiritual energy to probe for any response. Yet, he found nothing. Although injured, Hong Tao should not have been reduced to this state. What has happened to you, fellow Taoist Hong? Liu Ping shouted. Hong Tao's face remained blank, voiceless. Zhao Chani was similarly affected. Liu Ping stepped back a few paces, scrutinizing the two. They were neither attacked nor possessed. They had inexplicably become marionettes. Liu Ping felt an unprecedented sense of eeriness permeating the scene before him. Suddenly, a voice echoed from afar. I never expected to encounter such a rare situation. Liu Ping turned to see, through the swirling sands, a diminutive figure emerge. The figure gracefully leapt several times before arriving before the three. It was a young girl, adorned in an exquisite gown, her long hair cascading down, embellished with numerous glittering accessories. The girl gazed with her deep crimson eyes, which sparkled with an otherworldly allure, intently observing the wolf demon's corpse. Who might you be? Esteemed one? Liu Ping inquired, bowing slightly. First, answer me this. Why has the toxin within this seemingly ordinary venomous wolf transformed so dramatically? The girl asked. I possess a rare and exceedingly valuable poison pill. Upon ingestion, it leads to death by poisoning, Liu Ping replied. I see. Might you be willing to part with this prey? After all, you have no use for it, the young girl inquired, tilting her head. Though you may take it. Why do you assume I have no use for it? Liu Ping questioned. Upon seeing his willingness to relinquish the prey, the girl revealed a faint smile and softly said, A wise individual, are you curious to learn something? Liu Ping nodded. The girl approached, and suddenly, a flicker of light emanated from her, piercing into the corpse of the wolf demon. The corpse of the wolf demon vanished instantaneously. The aroma was delightful. Indeed. It is this kind of highly toxic spiritual flesh that can evoke a rapture of the taste buds, she murmured in low exhilaration. Liu Ping quietly retreated a few steps, clutching the spiritual fan in his hand. What had just transpired? He had barely caught a glimpse. The speed exhibited had surpassed his own limits of reaction. This should not be of a human race, Liu Ping contemplated inwardly. Drawing upon years of experience dealing with demons and monsters, he quietly formed his judgment. The little girl produced a pure white handkerchief and delicately wiped the corners of her mouth before speaking. I am quite satisfied with the prey. To express my gratitude. By the way, are you not concerned about your companions? She approached Hong Tao and Zhao Chani. The two remained frozen in place, speechless, as if entranced. What has happened to them? Liu Ping could not help but inquire. The little girl replied, Someone has placed certain restrictions upon their souls, preventing them from seizing the souls and bodies of others. Thus, when they witnessed you contesting for souls with those beings, they immediately fell into disarray and could not respond. In other words, they are merely being controlled, playing their roles in an ongoing series of world simulations. It is akin to a theatrical performance. Volume 2, Dark Drama Chapter 1. Night and day. The little girl stepped forward, waving her hand in front of Hong Tao's eyes. He gazed vacantly into the distant desert, oblivious to the arm moving before him. Gradually, the girl began to smile. The situation was easily explicable. You have uncovered a flaw in this game, which has rendered them immobile, while I have sensed the unusual fluctuations from outside. The very element that triggered the flaw, namely the corpse of the wolf demon, has been consumed by me, thus lifting the constraints on their souls, allowing them to regain their consciousness soon. She leaned closer to Liu Ping and whispered, Although I sensed the anomaly, I could not enter this concealed dimension. However, when the flaw manifested, numerous fissures appeared in the space, presenting an exceedingly rare opportunity for me to access this realm. With that, the little girl turned to leave. Wait, Liu Ping suddenly exclaimed. I have severed all ties with the free souls, the girl replied indifferently. Just one last question. Is everyone like this? Are all the deceased controlled? Endlessly replaying the world you described? Liu Ping asked solemnly. The little girl chuckled softly. You seem only slightly older than me, yet you possess such Navi charm. Cherish the days you have left, for once you perish, you shall no longer belong to yourself. She shook her head and prepared to depart once more. You have yet to reveal the answer. Please, tell me, and I shall owe you a favor, Liu Ping urged. The girl turned her head to scrutinize Liu Ping, hesitated for a moment, and then softly said, Perhaps there are still some souls that remain unchained. However, sooner or later, every soul must succumb to the fate of being controlled. Why is this so? Liu Ping pressed further. To those who master these souls, the destiny of beings is merely a means to augment their power. They will spare no soul. This is the tragedy of existence, yet it is their source of amusement. Welcome to this game. A gust of wind swept by. The howling sands dissipated, and the girl vanished without a trace. Moments later, Zhao Chani and Hong Tao appeared to awaken abruptly. Did someone just appear here? Hong Tao asked uncertainly. Indeed, I believe I saw a little girl. But what did she say? Zhao Chani inquired. I do not know. She has already left, Hong Tao replied. Both wore expressions of confusion. Liu Ping remained silent, at a loss for words. A great terror loomed in the void, fixated upon our world. Master, everyone is being controlled, utilized to simulate the world. Is this what you refer to as the Great Terror? Liu Ping pondered inwardly. After a brief pause, the three set off, retracing their steps. After a prolonged journey, they arrived once more at the entrance of the underground cave. Following a brief discussion, they resolved, for the sake of safety, to refrain from lingering, and to immediately return to the subterranean realm. As soon as the unicorn mount made its appearance, it attracted the attention of the wolf demon, indicating its considerable value. Coupled with the items previously collected, as well as the 2 daggers, a curved hook, and a white jade crown possessed by the wolf demon, they could fetch a substantial sum of spirit stones. This was more than enough to allow the 3 of them to rest comfortably for a while. Before setting off, Hong Tao smiled at Liu Ping and clasped his fist in gratitude, saying, "Thank you for saving my life, Taoist Liu. No need for such courtesy, Taoist Hong. Had I not intervened, I too would have perished," Liu Ping replied. "That said, I have something important to discuss," Hong Tao said in a hushed tone, his expression grave as he fixed his earnest gaze upon Liu Ping. "Taoist Liu, your ability to protect yourself has reassured us and earned our trust. So the matters we are about to discuss warrant your utmost attention," Zhao Chani interjected with a smile. "What is it?" Liu Ping asked, perplexed. "In the wilderness, there are countless creatures, of which humans are merely the most ordinary," Hong Tao stated. "There exists a place called Orchid Valley, your birthplace, and the name of your village. 3 days ago, all the villagers were devoured by monsters, leaving only you to wander alone in the wilderness," Zhao Chani elaborated. "What are you talking about?" Liu Ping asked in confusion. "Moreover, we are on the brink of leaving the realm of death, so you must bid us farewell," Zhao Chani continued. The 2 nodded towards Liu Ping, both smiling gently. Just as Liu Ping was about to speak, a realization dawned upon him, and he focused intently on the 2. He noticed their figures gradually becoming indistinct. "Your profession is that of a scavenger," Hong Tao emphasized. "All scavenged items must be surrendered. Simply express your desire for a formal identity," Zhao Chani added. "We can only say this much," Zhao Chani concluded. "The rest will depend on you. Take care." Taoist Liu. The 2 clasped their fists in farewell. Everything around them transformed into light and shadow, gradually expanding like ripples, fading into darkness beneath the night sky. Liu Ping recalled the words of the little girl and stood there in a daze. Lines of fiery script quietly materialized in the void. "The hidden timespace has vanished. You have traversed through numerous obstacles via the concealed timespace, arriving at an unknown realm." As the text faded into the void, the scenery around him completely transformed. Liu Ping found himself still standing at the entrance of the underground cave. Outside in the desert, faint lights flickered in the distance. There were lights. There were signs of life. After a moment of contemplation, Liu Ping remembered the words of the cultivator from the burial site. "This talisman will create a force. Those who sense this power will come to assist you in leaving the realm of death." Liu Ping sighed. It turned out that Hong Tao and Zhao Chani had accompanied him all along to guide him out of the realm of death. And what of the 2 cultivators he encountered at the burial site? They had already perished, their souls bound and controlled. Nevertheless, they found ways to evade their pursuers, yearning to escape the realm of death. In other words, although their souls were enslaved, they still sought to resist. Furthermore, the myriad monsters within the world of death, including the entity possessing Wang Cheng's corpse, the grotesque creature formed from countless bodies, the figure wielding a bronze hammer, and even the little girl, all concealed a profound enigma. Suddenly, Liu Ping sensed something amiss, his brow furrowing in contemplation. In the desert, the lights abruptly extinguished, vanishing along with the throngs illuminated by their glow. Where had they gone? Liu Ping drew forth his spiritual fan, cautiously advancing ahead. Before long, he arrived at the spot where the lights had once flickered. It was a sand dune, devoid of any presence, save for a solitary black iron machine standing motionless. Liu Ping circled the dune, discovering nothing unusual, and ultimately approached the iron machine step by step. Its height reached his chest, emanating a faint luminescence. As Liu Ping drew near, all the glimmers converged, sweeping over him. In a flash, a line of small text in the void transformed. Hidden status lifted. Your current state is alive. In the next moment, a cold, emotionless voice resonated from the black machine. Welcome, living one. You are a wretch with a combat power of merely 10.5, thus you must declare your identity. I hail from Orchid Valley and am a scavenger, Liu Ping replied. The machine paused briefly before responding. I see, fortunate scavenger, it is indeed remarkable that you have managed to reach the 0371 boundary marker alive. Do you wish to leave the realm of death? Just as Liu Ping was about to speak, he hesitated for a moment. After a brief silence, he inquired, if I choose not to leave now, will I still be able to depart later? At any time, the machine replied. Thank you. Then I shall remain for the time being, Liu Ping stated. The floating light gradually retreated into the machine, which once again fell silent. Liu Ping withdrew, finding a spot not far from the black machine to sit and await the passage of time. Moments slipped by. At a certain point, Liu Ping rose once more, brushing the dust from his clothes, and approached the machine. I am a scavenger. Please transport me from the realm of death, he declared. Within the black machine, the cold, unfeeling voice echoed again. Scavenger, it is indeed a feat to have arrived at the 0371 boundary marker alive. Welcome. The transmission is about to commence. You will depart the realm of death and arrive at the Vale of Mist in the Dragonbone Wilderness. Please enter. The black machine swiftly transformed into two enormous doors, slowly swinging open to the sides. Beyond the threshold, the blazing sun hung high in the boundless azure sky, illuminating the desolate earth in all its splendor. Yet, within the iron gates lay an endless night, devoid of a single ray of sunlight. Day and night were worlds apart, life and death distinctly separated. This was a spectacle that Liu Ping had never witnessed throughout his life. He endeavored to maintain his composure, silently reciting in his mind, "Activate a person devoid of a role." An unusual wave of energy enveloped him, as the auxiliary text of the sequence materialized line by line. He stepped forth from the black iron door. Chapter 2. The Town of Dark Mist. Many years hence, perhaps someone will reminisce about that distant afternoon when a youthful, inexperienced scavenger trudged down the main street of the Town of Dark Mist. This was a boy, enveloped in yellow dust, appearing no older than his teenage years, possessing meager strength, a lowly status, and a countenance fraught with anxiety. Under normal circumstances, he would have been accosted by passers-by, who would have seized the meager goods in his possession. However, on this day, beneath the relentless sun of that sweltering afternoon, shortly after a sandstorm had dissipated, and just before the onset of night, no one's thoughts were occupied by a mere juvenile scavenger. After all, venturing into the realm of death, even for the purpose of scavenging, is an exceedingly perilous endeavor. The fact that this boy returned alive was, in itself, a stroke of remarkable fortune. What could he possibly have gleaned? Without the requisite strength, what rewards could he hope to attain? The boy's findings might well have been nothing more than inconsequential refuse. No one acknowledged the tender scavenger. He was compelled to meander around the town, committing various structures to memory. The town appeared to have endured cataclysm. As many buildings lay in ruins, yet the inhabitants seemed indifferent, allowing these edifices to remain in their collapsed state. Throughout the town, only a scant few establishments bore open doors, with someone stationed at the entrance, signifying their normal operation. Eventually, the scavenger halted before the largest structure in the town, a tavern. The boy glanced at the time, precisely 1:15. An unremarkable scene had drawn to a close. He pushed the door open and stepped inside. A figure blocked his path. Inquiring, "Identification?" "Scavenger," the boy replied. The individual hesitated momentarily but ultimately stepped aside. Upon entering, many eyes fell upon him, an outsider, a scavenger. He bore the sin of death, likely having just returned from the realm of the deceased. At such a tender age, daring to tempt fate in the world of death, he appeared unflinching. Perhaps a seasoned veteran in disguise. At that moment, the crowd's perception shifted. This boy, with such scant power, had ventured into the realm of death and returned alive. He might possess some skill after all. Thus, his findings might be worthwhile. Behind the bar, a bartender called out to Liu Ping, "Scavenger?" "Yes," Liu Ping affirmed, stepping forward to the bar. "How have your recent endeavors fared?" the bartender inquired. "Fairly well," Liu Ping replied, "since you've taken the trouble to come here. Do you seek to exchange for something?" "I wish for a formal identity." "An identity?" Several individuals who had contemplated engaging with him abruptly halted and retreated to their places. The bartender fixed Liu Ping with a scrutinizing gaze and spoke slowly. "Is that so? You appear to be merely a teenager. You must understand. The wilderness is rife with those who wish to test their luck in the realm of death. Most have been reduced to fodder for monsters. Yet you believe you can obtain a formal identity?" "As I said, unlike other scavengers, I returned safely," Liu Ping asserted, locking eyes with the bartender, unwavering. The bartender pursed his lips, momentarily at a loss for words. The young man before him exhibited an unsettling calmness, one that surpassed his years, an authenticity that could not be feigned. The bartender's expertise lay in discerning the true nature of individuals, a skill he rarely misjudged. After a brief hesitation, he withdrew a card from a substantial stack beneath the bar and glanced at it. The card depicted an ethereal mist, from which numerous distorted faces emerged, converging around a shadowy figure. As the bartender gazed upon the card, the myriad faces turned to fix their stares upon him. To his surprise, it was this particular card, the Dark Fortune, indicative of the considerable value of the person before him, suggesting he was indeed worthy of attention. With a smile, the bartender remarked, "Having traversed the streets of Dark Mist Town for 1/4 of an hour without encountering any trouble, and now approaching me with a request. It seems you have come well prepared. Please, continue." Liu Ping replied, "This is not an appropriate place. Follow me." The bartender gestured for him to proceed. He led Liu Ping into a back room of the bar, closing the door behind them. Taking a seat at a large wooden table, the bartender said, "The machine indicates you hail from Lanchao Valley. As far as I know, that region has been utterly consumed by eternal night. However, such tragedies occur daily in the wilderness. It would be wise to forget them, for sorrow could lead to your demise." Liu Ping chuckled. "Do I appear to be sorrowful?" The bartender smiled faintly, replying, "Your valley succumbed to the encroaching darkness. From the map, There appears to be no escape route, leading you all to the realm of death. Yet you not only survived but managed to prosper slightly in that world, finding your way back and seeking a legitimate identity from Dark Mist Town. Am I mistaken? How can you know this so precisely? Liu Ping inquired. With an air of certainty, the bartender responded, eternal night incessantly erodes all, devouring the land and life of the living realm. Dark Mist Town is the sole bastion of vitality within hundreds of thousands of square kilometers. A modicum of intellect would reveal the necessary actions to take. It seems you have encountered many like me. Yet you are the youngest, the bartender remarked, spreading a cloth across the table. Pointing to it, he added, now, let us see what you possess. Rest assured, everything here will be conducted according to the rules. Liu Ping clapped his storage bag, placing a portable micro-submachine gun and a golden spear upon the table. These can only fetch a small sum. They are insufficient for acquiring a legitimate identity. The bartender shook his head. Liu Ping then produced a spirit dog talisman, setting it beside the submachine gun. The bartender glanced at it and commented, indeed, talismans are unique to the realm of death, yet this one is marred with bloodstains, diminishing its value. After a moment's hesitation, the bartender retrieved a metallic card from his pocket and placed it on the table. Liu Ping looked at the card, which bore the engraving of a rusted miner's pickaxe. The bartender elucidated, the talisman represents an extensive system, where each talisman derived from the realm of death aids us in further unraveling its mysteries. In light of the value of this talisman, you may remain in Misty Hollow as a miner. Liu Ping momentarily stood in astonishment. In that fleeting moment, he grasped a multitude of revelations. Hong Tao and Zhao Chan undoubtedly possessed profound insights into the world of the living. They had taken him scavenging, imparting specific instructions regarding identity. Yet they had said little about the items used for identity exchange, thus presenting that items should be secure. In truth, I possess another treasure. As Liu Ping spoke, he retrieved the golden spear and submachine gun, placing the statue of the unicorn mount upon the table. The instant the statue rested on the table, a faint sound emanated from the wall behind the bartender. A mechanized voice resonated from beyond the wall, in accordance with the standards of magical civilization. This item has achieved a quality rating of superior and is currently being recorded. The data has been uploaded. Comparison complete. Verification passed. Confirming this is a transaction of considerable worth. Attendant 03687, please reward the contributor as per protocol. End of transmission. The bartender's expression shifted, standing straighter as he explained to Liu Ping, this is a magical mount, an exceedingly rare item from a once thriving, now collapsed realm of death, possessing immense research value. Given that you have uncovered such a rarity, your identity surely transcends that of a mere miner. He then produced 3 metallic cards from his pocket, placing them before Liu Ping. The first card bore an engraving of a weathered brown whip and a pair of crumpled leather gloves. The second card depicted a torch, a pair of daggers, and a crossbow. The third card featured a simpler design, showcasing a set of rudimentary armor and a spear. Cave Overseer, Night Watchman, Town Guard. These are the 3 official professions available for your selection, the bartender stated. He elaborated further. Each profession comes with its own training methodology, imparting relevant fundamental skills, along with corresponding authority and remuneration, sheltered within the wilderness of Misty Hollow. Naturally, should you meet certain standards, advancement is attainable. Liu Ping placed the golden spear gently upon the table before him. This is for you, he declared. The bartender hastily shook his head, replying, there is no need for bribery. I am bound by the rules and cannot bestow upon you a formal profession outside of regulations. Liu Ping gently nudged the golden spear towards him, asserting, rest assured, I have no ulterior motives. Selecting a profession is a crucial milestone for a newcomer like me. Hence I wish to hear a more detailed introduction. Beneath the dim light, the golden spear radiated layers of brilliance, casting a gentle glow upon the bartender's face, softening his demeanor. The bartender smiled and remarked, providing vocational explanations to every newcomer in Misty Hollow is both my duty and my responsibility. With that said, let me elaborate further. He extended his hand, tapping each of the 3 cards in succession, and remarked, the overseer guards the mine, supervising the miners daily, inspecting the ore, a rather arduous task, yet one wielding authority over all miners. The night watchman, among the 3 professions, faces the greatest peril, yet reaps the highest rewards, necessitating a degree of prowess to be deemed competent. Should you wish to remain in Dark Mist Town indefinitely, I would advise you to select the town guard, responsible for maintaining law and order within the town. While there are occasional skirmishes, such occurrences are becoming increasingly rare as the villages and strongholds consumed by eternal night multiply. And in recent months, the influx of newcomers to our Dark Mist Town has dwindled almost to nothing. You are still young. I suggest you become a guard of Dark Mist Town. allowing you to patrol solely during the day, ensuring your safety at night. As for the night watchman, Liu Ping hesitated, leaving his thoughts unvoiced. It was best to let the other party speak, given that he had already paid. The bartender, displaying remarkable patience, elucidated each nightfall. When the realm of death overlaps with our world, the night watchman is tasked with safeguarding Dark Mist Town. The watchman must engage in combat against those monsters at the earliest opportunity, even confronting hidden dimensions of time and space until dawn breaks. Must we protect the entire town? Liu Ping inquired. At the very least, safeguard the tavern, the bartender replied. The tavern serves as a hub for information and trade, providing a haven for rest and resupply. Should this place fall to monsters, the very essence of the town would cease to exist. Liu Ping fell into contemplation. In the realm of death, there exists only night. Never a glimpse of day, hidden dimensions of time and space. Liu Ping shook his head slightly. No, that belongs to the realm of cultivation. That is our world. What right does it have to become part of the realm of death? If you were to choose the overseer or the town guard, the opportunity to explore the hidden dimensions within the realm of death would likely vanish. Thus, the choice became unequivocal. Liu Ping extended his hand, selecting one of the 3 metallic cards and laying it open in his palm. At that moment, the magical steed statue that had rested upon the table disappeared, as if it had been spirited away. Witnessing this scene, the bartender's expression turned solemn. In a formal tone, he proclaimed, "Welcome to Dark Mist Town." Chapter 3. The Spread of Death. Liu Ping was led by the bartender to a table. As a newcomer, I shall treat you to a bottle of wine. The bartender remarked with a smile, patting Liu Ping on the shoulder as he placed a bottle on the table. After completing his task, the bartender returned to his post behind the bar. Liu Ping turned his gaze to the individuals seated at the table. At the center sat a middle-aged man sporting a small mustache, donning a gray hat with a broad, flat brim reminiscent of a conical straw hat, albeit slightly smaller. The dim lighting of the bar, coupled with the man's hat, meant that Liu Ping could only discern his chin and mustache throughout their encounter. The few night watchmen surrounding the table also scrutinized Liu Ping. After a moment's contemplation, Liu Ping approached, uncorked the wine, and generously filled each glass. The group exchanged glances. "We certainly must show respect to the bartender," the mustachioed man began, "but I must say, if you merely had the good fortune of returning from the realm of death, your tenure among the night watchmen will be short-lived." "I shall grasp the fundamental powers of the night watchman by tomorrow," Liu Ping replied. The bartender mentioned that he had 3 professional skills that were currently being prepared for him. "Tomorrow, I shall receive them." At this point, Liu Ping had scanned each person at the table and returned his gaze to the middle-aged man, who seemed to be the leader of the night watchman. "Those are merely basic work skills," the man remarked, taking a sip from his glass and shaking his head. "For the sake of this drink, I offer you a piece of advice. To survive the night, do not rely solely on basic skills. It will ultimately depend on your own abilities." This statement was quite candid. In truth, Liu Ping did not place much weight on the skills of the 3 night watchmen. Instead, he valued the essential knowledge about the world that was imparted to him, as it would aid his integration into this era. That was what truly mattered. After a moment of thought, Liu Ping responded earnestly, "My survival skills are quite commendable." Among the 5 individuals, one lanky man had 2 revolvers strapped to his waist. Although the other 2 were unarmed, their palpable menace suggested they were seasoned killers. The leader, the middle-aged man, unconsciously rubbed the red gemstone ring on his finger. In Liu Ping's perception, the ring emitted subtle waves akin to that of the magical mount statue, along with a faint sense of fire. The power of fire is often associated with destruction. The final individual lurked in the shadow of the leader, nearly invisible. "What do you mean by commendable?" the middle-aged man inquired. Liu Ping hesitated briefly. Although he was not yet fully acquainted with this world, he suspected that there might be some commonality in matters of combat. There were indeed aspects of the team that could be augmented. "My skills lean towards battlefield first aid," Liu Ping stated. All 5 individuals turned to gaze at him. The leader set down his glass and inquired softly, "Oh, are you a healer?" "One could say that," Liu Ping replied. The figure in the shadow of the leader suddenly drew a dagger, slicing it across the back of his hand. Blood flowed forth immediately. The man remained silent, devoid of any expression, merely extending his hand towards Liu Ping. Liu Ping, equally reticent, waved his hand to summon a stream of crystalline water, which he pressed against the man's wounded hand. The injury healed instantaneously. It resembled a form of cultivation power, yet Liu Ping had never encountered such a spell before. "What is this technique?" the man inquired. "It is the skin conditioning technique," Liu Ping replied. The crowd was momentarily taken aback. Upon closer inspection of the man's hand, not only was the wound healed, but his skin had also become smooth, delicate, and even fairer. As a true disciple of the prognosticator, Liu Ping had once possessed profound knowledge and expertise, even surpassing his master, and creating countless unique techniques in pursuit of spiritual stones and to establish his own legacy. He had kept these secret arts to himself, never taking on disciples, ensuring that they did not circulate in the world. The current situation was opportune for their application without revealing any underlying secrets. The man gazed at his now flawless hand and murmured, "As long as it stops the bleeding." "That is sufficient." Liu Ping shrugged, saying, "The effect of this ability is precisely that. Once utilized, it is beyond my control." The room fell into silence. A tall, lean man with 2 revolvers at his waist produced a new cup, poured a drink, and slid it across to Liu Ping. "Thank you." Liu Ping accepted the cup and raised it toward the leader, saying, "Boss, I am Liu Ping." The leader seemed to smile slightly and murmured, "I did not expect a clever one to arrive." He took a sip from his glass. Liu Ping sensed a gradual shift in the atmosphere, becoming notably more congenial. The tall man patted Liu Ping on the shoulder and asked, "Liu Ping?" "Yes, I am Old K, and my profession is that of an exorcist." As Old K spoke, he turned to the leader and said, "Boss, although he is merely a teenager, he should be able to accompany us on the night patrol tonight." "Indeed. He can join us today. Tomorrow is the end of the month, and he should rest," the leader affirmed. "Tomorrow." The group exchanged contemplative glances. "Indeed. We have not had a healer in quite some time, and it has been ages since someone skilled in healing arts visited the town. He must rest tomorrow," one man asserted. "Exactly," another concurred. Unable to restrain his curiosity, Liu Ping asked, "Why must I rest tomorrow?" The group turned their gazes toward him. "Tomorrow is the last day of the month, the most perilous day of each month. You are merely a teenager, having just arrived in Misty Town today. Should you encounter any danger, it would be a grievous loss. Do you think we can afford to lose a healer?" The leader stated firmly. "I understand. I will abide by the arrangements," Liu Ping responded. At that moment, a bell tolled outside. Several night watchmen, upon hearing it, rose to their feet. "Once the bell rings, the night will soon descend. We must prepare," one of them remarked. Liu Ping followed the others as they exited the tavern. Walking along the lengthy street towards the outskirts of the town, the leader proclaimed, "Liu Ping shall accompany Old K and Qi Lu, while the arrangements for the others remain unchanged. Now, rouse those sluggards who are still asleep. It's time to work." "Yes," the crowd responded in unison. As the throng dispersed, a steel wall, several meters thick, began to rise slowly from the ground. A formidable iron fortification was taking shape around the entire town. Liu Ping observed that the outer surface of the wall bore strange patterns, exuding an aura of raw savagery. This was a totem of the wilderness, a rather inexpensive means of scent concealment, employed in large constructions to obscure the presence of living beings to a certain extent. Old K patted the wall, then effortlessly leaped atop it, turning back to beckon Liu Ping. Liu Ping followed suit. "All right, the 3 of us will guard this stretch of the wall," declared another sentinel. This guard was none other than Qi Lu, the individual mentioned by the leader. He was robustly built, clad in coarse, heavy armor. Wielding a battle axe over 3 meters in length, his demeanor simple and earnest. Even with Liu Ping's extensive experience, he could not help but steal a few glances at the imposing weapon. The 3 stood atop the wall in silent anticipation. Meanwhile, the iron edifice continued to ascend, reaching several dozen meters in height, enabling them to gaze far across the desolate wilderness. The expanse resembled a desert, devoid of any life. The dimming sun hung low on the horizon, casting a golden hue over the land. Nightfall was imminent. Suddenly, a series of chimes echoed through the air. The second toll announced that there were approximately 5 minutes of leisure remaining for those needing to relieve themselves or partake of sustenance. Old K reminded, "Make haste to resolve your personal matters." "I am prepared," Liu Ping replied. "Let us hope that no terrifying creatures pass by this night," Qi Lu sighed. The group fell into a contemplative silence. Leaning against the wall, Old K produced a small vial, uncorked it, and took a couple of sips. Liu Ping gazed absently at the horizon, seemingly lost in bygone memories. Observing their demeanor, Qi Lu planted his battle axe into the ground, retrieved a whetstone, and began to meticulously sharpen the blade. The sun continued its descent. Without delay, the sky transformed into an inky darkness in an instant. The night descends swiftly. Liu Ping mused. "Indeed, we find ourselves in a realm of death," Qi Lu replied somberly. Just as Liu Ping was about to respond, a line of small characters suddenly materialized in the void. "Attention! The space is shifting. The realm of death has overlapped with the current world. An exceedingly rare law governs both realms. All entities are affected by the world law. Death spreads. Note, the entire living world is enveloped in the shadow of the realm of death. It is advisable to remain within the confines of the town, lest you risk being drawn into the realm of death and unable to return." As Liu Ping finished reading, Old K's voice echoed in his ears. "Remember, do not venture outside the town. Otherwise, come dawn, you may find it impossible to return." Liu Ping stepped back a few paces. "Understood. I will stay behind you." Old K and Chi Lu nodded slightly in acknowledgement. As a newcomer in the healing profession, it would be an exceedingly foolish act for Liu Ping to charge ahead. The three stood vigil upon the city walls, quietly awaiting the passing of the long night. In the wilderness, everything lay withered, devoid of any sound. Initially, nothing transpired. Liu Ping occasionally glanced at Old K and Chi Lu, who wore serious expressions, ever vigilant. Time flowed by. An hour passed. Just as Liu Ping began to feel a sense of ennui, a sudden thrill surged within him. At that moment, Chi Lu strode to the forefront of the walls, raising his battle axe defensively. "Do you see it?" he whispered. "I see it," Old K replied in a low voice, drawing a revolver from his side holster and aiming it into the depths of the darkness. Following the direction of the gun, Liu Ping squinted into the distance. Several hundred meters from the walls, a woman emerged upon the earth. Her features were indistinct. She wore a flowing grayish-white dress, swaying as she traversed the desolate terrain. Her trajectory aligned perfectly parallel to the town, and barring any unforeseen event, she would merely pass by. The night deepened further. In such profound darkness, discerning anything beyond several meters became nearly impossible. Thanks to the night watchman's innate gift for dark perception, Old K and Chi Lu monitored the woman's movements throughout. Time trickled on. After 17 or 18 minutes, the woman slipped beyond their sight, disappearing into obscurity. Just as Liu Ping let out a sigh of relief, he noticed Old K and Chi Lu still rooted in place, one poised for attack, the other in a defensive stance, as if the woman had never left. Minutes passed once more. Suddenly, the woman reappeared within their line of sight. This time, her path had shifted slightly, drawing her closer to the town of dark mist. After several dozen minutes, she vanished from view once again. Time continued its slow passage. The woman did not return. It was only after a quarter of an hour that Old K and Chi Lu finally relaxed somewhat. "What was that woman doing just now?" Liu Ping inquired. "I have no idea," Old K replied. "Is she even human?" Liu Ping pressed. "Uncertain," Chi Lu responded. Old K and Chi Lu exchanged glances, a hint of helplessness evident in their eyes. Precisely because they were unaware, they dared not let their guard down. Chi Lu speculated. "Perhaps she is some creature from the realm of death. There are far too many monsters for us to recognize. Of course, she could merely be an ordinary departed soul. No one knows for sure." Old K added, "The reason she appeared twice may well be due to our town of dark mist suddenly manifesting in the realm of death, thus capturing her attention, prompting her return." In the next moment, all three shifted their gazes towards the inky depths beyond the walls. There, several hundred meters away in the wilderness, a figure emerged once more. It was the woman. Alone in the dark expanse she stood, her expression one of confusion as she gazed toward Dark Mist Town. After a moment, a look of bewilderment gradually spread across her face. "Something peculiar," she murmured. Taking a step forward, she was making her way towards the direction of Misty Town. Step by step, the woman staggered. Yet she drew ever closer to the segment of the city wall where the three were stationed. The expression on her face gradually transformed as well. She began to exhibit a certain vitality. Upon the wall, Old K drew his revolver, while Chi Lu slowly raised his battle axe. "Liu Ping," Old K called softly. "I am here," Liu Ping replied. "Take cover." No sooner had the words left his lips than the woman reached the base of the city wall. She slowly lifted her head, gazing up at the wall. "Whoever you are, leave this place immediately. Otherwise, we shall attack," Old K declared. The woman listened in silence. She stood for a few moments, and suddenly, an extraordinary radiance erupted from her face. "It is a voice, the voice of the living." The woman's eyes gradually morphed into slits, and her entire form ascended into the air as the earth beneath her feet collapsed, revealing her true, colossal figure. Chapter 4. The Night Watch. A towering figure, over 5 meters in length, was completely enveloped in a glossy black chitinous exoskeleton. Its upper body resembled that of a humanoid, while its lower half was that of a scorpion, complete with a pair of formidable pincers and a long, spiny green stinger raised high behind it. This creature was an abomination, half human, half scorpion. Bang! A burst of fire erupted from a revolver atop the city wall. As the creature extended several pairs of appendages to brace itself on the parapet, it was struck by a bullet, abruptly halting its movements. The woman's head slowly lifted, fixing her gaze upon Old K. "You possess a stinger as well, though it appears rather feeble. You bastard." Old K retaliated by drawing another pistol and aiming it at her. Before he could pull the trigger, a cacophony of gunfire erupted behind him. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. In an instant, a vibrant green stinger materialized in the air beside Old K, frantically deflecting bullets. Had it not been for this folly, the stinger might have successfully ambushed him. A cold sweat broke out on Old K's brow as he turned to glance behind him. It was Liu Ping, armed with a compact submachine gun. He was firing incessantly. Chi Lu, quick to react, swung his battle axe, sending a spectral arc slicing through the air. Clang! The stinger measuring 5 to 6 meters in length and as thick as a bowl, was struck by bullets and then met with the phantom of the axe, reluctantly retreating beneath the city wall to rejoin the woman. In that moment, Old K shot a look at Liu Ping, incredulous. "You can use a gun? Why didn't you mention this sooner?" "I learned it just now after watching you. It's quite simple," Liu Ping replied. Old K was left speechless. Was handling a firearm truly that simple? Indeed, pulling the trigger was a task anyone could manage. Even a fool could master it in a brief span. However, to accurately hit that stinger lurking in the shadows of the night. If Liu Ping was lying, then his capacity for learning and mimicking was astonishing. At that moment, the woman leaned forward, her 6 pairs of appendages bracing against the wall as she began to ascend. Bullets striking her form merely sparked harmlessly, failing to penetrate her formidable chitinous exterior. "This won't do. Buy me some time," Chi Lu commanded. With that, he took several steps back, closed his eyes, and began to breathe in a peculiar rhythm. "Buying time? No problem. Leave it to me," Old K declared, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, his expression turning fierce. He had nearly fallen prey to that creature moments before. With that thought, Old K solemnly retrieved a silver bullet, loading it into his revolver. Without aiming, he fired directly into the void beyond the city wall. Bang! A silver streak shot from the barrel, tracing an arc through the air as it descended towards the ground below the wall. A brief silence ensued. The woman's anguished scream pierced the air. "Damn you, mortal! How could you wield such divine power?" Old K, his face inscrutable, pulled a grenade from his belt, yanked the pin, and hurled it with force. 3, 2, 1. Boom. In the darkness, a roaring conflagration erupted, accompanied by the violent sound of an explosion. "Curse you!" the woman cried out in a frenzied rage. Suddenly, a shadow pierced through the flames, hurtling towards the city walls. The creature's speed escalated, leaping twice and covering dozens of meters to scale the wall. Its appearance was pitiful. With its chitinous shell cracked and oozing green blood, one of its appendages severed. Yet, it no longer cared. It was determined to surge forward and devour these insufferable prey. The sound of gunfire erupted in rapid succession. Liu Ping, who had merely been observing, abruptly raised his submachine gun and unleashed a barrage. As the creature lunged at Old K, it was met with a relentless hail of bullets, forcing it to stagger back. With Liu Ping's support, Old K swiftly evaded and continued to fire. Under the onslaught of dual firepower, the creature was compelled to retreat to the edge of the wall, nearly teetering on the brink of falling. With a resounding crack, it plunged its massive claws into the wall, precariously stabilizing itself. "Old K, I'm out of bullets," Liu Ping shouted. A sense of dread filled Old K's heart. Alone, his firepower was insufficient to repel the creature. The woman also heard Liu Ping's cry. She swung her tail spike to fend off Old K's attacks, her gaze shifting towards Liu Ping. In the next instant, the creature trembled violently and charged fiercely at Liu Ping. Old K's face paled as he yelled, "Damn it, get out of the way, run." Flames erupted from his dual pistols, yet they were thwarted by the thrashing poison needle, failing to inflict any harm upon the beast. The creature was now upon Liu Ping. It cackled madly. "What delectable flesh! I can already scent your sweetness." In a flash, the creature's voice was abruptly silenced. Liu Ping sidestepped with casual grace, effortlessly slipping through the monstrous pincers. It was unclear whether Liu Ping had aimed for the creature or if it had unwittingly presented its head to him. Regardless, he found himself before the woman, his submachine gun deeply embedded in her mouth. "Just kidding," he said with a smile. The submachine gun erupted with a deep roar. The creature's entire body was encased in a hard chitinous shell, yet such protection did not extend to its mouth. A jagged hole was instantly blasted through its head, eliciting a piercing scream of agony as its massive form thrashed violently against the wall. At that moment, Chi Lu opened his eyes. His form had swelled several times over. Towering nearly 5 meters high, resembling a giant, his body brimming with muscles as solid as steel. With his current stature, he was perfectly matched to wield the 3-meter-long battle axe in his hand. He exhaled deeply, bending slightly before vanishing from sight in an instant. A dazzling, cold glimmer erupted from the wall, shooting skyward. The poison needle met the brilliance but was severed effortlessly. "You will pay for this," the creature howled in madness, transforming into a shadow as it soared over the wall, racing towards the wilderness, soon disappearing from sight. Chi Lu, Old K, and Liu Ping remained on the wall for a moment longer, vigilant. In the wilderness, an eerie stillness prevailed. Chi Lu's figure gradually returned to normal, only to suddenly collapse onto the ground. "I'm fine. I just exerted several times my strength a moment ago, and now I feel somewhat drained," Chi Lu gasped. Liu Ping and Old K said nothing, their gazes fixated on Chi Lu's trembling hands. They noticed his arms quaking incessantly, and the skin at his palms was torn, revealing gory wounds. "That strike was indeed formidable," Old K remarked with a sense of awe. Liu Ping crouched down and gently instructed, "Do not move." With a casual invocation of a spell, A veil of mist materialized in the air, silently descending upon Qi Lu's hands. Qi Lu's furrowed brow relaxed. "I can hardly feel any pain now," he exclaimed with a smile. "Your hands must not be exerted further today. Otherwise, the wounds may reopen, and that would complicate matters." Liu Ping cautioned. "Thank you, Brother Liu. Having a healer around is truly delightful." Qi Lu grinned. Turning to Old K, he said, "Hand me the gun." Old K retrieved a fully loaded handgun and tossed it to Qi Lu. The three leaned against the city wall, resting while keeping a watchful eye on the desolate wilderness outside. "Brother Liu, you deceived even me just now. I thought you had truly exhausted your ammunition," Old K chuckled. Liu Ping replied, "There was no choice but to gamble. After all, it can comprehend our words and has come to haunt. So it should know to target the weaker opponents." He glanced at the severed poison needle, studying it intently. "This appears to be a valuable material. If I could retain it to forge a talismanic dagger, with such a dagger, my combat prowess would ascend to a higher echelon, and self-defense would become significantly less arduous." "This needle, derived from a monstrous entity, must be considered quite rare," Liu Ping inquired. "This is the spoils of our team. Once dawn breaks, we can sell it at the tavern, and the proceeds will be split among the three of us," Qi Lu responded. Old K nodded in agreement. "That sounds good," Liu Ping affirmed. Although a tinge of regret lingered in his heart, he was not in haste. Integrating into this organization was of paramount importance. Suddenly, all three turned their attention to the wilderness beyond the city wall. "Something is approaching," Qi Lu whispered sharply. Liu Ping quickened his speech. "I truly have no ammunition left. Old K, do you have any bullets for my type of gun? Please lend me some, and I'll reimburse you later." Old K fixed his gaze intently on the wilderness, retrieving a hefty black box from the ground and kicking it towards Liu Ping. Upon opening it, Liu Ping discovered it was filled with the appropriate ammunition. He swiftly detached the magazine and began loading bullets. A micro-submachine gun was incredibly useful. It required no physical exertion. One merely needed to pull the trigger to unleash a considerable force of attack. Granted, there were sufficient bullets. Just then, Qi Lu whispered, "It's here." Liu Ping raised his head, and together with Old K and Qi Lu, they peered into the darkness. From the depths of the wilderness, a humanoid figure emerged, advancing directly towards the city wall. As it drew nearer, they finally discerned its form, a young girl. She possessed eyes as radiant as rubies, cascading long hair, and adorned in a resplendent gown. Could it be her? Liu Ping felt a surge of astonishment within. He never anticipated encountering her in this place, nor did he comprehend the essence of her being. The little girl, with one hand, dragged the enormous carcass of the scorpion past the city wall. It was indeed the very creature that had once been a formidable woman scorpion, now utterly lifeless. Suddenly, the girl seemed to sense something. She turned her head and met Liu Ping's gaze. "Ah?" She glanced at the gun in Liu Ping's hand, then back at the scorpion in her grasp. In the next moment, a voice echoed in Liu Ping's mind. "You must have coated your bullets with poison, didn't you? I just tasted its blood. It contains that same toxin from before. Indeed, this poison is remarkably effective. I collected some while slaying the wolf demon, for unforeseen circumstances," Liu Ping replied. "You cunning fiend. However, this will only enhance its flavor." "Thank you," the little girl muttered, no longer casting her gaze towards the city walls. She resumed dragging the scorpion's lifeless body, continuing her journey into the wilderness. Soon, her figure vanished from sight. Chapter 5 begins. "Who is she?" Liu Ping could not help but inquire. "I do not know," Old K responded, shaking his head. Qi L's expression, however, turned grave. "She is a formidable entity that should not be trifled with. I have heard tales of her. In this territory, any creature that dares to offend her has been exterminated." As the three conversed, a new disturbance arose in the wilderness. The ground trembled slightly. From the depths of the wild, hundreds of ominous voices echoed from below. "You have slain our kin. We shall devour you." An inexplicable aura surged forth from the wilderness, coalescing into a wind that swept in all directions. In this tempest, Liu Ping, Old K, and Qi L stood frozen, nearly paralyzed. One by one, elongated scorpion tails emerged from the ground. In mere moments, the wilderness transformed into a dense jungle, composed entirely of endless scorpion tails. These tails extended for dozens of meters, each tip glimmering with a sinister green venom, rising ominously and pointing toward the three on the city wall. "Stay calm." A burst of flame suddenly ignited, erupting explosively beyond the city wall. Boom. The entire wall morphed into a barrier of raging fire, keeping all winds at bay. Liu Ping immediately felt his body regain mobility. So powerful, he mused inwardly. Such strength must be at least at the nascent soul level. "Boss!" Both Old K and Qi L exclaimed in unison. Liu Ping turned to see the Night Watch leader rushing towards them swiftly, accompanied by two subordinates from the opposite side of the wall. In the blink of an eye, the leader stood before the three, gazing down at the wilderness outside the wall, his expression growing increasingly grave as his eyes fell upon the countless sharp scorpion tails. A ring of flames appeared behind the leader. He declared loudly, "Depart, entities of the realm of death. We mean you no offense." In the wilderness, innumerable voices responded. "Flesh and blood, we demand your flesh and souls." The Night Watch leader gestured with his hand. The ruby ring on his finger radiated a shimmering light, gradually coalescing into a massive fiery fist in the void. With a cold demeanor, the leader intently recited incantations, intensifying the flames of the wall outside. Suddenly, a frantic bell tolled from within the small town. Simultaneously, from the depths of the darkened sky, ripples of distortion seemed to emerge. The creatures sensed the shift in the world. "Damn it, time is running out," came their voices, filled with profound disappointment. In the next moment, the scorpion tails began to blur, as if retreating from the entire town. The onlookers atop the wall fell into a state of panic. "Quick, change your clothes." Old K began to remove his trousers. Can someone help me take off this suit of iron armor?" Chiel raised his injured hands. The leader gestured behind him, and immediately someone approached to assist Chiel in shedding his armor. Liu Ping, momentarily bewildered, asked, "Boss, what are you all doing?" The leader was shedding his mage robe and casually tossed a set of soiled clothes to Liu Ping, saying, "The bell tolling earlier was a warning, indicating that a hidden space-time anomaly has emerged near our town, and we are likely to be drawn into it." "Are you saying the entire town?" Liu Ping asked in astonishment, glancing at the garments in his hands. It was a mismatched embroidered coat, somewhat reminiscent of styles from the realm of cultivation. Yet the problem was that cultivators would never don such attire. This was a garment typically worn by attendants in mundane eateries and taverns. "Do not worry. The hidden space-time will automatically assign a name to our town, integrating seamlessly with it," Old K interjected. Dong dong dong. The bell chimed again, this time more urgently. The leader urged, "Hurry and put it on. This outfit is equipped with a nanoscale biological wave suppressor. Once we are drawn in, we must all pretend to be ordinary people." He turned to Liu Ping, explaining, "If you dress too conspicuously, you will be regarded as an aberration by the cultivators. Aberrations must be eradicated." Without needing further elaboration from the leader, Liu Ping understood this principle well. It seemed there was no alternative. Liu Ping reluctantly donned the coat. As he gazed into the town, he noticed the streetlights had illuminated, and the tavern keeper stood in the middle of the street, surrounded by a throng of ordinary humans. "You lot, head to the tavern. The ingredients are prepared. You, and you, take the ladies to the brothel across the street. You few, go to the apothecary. And you to the grain store. Remember your roles and memorize your lines. Do you hear me? Move quickly." The crowd hurriedly changed their clothes and then scattered, sprinting towards the still-standing buildings. Heaven knows where the tavern keeper conjured such a multitude from. Once Liu Ping was dressed, he quietly observed the leader beside him. The leader had donned a long robe, while a few others had transformed into the appearance of personal attendants. Chi Lu was so robust that he wore a guard's martial attire. Old K, lean and always bearing a shrewd expression, was now clad in a steward's coat, fanning himself with a paper fan, which suited him surprisingly well. The group turned their gaze toward Liu Ping. "Is this your first time here?" the leader inquired. Liu Ping nodded honestly. "No worries, I anticipated this situation and have assigned you the simplest role." As he spoke, the leader solemnly handed Liu Ping a piece of paper. Upon receiving it, Liu Ping saw it contained a menu and 2 lines of dialogue. He read aloud, "Dear guest, what would you like to eat?" Then he continued, "Dear guest, your dish has arrived. Please enjoy." After finishing, he looked at the leader. The leader nodded, approvingly stating, "Well read. In fact, your performance in the earlier battle was quite remarkable. I trust you will manage these 2 lines without difficulty." Liu Ping, feeling apprehensive, asked, "What will actually happen?" Old K unfurled his steward's fan with a flourish and chuckled, "Generally speaking, our humble town will not attract the attention of those cultivators." "Indeed," Chi remarked. "We have deliberately allowed many houses in the town to fall into disrepair. Shortly, we shall send a group of workers to conduct repairs, creating a cloud of dust that will deter practitioners from lingering here." The leader continued, "Liu Ping, you are merely a tavern attendant. Practitioners seldom consume mundane food, rendering your role quite secure. Now, hasten to the tavern. The concealed time space is about to unfold." "Yes," Liu Ping replied. As they conversed, the iron walls gradually descended to the ground, sinking into the earth and vanishing from sight. The scorpion-like creatures in the wilderness similarly disappeared. New paths appeared outside the town, their destinations unknown. Liu Ping jogged swiftly into the tavern. The proprietor, a bartender, greeted him with a smile, saying, "There is food in the back kitchen. Go eat some. Then return to the tavern entrance." "No need. I shall wait here," Liu Ping said, standing at the tavern's threshold. "Do not be anxious. Practitioners will not seek mundane food here. We are safest within this tavern," the bartender assured him. Liu Ping scrutinized him, questioning, "From where does your confidence stem?" "In my past, I frequented mundane taverns for relaxation, and those malevolent beings also favored such places. Something seems amiss, he mused aloud. What about other locations? Everywhere else is filled with ordinary people. They engage in the same pursuits here as they do in the real world. One simply needs to perform their original profession. Observe. I have returned to the tavern as the proprietor, my original trade, the bartender replied, deftly manipulating an abacus with one hand. Have there been any fatalities? Liu Ping inquired. The bartender abruptly halted the abacus, chuckling. If something were to occur, how could there be no casualties? Liu Ping nodded and seated himself on a bench at the tavern entrance, gently performing a breathing technique. He held greater faith in his own methods for dealing with practitioners than in the biological wave suppressor hidden within his garments. After completing this task, he leisurely gazed outward. Before him, a multitude of workers had arrived at the sites of collapsed buildings, hammering industriously. The leader of the night watch, garbed in a long robe, ambled up and down the street, flanked by aides, guards, and servants. The courtesans waved their crimson sleeves, playfully beckoning to the passers-by. A lively scene unfolded. Bong. The bell tolled once more, disrupting Liu Ping's reverie as he turned his gaze to the void before him. Lines of small script rapidly materialized in his sight. The connection of time and space has been established. Dark Mist Town is about to enter a concealed time-space, becoming part of it. 2 hours remain until dawn. Expected duration of stay, 2 hours. The small script vanished in a flash, replaced by a line of crimson letters that announced, Warning. Dark Mist Town is situated between two concealed time spaces. It is on the verge of being absorbed by one of them. Liu Ping was taken aback, slowly lifting his gaze. In the sky, two parallel shadows emerged. One shadow revealed a vast expanse of land, dotted with a few villages and farmlands, where the mundane populace thrived in a scene of serene contentment. The other shadow, however, displayed a gruesome sight of scattered corpses, where the armies of mankind clashed fervently with monstrous beings. Which hidden realm would they ultimately enter? As Liu Ping pondered, he noticed the bartender kneeling beside him, drenched in cold sweat, fervently praying, O Lord, please do not let us enter the S-class war realm, for all shall perish. Spare us from the horrors of battle, for our demise is certain. Have mercy on our fate. Allow us to dwell in the E-class realm, I beseech you. In the next moment, the two shadows vanished from the sky. The gates of the small town creaked open, and a throng of people rushed in. Liu Ping observed them for a moment, realizing they were all ordinary folk. Some carried burdens on their shoulders, baskets filled to the brim with eggs. Others pushed carts adorned with large signs advertising baked goods, and there were those selling firewood, fish, or seeking work, a veritable tapestry of life. Liu Ping turned to the bartender, who sighed in relief and slumped to the ground, exclaiming, Thank the heavens, we did not enter that war. Indeed, Liu Ping mused. Such a fierce conflict would be beyond this small town's endurance. The bartender pointed towards the city gates and whispered, This is the E-class hidden realm. In this world of death, most are ordinary souls. Once we appear, they will retain the memory of this town, coming here to make a living, only to return at dawn. What does E-class mean? Liu Ping inquired. It means at worst, a number of lives may be lost and some structures damaged. But the town is not at risk of complete annihilation, the bartender replied. Not facing obliteration. Liu Ping gazed at the bustling scene outside. Compared to the second shadow, this indeed felt like a paradise. He silently rejoiced within. He and the bartender lingered at the tavern's entrance for a while. Before long, a voice of surprise echoed through the darkened sky. Oh, a small town. Chapter 6. The immortals' gentle touch streams of radiant light descended from the heavens, gracing the small town with their presence. A few young cultivators, clad in white garments and appearing to be in their early 20s, stood in the town's center, exuding an air of confidence and ambition. Armed with various weapons, they surveyed their surroundings. Let us depart. These mortals are merely toiling away at their mundane tasks. Which holds little intrigue, remarked a female cultivator, pinching her nose in disdain. If Lady Lee suggests we leave, then we shall, responded a male cultivator. Indeed. What interest lies here? If our senior desires a change of scenery, we shall oblige, added another. Onward, onward, declared a third. This place truly lacks any excitement. We must go, insisted the fourth. With that, the group soared into the air, quickly vanishing into the clouds above. Liu Ping observed their disappearance, a contemplative expression crossing his features. The weapons they wielded were all artifacts of considerable value, with the lowest quality being a precious item. In the realm of cultivation, weapons are categorized into sharp, precious, spiritual, mystical, and divine, with the divine being the most potent and the sharp the least. To fly, one must possess at least the cultivation level of golden core. The hierarchy of cultivation is delineated as follows: Chi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, God transformation, saint sealing, and divine reflection. Upon achieving the first stage of divine reflection, one can ascend to higher realms. At such a youthful age, to wield precious artifacts and possess at least golden core cultivation indicates that these individuals are likely disciples of prestigious sections. In other words, they bear significant status. The female cultivator seemed to hold considerable influence within her sect. Otherwise, why would her companions so readily acquiesce to her wishes? Perhaps they all sought her favor? The innkeeper approached, patting Liu Ping on the shoulder with a grin. These cultivators look down upon our humble town. Do not worry, we are quite safe. Liu Ping smiled, but remained silent. The mere presence of these cultivators signified deeper implications. Every event, every encounter, is not without its predestined purpose. For cultivators, is there any matter devoid of causality? Suddenly, Liu Ping realized that these outsiders were utterly oblivious to the essence of a cultivator. An ordinary person often seeks wealth, companionship, or peace. If their desires are fulfilled, they find contentment. Even in disappointment, they merely sigh and continue their existence. However, cultivators are different. They yearn to transcend all suffering. Aspiring for eternity, they dare to pursue immortality. Thus, they constitute the most fervent embodiment of desire in existence. Would such beings squander their time in a mundane town? At that moment, someone entered the inn and settled at a table, calling out, "Waiter, come here." Liu Ping approached with the menu, greeting with a smile. "What would you like to order, esteemed guest?" The patrons placed their orders, which Liu Ping silently noted before relaying them to the kitchen. The dishes were soon served. The group began to enjoy their drinks and meals. After a while, several more young individuals entered the inn. Liu Ping, as was his custom, stepped forward with a smile, inquiring, "What would you esteemed guests like to eat?" The newcomers glanced at the menu and placed their orders. Just as Liu Ping was about to depart, one of them caught his arm. "Waiter, I would like to inquire about something," the individual whispered. "Please, go ahead," Liu Ping replied. Inquiring about the most exquisite maiden at the brothel across the way, a man lowered his voice once more. Liu Ping was momentarily taken aback. Not far across from him, the bartender's gaze sharpened. This was troublesome. Liu Ping had only just arrived in Dark Mist Town, entirely unfamiliar with such matters and lacking any knowledge of the brothel. How could he possibly recommend a girl to these patrons? "Esteemed guest, you have posed the wrong question," Liu Ping replied with a smile. "Wrong question? How so?" The man arched an eyebrow. "There is a saying that beauty lies in the eyes of the beholder. From my perspective, each maiden in the brothel possesses her own charm. Yet your discerning taste surely surpasses mine. Perhaps you find those girls to be mere commonplace beauties," Liu Ping articulated. He discreetly gestured to the bartender, signaling him not to approach. The bartender, having just heard his explanation, hesitated slightly. "Brilliant, quite the reasoning," the man exclaimed, bursting into laughter. The others nearby joined in the mirth. One individual nodded in agreement. "Indeed, in our eyes, most women here are rather ordinary. This sentiment deserves a toast. Come." They all raised their cups in unison. Liu Ping lowered his gaze, subtly surveying the group. Very well, it seemed that these individuals were disguised, employing some form of transformation. Moreover, they had masked their spiritual energy fluctuations. Yet, such a degree of concealment could hardly escape Liu Ping's perception. With a slight attunement, he quickly discerned their essence. This level of breath-holding technique, it could obscure spiritual energy while allowing a semblance of ordinary appearance, making one appear remarkably handsome. How familiar this shameless approach seemed. This resembled the elegant breath-holding technique I had once crafted. I recall it garnered significant popularity, with many supporting the legitimate subscription. However, after a few years of rampant piracy of the Jade Scrolls, I was compelled to make numerous improvements and reissue it for sale. Liu Ping pondered silently, his hand concealed within his sleeve, subtly forming a gesture. In silent motion, the spiritual awareness within his sea of consciousness underwent a profound transformation. In the blink of an eye, he saw through the breath-holding methods of those seated at the table, detecting the fluctuations of their spiritual energy. The energy they emanated seemed to correspond precisely with that of the few youthful practitioners who had recently arrived. So it was them. Fortunately, I did not summon the bartender. The bartender appeared indifferent, undoubtedly believing these individuals to be mere commoners. Cultivators, proud by nature, would find it intolerable if confronted by mere mortals. Should conflict arise, the fate of the bartender would remain uncertain. If he were to expose the various anomalies of his craft distinct from the world of cultivation, the entire town would be plunged into chaos. After all, these cultivators were clearly not solitary practitioners. They belonged to a sect. In the realm of cultivation, sects operate in a hierarchical manner. If the junior brother fails, the senior brother steps in. If the senior brother falters, the master takes charge. If the master cannot prevail, the elder does. And if the elder is at a loss, the sect leader rises. And if the sect leader cannot manage, everyone rallies together. Such matters transcend the so-called E-grade, far beyond what Dark Mist Town could contend with. Liu Ping sighed quietly, his mind racing with strategies to cope with the situation. Though these matters may seem to unfold slowly, they transpire in the blink of an eye. Just as a few individuals finished their drinks and returned their cups to the table, Liu Ping refilled their glasses. Standing beside them with the wine jug cradled in his hands, one of them remarked, "The daily grind is indeed arduous. I have long desired to visit a brothel to listen to some music, with beauties by my side, to unwind a little." Another concurred, saying, "You speak the truth. The road ahead is long and treacherous. If one does not learn to balance work and relaxation, one might snap under pressure one day." A third, holding his chopsticks, chimed in, "Come, let us eat. Consuming the same bland fare daily leaves a bitter taste in the mouth. Where is the delight in such meals?" These individuals were, after all, quite genuine, their dispositions not entirely ill-natured. Liu Ping thought to himself that they should not cause any trouble. He smiled and said, "Esteemed guests, if there's nothing else, I shall take my leave to attend to other matters." The first man pulled out a silver ingot from his pocket and slammed it onto the table, declaring, "You are quite clever to remain here. You shall be handsomely rewarded." Liu Ping cast a glance at the silver ingot. Money, in truth, held no allure for him. He had little affection for it. Unless one presented him with a mountain of spiritual stones, he would scarcely bother to look their way. However, being in a realm fraught with peril, he could not directly negotiate prices. Preserving his life was paramount. "Thank you, esteemed sir," Liu Ping exclaimed with feigned delight as he tucked the silver ingot into his pocket. He then picked up the wine jug, filling each of the cultivator's glasses, while subtly signaling the bartender. The bartender, being quite astute, was originally preparing to approach. But upon seeing Liu Ping's glance, he pondered briefly before turning back to the counter, engrossed in his abacus, deciding against approaching again. Meanwhile, on another street of the small town, within a particular courtyard, the leader of the night watch paused, speaking in a hushed tone, "This is bad. The bartender has relayed news that Liu Ping seems to have discovered some troublesome matter. What shall we do? What should we do?" Old K whispered, "Do not act rashly. Bring forth the energy conservation exchanger," the leader instructed. The others promptly retrieved a small device, opened it, and handed it to the leader. He placed the device in his pocket and pressed the switch. In the next moment, his magical energy was transformed into spiritual energy, manifesting outwardly with the unique fluctuations of a cultivator. He had become a practitioner. "According to the standards of the cultivation world, I am approximately at the nascent soul stage. Only I can manage this situation," the leader stated solemnly, donning a Taoist robe and stepping through the door. In the tavern, one of the men said, "Do not rejoice too soon. This silver is of little consequence. The master has inquiries for you, and should your answers please him, there will be further rewards. Please proceed." Liu Ping replied, "As a waiter in the largest tavern in this town, you must have encountered many heroes and know much about the finer points of culture." The man continued. Such flattering words. Liu Ping nodded in agreement. In truth, for someone of his station, befriending ruffians and being aware of many base and vulgar matters was far more accurate. "What do you seek from me, dear innkeeper?" the man inquired in a lowered voice. "How might we, as newcomers to the brothel, present ourselves as seasoned patrons without being looked down upon?" At the table, several other cultivators indulged in their food and drink, feigning disinterest, yet their ears were perked with curiosity. Liu Ping was momentarily taken aback by the question. What was this? It appeared to be a gathering of novices. After all, they were merely a group of youths, embarking on their first outing, filled with a mixture of anxiety, anticipation, and shyness. Returning to the matter at hand, he remarked, "You lot are quite bold, thinking of visiting a brothel even in the face of death. Truly, you are cultivators." Laughter erupted as he continued. "You have come to the right person. This matter is easily resolved, provided there are silver coins involved. Do not concern yourself with the money. Just tell us what to do," the man replied. Liu Ping suggested, "Order a few more dishes, fill 2 jugs with wine, and I shall promptly venture to the brothel to invite a few young ladies to sing and entertain you. Once you become familiar with them, the remaining matters will be easily managed." "What remains to be done?" the man asked, bewildered. "The ladies will escort you. Once you enter the brothel, you need not pay attention to anyone else, as the lady will directly lead you to her room," Liu Ping assured him. "Brilliant," the man exclaimed with delight. And the others displayed expressions of realization. The man then flipped his hand, placing a pouch of silver ingots upon the table. "Take the money and make haste," he urged. "Very well," Liu Ping replied with a smile, accepting the pouch. He made his way towards the exit of the tavern, exchanging a glance with the bartender, who wore a look of confusion. How could this innkeeper suddenly assume the role of a matchmaker? Liu Ping shot him a disdainful glare. If he couldn't even discern that the other was a cultivator, who knew what trouble might ensue if he didn't intervene? He crossed the street and entered the brothel across the way. Chapter 7. The Gift of Eternal Life. Swiftly, Several gaily adorned young women trailed behind Liu Ping as they returned to the tavern. Upon entering, a sudden chill gripped Liu Ping's heart. The air seemed laced with a faint murderous intent, the entire atmosphere now palpably wrong. Just moments ago, it had been lively and bustling. What had happened? Startled, yet maintaining his composure, Liu Ping swiftly scanned the tavern with his eyes. The disguised cultivators sat with bowed heads, no longer speaking loudly or clinking cups in merriment, silently picking at their dishes around the table. His gaze shifted and abruptly froze. At another table opposite the cultivators sat a woman. She, too, had attempted a disguise, suppressing her spiritual fluctuations with a rudimentary concealment technique, mimicking others by ordering a table full of dishes while eating absent-mindedly. Yet her concealment technique was too crude, her disguise too perfunctory. With a single glance, Liu Ping recognized her, the same senior sister Li who had descended upon this town earlier with the group of cultivators. The other cultivators had long since identified her as well. Her personal sword lay openly on the table, making it impossible to miss. The woman's eyes remained fixed on the brothel across the street as she murmured, "Strange, they clearly turned back this way. Could they not have arrived yet?" At her words, the men at the opposite table lowered their heads even further. Liu Ping's eyelids drooped slightly, unable to suppress a silent critique. "This is pure amateur work. Not even bothering to alter your appearance, just throwing on men's robes and carrying a sword. Do you really think you can catch anyone like this? Let me tell you. Without paying for my expertise, even a pig would elude you. Whatever. Right now, I'm only at the chi refining stage. No matter what. I just hope she doesn't take her frustration out on small fry like us." Without pausing, Liu Ping led the women straight to the table where the cultivators sat. The men, bold as they were, immediately shot him warning glances, urging him to take the women elsewhere. Liu Ping ignored them entirely. He had already discerned that senior sister Li wasn't foolish, she simply lacked worldly experience. Such individuals, unburdened by trivial matters, were usually prodigies in cultivation, their spiritual senses razor-sharp. The slightest irregularity could draw their attention. If we turn and leave now, do you really think she won't notice? And if she does, we're finished. Only golden core cultivators can fly. Senior sister Li moved with effortless grace in the air, her cultivation was the highest among them, at least at the nascent soul stage. Then there was the sword resting on her table. Though sheathed, it emitted a faint spiritual glow, unmistakably extraordinary. Who could possibly withstand her blade? Liu Ping suddenly glanced toward the tavern entrance. The night watch captain strolled leisurely toward the door, about to step inside until his eyes fell upon the sword on senior sister Li's table. Damn, stomachache. Muttering to himself, the captain retreated several steps, turned right upon exiting, and strode away without looking back. Liu Ping. Truly, the reflexes of a captain. Well, can't blame you. Dressed like a rogue cultivator, you'd only end up bullied here anyway. Liu Ping sighed silently. Even the leader has discerned that this sister Li is of no ordinary origin. Even if everyone exhausts their efforts to eliminate her, who can believe that she does not possess a soul lamp? When the time comes, an entire sect may come forth. And we might not even realize how we met our demise. Regardless of the arguments, we must ensure she does not become enraged. Otherwise, the very existence of Anwu Town hangs in the balance. Come, these ladies are the stars of Yihong Tower. Please introduce yourselves. Liu Ping spoke. The young women understood the gravity of the situation, each exhibiting an exceptionally amiable demeanor. I am Chu Chu. I am Xiao Yao. This is Xiao Xiao. Hee. I am Yin Air. Which of you wishes to hear a tune? I can play and sing anything you desire. They approached the group of male cultivators, showcasing their charms. Sister Li furrowed her brow, turned her head away, and continued to gaze intently at the entrance of the brothel, unwilling to spare even a glance in this direction. The junior disciples, witnessing this, could not help but breathe a sigh of relief inwardly. Yet, they saw Sister Li gently caressing her treasured sword, murmuring softly, "If you truly become disgraceful among the cultivators, like these mortals, I shall personally assist you in severing your ties to the mundane, guiding you back to the path. In the future, you will be grateful for my actions." Silence. In the next moment, at the table opposite her, several courtesans produced fragrant handkerchiefs, dabbing the sweat from the brows of their patrons. "Is it hot, young master?" Chu Chu giggled. "Indeed, young master. Why do you sweat so much?" Xiaoya wiped the sweat from the face of the man beside her, only to discover his garments were already soaked through. The male cultivators sat stiffly, forcing smiles, yet words eluded them. Seeing the situation about to unravel, Liu Ping quickly clapped his hands and said, "All right. The reason I brought you here today is that these young masters are particularly fond of poetry, music, and the arts. You must perform well." The courtesans exchanged glances, somewhat troubled. While they had no issue with showcasing their professional skills, how could they perform poetry in the arts? Liu Ping, sensing their hesitation, smiled and suggested, "Let us begin with a song." The young women instantly felt relieved. All right, we can sing. They retrieved their zither, flute, and pipa, tuned their instruments, and commenced their performance. However, just a few lines in, a loud thud suddenly erupted from the table opposite. Everyone turned to look, only to see Sister Lee rising abruptly, gripping her sword, her face betraying an intent to kill. What is happening? The group felt a chill run down their spines. Yet they noticed that Sister Lee was not looking at them at all. Instead, she stepped forward, leaning against the railing, gazing skyward. Could it be my junior brothers have arrived? Sister Lee murmured. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze to the heavens. A colorful cloud floated down. A voice resonated from within the cloud. In the celestial realm lies the Jade Capital, with 12 towers and 5 cities. And a mortal caresses my crown, granting me longevity. Misguided by worldly joys, I am entangled in emotions and reason. The 96 holy lords, their names drifting in the clouds. Once the verse was recited, the colorful cloud descended, transforming into an elderly man with white hair and youthful features. The elderly man was enveloped in a celestial aura, appearing almost divine as he surveyed his surroundings on the street. With a sigh, he lamented, in this mundane world, where people engage in trivial pursuits, the cycle of life, birth, aging, sickness, and death is indeed a source of sorrow. After reciting his thoughts, he elegantly flicked his sleeves, leaving behind an unparalleled and aloof silhouette before preparing to take flight. Suddenly, he noticed a brothel by the roadside. Pausing for a moment in contemplation, he began to stride towards it. Master, called out Senior Sister Lee, hastily seizing her sword and rushing outside. This was truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Liu Ping wasted not a second, muttering to himself, that girl is rather intimidating. I wish I could just run away, as far from her as possible. The group of practitioners at a nearby table, upon hearing his words, felt as though enlightenment had struck them and discreetly rose to make their way toward the back door of the tavern. In the blink of an eye, they vanished without a trace. Liu Ping let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, a conflict had been averted. With the patrons departed, several young women began to sing and play, casting glances in his direction. Young master, what shall we do now? Liu Ping smiled and reassured them. Do not worry, ladies. The payment has already been made. Once this song concludes, I will distribute the rewards to your gentlemen. The young women understood immediately and sang in unison. To the south and north, all is spring water. One can only see the gulls come daily. The flower path has not been swept for guests. The thatched door now opens for you. Liu Ping frowned. What nonsense are they singing? It's vulgar. It serves only to vex the heart and is utterly useless. If one were to speak of enchanting voices, the maidens of the heavenly sound pavilion from the 7 major sects were truly captivating. Alas, their performance lacked the finesse. It was inferior to my own. Shaking off his thoughts, Liu Ping's gaze drifted outside. He beheld the elderly man, whose countenance radiated kindness, addressing the female disciple named Li. My child, are you also here to find those wayward disciples? So am I. Master, have you noticed their recent clandestine activities? She inquired. The old man, with a celestial demeanor, replied. Indeed, I fear they may stray from the righteous path, which is why I specifically came to this establishment to investigate. However, it appears they are not here. Perhaps they have ventured elsewhere for revelry. The female disciple expressed disappointment. It seems I cannot locate them. Haha, you worry too much. They are all still innocent. I have personally confirmed this, so you need not fret, the elder assured her. Is that so? Master, you are indeed wise. Might you teach me the method of verification? She asked joyfully. The old man's expression stiffened, and he skillfully changed the subject. Do not dwell on this. Overthinking will hinder your cultivation, since they are not here. It indicates they have finally grasped the essence of cultivation and returned to the right path. Let us return to the mountain, for they likely have already gone back. As you command, master, the disciple replied respectfully. Together, they ascended into the clouds, swiftly disappearing from sight. After a while, approximately 2/4 of an hour later, the street returned to normalcy. No further incidents transpired. Liu Ping exhaled deeply and addressed the young women. All right, take this silver and return home. No sooner had he spoken than a colorful cloud floated down from above. In the clouds, a voice resounded. In the celestial realm, the white Jade Capital stands, with 12 towers and 5 cities. The immortal caresses my crown, granting me eternal life. Misled by worldly pleasures, I find myself entangled in chaos of feelings. The 96 holy sovereigns, their names hang like floating clouds in the void. As the verse concluded, colorful clouds descended, transforming into an elderly man with white hair and youthful features. He had returned. The old man, enveloped in ethereal light, appeared almost divine, exuding an otherworldly grace as he made his way toward the brothel. Liu Ping, observing from within the tavern, felt a pang of dismay. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he glanced at the nearby maidens, who regarded the commotion outside with disdain. What an embarrassment! This fellow truly tarnishes the reputation of our cultivation world. Liu Ping silently cursed. It seemed imperative for him to swiftly elevate his cultivation. Otherwise, despite the flattering title of Night Watchman, he would merely be a servant here, bearing the burdens of others while constantly worrying for his life, thus tarnishing his lifelong reputation. At that moment, the elder appeared to sense something, swiftly soaring back into the heavens, vanishing in an instant. A breath later, a radiant cloud emerged in the sky. A voice sang from the clouds, in the celestial realm. The white jade capital stands, with 12 towers and 5 cities. The immortal caresses my crown, granting me eternal life. As the mystical light descended, it took form as senior sisterly. She gracefully entered the tavern, paused before Liu Ping, scrutinizing him closely before sighing, with ruby lips and pearly teeth. Like a jade tree swaying in the wind, today, by chance, I encounter a dragon pearl, realizing that all else is but mere fish and shrimp, unworthy of a glance. Before Liu Ping could respond, she plucked a strand of her azure hair and tied it around his wrist, saying, I was just observing you, fearing that if I did not come to know you, a heart demon might arise. Are you not aware of what you speak, esteemed immortal? Liu Ping replied, trembling with awe. Senior Sisterly smiled gently, her head bowed, and softly declared, once I attain transformation, I shall protect you, and then come to take you to the mountains for cultivation, to become an immortal. Become an immortal? Can I truly become an immortal? Liu Ping exclaimed with joy. This strand of hair, if you do not forsake it, I promise you the prospect of immortality. With that, she tenderly placed her hand upon Liu Ping's face, caressing his brow, cheeks, lips, and chin. As if holding her breath, Senior Sister Li's delicate form subtly rose and fell. Suddenly, she turned and briskly walked toward the tavern's exit, singing softly as she departed. To the Penlai Isles, companions must accompany. One cannot ascend the emerald cliffs alone. As her words faded, auspicious clouds arose, swiftly ascending into the sky, leaving no trace of their destination. Chapter 8. The Book of the Night Watchman. The bartender approached Liu Ping with a teasing remark, expressing surprise that he had evolved from a mere waiter to a figure of considerable stature, almost being captured for dual cultivation. Liu Ping pondered this, feeling a sense of dissonance. He stepped to the counter and casually picked up a copper mirror, gazing into it. Following his transformation, his visage and physique had undergone a complete metamorphosis. Not only had he returned to his youthful appearance, his eyes sparkled with vitality, and his previously injured arm was now whole. Who would recognize him as the once imperfect disciple of the divination arts? It seemed he had yet to acclimate. Liu Ping set down the mirror and inquired, is our leader the most formidable in the entire town? The bartender shrugged, affirming this was indeed the case. Liu Ping clenched his fist, feeling a surge of determination. This was unacceptable. I am merely at the chi refining stage, while others have reached the nascent soul level. Had I truly been seized for dual cultivation, I would have stood no chance. Although I am well versed in various dual cultivation techniques, fundamentally, a man should not be taken away. No, this cannot stand. I must exert myself urgently to elevate my cultivation. Just then, a faint glimmer of white light emerged in the darkened sky. It was the light of dawn. Daybreak was upon them. A collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd. In the next moment, the daylight shattered the night, illuminating the entire misty town. In an instant, the relentless darkness retreated like a fleeting shadow from the earth. The overlap between the realms of life and death had concluded. From this moment forth, life would bask in daylight, while death would retreat into the shadows. Cheers erupted from all corners of Misty Town. Lao Ke approached from the opposite end of the street, greeting them with a smile. Today is indeed fortunate, he exclaimed. What makes it so lucky? Liu Ping asked. Only a few cultivators showed up, and nothing significant occurred, Lao Ke replied. Significant events? Liu Ping pressed. Indeed. There was a time when a monstrous battle against demons ravaged the entire Misty Town, Lao Ke explained. We were almost caught up in something similar just now. The bartender added earnestly. Haha, you must be jesting. Lao Ke laughed heartily. At that moment, the group gathered at the tavern. The leader of the night watchman inquired, what transpired? Why are people reciting poetry in the sky? The bartender recounted the events. Slowly, everyone turned their gaze towards Liu Ping, ultimately fixating on a strand of azure hair adorning his wrist that belonged to a female sword cultivator of the nascent soul stage. In unison, the crowd silently pondered. What will you do with that hair? Lao Ke, intrigued, asked. Liu Ping replied, I shall keep it. Keep it? You intend to leave it wrapped around your wrist? The leader questioned. Liu Ping tucked the strand away, stating, in the past, others admired me for my talents. This is the first time someone has appreciated my appearance. This is quite significant, and I must remember it. A hush fell over the surroundings. The collective thought echoed in their minds. This lad is quite shameless. Keeping it should pose no issue, right? Liu Ping mused uncertainly. The leader, with profound significance, remarked, "We, the living, cannot traverse from one hidden realm to another. However, those practitioners can navigate between various concealed dimensions." The implication was unmistakable. "You, be wary during the next night watch, lest that sisterly come to whisk you away. And that would spell your doom." The bartender interjected, "Well, this time, Liu Ping did remarkably well. Otherwise, our misty town would face dire calamity. Allow me to assist him with this matter." He handed Liu Ping a card. The card depicted a solitary planet, with an individual clad in a spacesuit standing upon it, holding aloft a signpost adorned with an arrow. The bartender explained, "This is an emergency marker capable of guiding you in any environment. I have already set the destination to Misty Town." Liu Ping accepted the card and noted that the auxiliary text matched the bartender's words precisely. When the realm of death overlaps with ours, the dark spread poses the greatest threat, ensnaring you in the world of death due to disorientation. However, with this card, you can find your way back to Misty Town, the bartender continued. Liu Ping expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, but such an expensive item." The bartender patted his shoulder and replied, "I am not a melee card master. Had that sister lost her temper earlier, she could have truly ended me." Only then did Liu Ping accept the card, chuckling, "I shall endeavor to save you next time." Laughter erupted among the group. After wiping the sweat from his forehead, Liu Ping remarked. Across from him, an injured night watchman attempted to rise and take a few steps, his face lighting up with joy. "Haha, I truly feel better. I thought I would have to lie here for at least a month." Laughter ensued once more. This was the entrance to the town. As night faded, the night watchmen conducted their final tidying and inventory, awaiting the town guards to relieve them before they could rest. "Well done, having a healer is splendid." Old K patted Liu Ping's shoulder. "Indeed, you must ensure my protection," Liu Ping replied. The leader, upon hearing this, wore a smile and declared, "All right. Those who did not partake in the battle may return to rest. The injured should also return to recuperate, and those with spoils should wait at the bar. I shall sell the goods and come to distribute your earnings." "Yes, chief." Everyone responded in unison. Half an hour later, within the bar, Liu Ping, guided by Qi Lu, attempted to sip a cocktail. The night watchman leader entered the bar and approached the group, tossing heavy little bags to each of them. "Haha, it's payday. Let me treat everyone to a drink." Old K exuberantly raised his hands. Cheers erupted. Liu Ping received his bag and opened it to find dozens of coins crafted purely from gold. The poisonous stinger from last night, severed by Liu Ping, Old K, and Qi Lu had now been exchanged for gold coins. "Go find the bartender and purchase some weaponry. Your gun's firepower is too weak," the leader suggested. "I too feel the firepower is rather lacking," Liu Ping sighed. "While firearms are convenient and effortless, their insufficient power can adversely affect combat efficacy. Last night, had the firearm in his hand possessed greater power, it might have directly shattered the head of that scorpion woman." Old K volunteered, asserting that he understood firearms better than anyone else present, and suggested he assist Liu Ping shortly. "Go ahead," the leader said, raising his glass. Liu Ping and Old K approached the bartender. "Hold on, your professional skills are ready," the bartender addressed Liu Ping. "Who prepared them?" Liu Ping inquired. "Our civilization awaits the day you venture into the city. You will come to realize that the entirety of civilization is striving against the eternal night," the bartender replied. "Thank you. What should I do now?" Liu Ping asked. "Hand me your identity card." "All right." The bartender took Liu Ping's identity card and affixed it to the wall behind him. The wall slowly revealed a square opening, within which lay a book with a dark green cover. The bartender spoke. "This is your professional tome, Night Watchman." He retrieved the dark green book from the wall and placed the metallic card atop its cover before handing it to Liu Ping. "Recite. Initiate." "Initiate," Liu Ping echoed. No sooner had he spoken than the entire book erupted in a burst of dark green light, swirling around Liu Ping before gradually merging into his being. In his hand, he was left with the metallic card, now shifting to a deep green hue. In the void, lines of fiery text rapidly materialized. "You have gained the recognition of the current world. You are now a member of this realm, employed as the Night Watchman of Misty Town. Attention! A hybrid type of secret art is currently manifesting within you, bestowing you with power. You have acquired the following talents, abilities, and skills. Talent, Night Insight. Description: you possess acute perceptiveness, adept at uncovering the slightest traces in darkness and identifying anomalies. This is the fundamental talent of the Night Watchman. Skill: basic weapon mastery, Misty Town. Description: you have mastered the fundamental techniques for utilizing 4 types of ranged weaponry: spear, bow, crossbow, and firearm. Extraordinary ability: burst enhancement, beginner. You can double your attack power and speed in a very short period, but may only use this ability once per day. Additionally, you have grasped the fundamental knowledge of the world. The bartender's voice resonated. You are truly exceptional, Yet having wandered the wasteland as a scavenger, you may not be well versed in the rules and knowledge of cities and strongholds. Thus, I have taken the liberty of imparting some basic knowledge to you. Thank you. Liu Ping suppressed the emotion surging within him, striving to maintain a calm demeanor. In truth, the common knowledge of this era was precisely what he needed most. Chapter 9. Weapons in the Realm of Cultivation. Even the most profound teachings merely impart knowledge and insights. The recipient must engage in personal practice and training to genuinely master any skills. At this moment, let us set aside all else and focus solely on firearms. Firearms are an uncharted territory for me. Although I learned their usage just last night, through this arcane method, I have delved deeper into the knowledge of weaponry, particularly firearms, and have even begun to grasp some shooting techniques. This is an unprecedented experience. Beyond firearms and rudimentary knowledge, I remain indifferent to the other two skills. For the esoteric arts I am familiar with far exceed these capabilities. The bartender interjected, you have acquired the 3 fundamental abilities of a night watchman. And combined with your pre-existing skills, you are sufficiently equipped to undertake this role. Thank you very much, Liu Ping replied. Have you any further exchanges in mind? The bartender inquired, as Liu Ping fell into contemplation. With the recent mystical experience, he had gained a foundational understanding of the world. The spiritual stones he had amassed over a lifetime possess a higher value than ordinary currency in this realm due to his origins from the realm of death. However, having secured a formal identity already suffices for now. It would be unwise to flaunt his wealth in the immediate future. It would be prudent to utilize only the gold coins obtained today. Old K, seated nearby, clapped the table and exclaimed, Liu, my brother, has come to trade. Did you fare well last night? The bartender chuckled. Indeed, we had a small windfall together. Liu Ping responded with a smile. Bring forth any fine weapons you have. This time, we must procure some means of defense for our Liu, Old K declared. What price range are you considering? The bartender asked. Gently placing a sack of gold coins upon the table, Liu Ping pushed it toward the bartender. Old K, taken aback, remarked, you laid it all out? At least save a little for future needs. Liu Ping replied, let us first ensure survival before contemplating anything else. The bartender chuckled and gave Liu Ping a thumbs up. Not far off, the leader of the night watchmen nodded slightly in approval. The bartender picked up the sack of coins, weighed it in his hand, and asked, what category of weaponry do you seek? Anything will do. Please show me a selection, Liu Ping responded. The bartender retrieved several items from beneath the bar and laid them before Liu Ping. A sword, a spear, and a beautifully carved piece of wood caught Liu Ping's eye, filling him with curiosity. Are they selling wood now? Could it be that this wood is? He turned to the bartender. I am not well versed in such matters. Would you kindly provide an introduction? The bartender replied, certainly. This sword is a weapon of the cultivation path, sharp and resilient. The spear is a technological weapon, quite similar to the submachine gun you hold, but far more potent. And this wand, crafted from oak soaked in holy water, bears the blessing of a grand sorcerer. Liu Ping picked up the sword. From the perspective of weapon refinement, weapons are categorized into 5 levels: sharp, precious, spiritual, magical, and Taoist. Yet, this sword only reaches the standard of a mere weapon. Must I truly expend all my gold coins on such a sword? The bartender observed him holding the sword in silence for an extended period and assumed he was captivated by it. Thus, he began to explain, although this sword appears unremarkable, one cannot be certain. It may well conceal vital information or present unforeseen opportunities. In the realm of cultivation, everything is precious. For the world of death harbors many hidden dimensions of cultivation. Should one venture into such places, this sword might prove invaluable at certain moments. Old K nodded in agreement and remarked, indeed, there was once an individual who purchased a copper coin from the realm of cultivation, unaware that it was a specialized currency for divination. Consequently, he amassed a considerable fortune in spirit stones within the cultivation world. How much? Inquired the bartender. An entire 10 spirit stones. Old K exclaimed with a sense of wonder. We've struck gold. The bartender marveled. What are spirit stones? Liu Ping asked. They are a form of currency in the realm of cultivation, immensely valuable, Old K replied. Anyone who manages to acquire a sum of spirit stones can enjoy a period of respite, free from the struggles of survival, the bartender added. Liu Ping listened expressionlessly, casually placing the long sword down, feeling the weight of the gun, and then weighing the wand in his hands before finally stating, I want this gun. Are you certain? Absolutely. Very well, the gun itself is commendable. Additionally, I will provide you with 2 boxes of ordinary bullets and 1 box of holy bullets. The bartender retrieved 3 small boxes and handed them to Liu Ping along with the gun. As Liu Ping accepted the firearm, the description of the weapon materialized in the air: blood-stained double-barreled shotgun. Ammunition capacity, 2 rounds. This is a very ancient shotgun endowed with a certain divine power. Once employed against werewolves, infected beings, and vengeful spirits. You know how to use it. Be mindful of safety. He secured the gun and returned to the booth with Old K. The leader regarded the double-barreled shotgun in Liu Ping's hands with satisfaction, stating, "The weapon is quite good. It will serve you well for self-defense. However, you must heed one thing." "What is it?" Liu Ping inquired. "Since you are not primarily a firearms user, the gun is merely an external object for you. Once you no longer need to worry about self-defense, you must swiftly enhance your own strength," the leader advised. "I see now. I understand. Thank you, boss," Liu Ping sincerely expressed. He recognized that as a cultivator, firearms were indeed external to him. The reason for using a gun was twofold. It was convenient and helped mask his true capabilities. After all, he was only at the chi refining stage, and many concealing techniques were beyond his reach. The leader, pleased by Liu Ping's willingness to learn, felt a sense of joy. A healer who understands the principles, such a subordinate, is indeed worth nurturing. As it was the end of the month, the night would be more perilous than usual. "Old K. In our capacity as night watchman, you shall activate the safe house, allowing him to rest well tonight. Beginning tomorrow, we can gradually teach him a few things," the leader instructed. "That is indeed appropriate," another member concurred. They exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. "Very well," Old K stood and gestured towards Liu Ping. Liu Ping did not fully comprehend, but sensed that these individuals were genuinely concerned for his well-being. In the realm of combat, who can guarantee their invulnerability to injury? A healer with an affinity for the water element is, indeed, a highly coveted asset even within the world of cultivation. The recently acquired knowledge of this world reveals that. In this era, healers are a rare breed. As for Liu Ping, it is not merely the art of healing that he excels in. Anything he is willing to learn, be it swordsmanship, the 6 arts, secret techniques, or any other discipline, ultimately falls within his grasp. This epitomizes his true prowess as a disciple of the divination sage. Liu Ping remained seated, contemplating. "Tonight, that little girl is likely to return. Can you defeat her if you stay?" inquired the leader. "Of course not," Liu Ping replied as he rose and followed Old K out of the bar. "What is the safe house?" he asked. "It is the only concealed place in the town, generally undetectable by the nearby monsters," Old K explained. He patted Liu Ping on the shoulder and added, "Your volley of bullets saved me last night. Come, let me treat you to something nice." "There is no need for such formality," Liu Ping responded. "Let us go. Don't speak to me of courtesy," Old K insisted, firmly pulling Liu Ping toward a restaurant by the street. The bar was empty. The bartender stood behind the counter, polishing a glass while inquiring, "Aren't you supposed to be having breakfast? What brings you back?" "I have a few questions," Liu Ping replied candidly. "Considering your assistance last night, I don't mind sharing any information that isn't overly significant," the bartender said. "During the day, can the night watchman leave the town for the realm of death?" "Certainly, but the realm of death is fraught with peril. Only the ruins of cultivators offer any semblance of safety. If you venture there, remember to stay close to those ruins," the bartender cautioned. "Understood. I need money and must continue scavenging," Liu Ping acknowledged. The bartender scrutinized him for a moment before pulling out a card from beneath the counter and sliding it toward Liu Ping. The card bore a series of digits, 0371. As Liu Ping gazed at the card, a line of supplementary text materialized in the air, 0371 boundary marker pass. Liu Ping understood immediately. Pocketing the card as he expressed his gratitude, "Thank you. If you find anything valuable, remember to sell it to me first." "No problem. Enter through the 0371 boundary marker and return before nightfall," the bartender advised. "Got it. I'll treat you to a drink upon my return," Liu Ping promised, turning to exit the bar. He retraced his steps into the wilderness, eventually arriving back in the desert, standing before the black machine. A beam of light emanated from the machine, scanning him thoroughly. "Dark Mist Night Watchman, do you wish to proceed to the realm of death?" the machine inquired. "Indeed," Liu Ping affirmed. "Please present your pass," it instructed. Liu Ping placed the card before the machine, which then unfolded into 2 massive doors. Outside, the sun shone brightly in the morning, while within lay a profound darkness of night. Liu Ping stepped forward, crossing the threshold. "Please return to guard the town of Dark Mist before nightfall. I wish you good luck." The machine emitted a low hum. Liu Ping turned back to see 2 massive steel gates slowly retracting, transforming once more into a black machine resembling a boundary marker, standing solemnly upon the sand dunes. For practitioners, traversing the 2 realms necessitates formidable strength. Yet, this technologically advanced machine enables those with lesser abilities to cross between realms. In this regard, technology indeed possesses its own advantages. "Very well, I shall return before darkness falls," Liu Ping replied. Chapter 10. The Abyss. He set forth, his steps guided by the vestiges of memory, racing towards the entrance of the subterranean cavern. In but a moment, Liu Ping re-entered the underground domain, following the path once traversed with Hong Tao and Zhao Chani, delving deeper into the cave. Time slipped by unmeasured until he arrived at a vast, shadowy chamber. This expansive space had previously served as a refuge for numerous cultivators, where Liu Ping had first engaged in conversation with Hong Tao and Zhao Chani. A brief survey of the surroundings revealed several dilapidated formations scattered across the ground. Crouching beside the remnants, he murmured to himself, the architect of such a sanctuary favored the 12-fold overlapping method for the grand array. There should be 3 concealment formations, 3 isolation arrays, 3 defensive setups, 1 offensive array, 1 teleportation formation, and 1 mirroring array. Upon counting, however, he discovered only 11 formations. The mirroring array was notably absent. Pondering for a moment, Liu Ping rose and circumnavigated the cavern, only to halt abruptly before a section of the rock wall. Why conceal the mirroring array so far away? He mused aloud, reaching forth to dig into the stone with vigor. A cascade of earth tumbled from the wall, stirring up clouds of dust within the cave. Behind the soil lay the mirroring array, albeit in a state of considerable disrepair. After a moment's contemplation, he retrieved a few spirit stones, crushing them into powder and meticulously applying the fine dust to the damaged sections of the array. Once his task was complete, he pressed his hand upon the edge of the formation and commanded, "Activate." This method would temporarily activate the flawed mirroring array, but it would subsequently be rendered completely inoperative. This secret technique was specifically devised to probe into the remnants of damaged mirroring arrays, unveiling the last scene they beheld before their destruction. As Liu Ping's voice resonated, the array emitted a glimmering light, which soared upward, coalescing into a vivid image. The scene revealed the cultivators still in hiding, gazing upon the monstrous entity ravaging the earth. Intriguingly, Liu Ping was absent from this past moment. Shortly thereafter, 7 or 8 individuals aided a bloodied practitioner into the cavern for refuge. The sacred beast made its entrance, guiding the injured cultivator and their companion. With a shift, the sacred beast transformed into a portal, ushering the 2 practitioners into the holy sect, departing the underground lair. The remaining individuals continued their discourse within the cavern, yet 2 lesser cultivators were conspicuously absent. Hong Tao and Zhao Chani remained seated, motionless. After a pause, Hong Tao rose and, clasping his fists, addressed Zhao Chani, "Fairy Zhao, I am aware of a place where the heavens have fallen. Would you accompany me to earn some spirit stones?" "Indeed, I would," Zhao Chani replied, her expression enigmatic as she cast a glance at the rock wall. She then pressed lightly upon the stone beneath her feet before standing. Together, they made their way towards the exit. The guarding cultivators stepped forth, cautioning them. "The situation outside remains uncertain. Your powers are limited, and venturing out at this time may prove perilous." Zhao Chani smiled and said, "It matters not. We are bound for the land of the fallen sky to gather items and earn some spirit stones to sustain our livelihood." The guard ceased his inquiries. Hong Tao and Zhao Chani departed the cave, one following the other. Not long after, a surge of spiritual light erupted within the cave, only to be utterly extinguished moments later. The 12-layered array crumbled like paper, disintegrating into ashes in an instant. A colossal black hand reached into the cave from outside, seizing all within, and then retreated with astonishing speed, vanishing from sight. A soft crack echoed as the image retention array shattered completely, causing all light and shadow to disappear. The scene concluded. Liu Ping stood motionless for a while, astonished that this was the final tableau of the refuge's occupants. He approached the cave entrance to examine it closely. The walls surrounding the entrance were riddled with fine cracks, which he had previously overlooked. But now it was evident that these fissures were caused by the intrusion of that enormous black hand. Liu Ping extended his hand and gently pried apart a fragment of the shattered rock. Inside, he detected a scent reminiscent of sulfur, though upon closer inspection, it was not entirely the same. Exiting the cave, he surveyed the surroundings. The subterranean passage remained intact, the walls unscathed. Now Liu Ping understood well. In such a narrow underground corridor, it was inconceivable that a body capable of matching that black hand could be accommodated. Coupled with the evident traces of sorcery on the walls, it suggested that someone had lurked outside the cave, launching a surprise attack on those inside. But why? Why did Hong Tao and Zhao Chani manage to evade this ambush? These 2 were merely in the chi refinement stage, posing no threat to anyone. Liu Ping pondered. Re-entering the cave, Zhao Chani had glanced at the rock wall, fortuitously gazing at the location of the image retention array. Thus, her action must have held some significance. Wait. She had pressed her hand against the rock on the ground. "Zhao Chani, what exactly are you trying to convey to me?" Liu Ping murmured softly as he approached the rock, crouching down for a closer look. On the surface, he discerned a few hasty etchings, and with effort, he identified them as 2 characters, Jiuyo. Liu Ping's expression stiffened as he gently smoothed over the markings on the ground. This act served 2 purposes: to erase the traces and to inform Zhao Chani that if she returned here, she would know someone had gleaned her intelligence. The term Jiuyo is essentially a counterpart to Taishang, representing two divergent paths of cultivation and symbolizing two opposing factions, the malevolent and the righteous. What message did Zhao Chani intend to convey by leaving the two characters Jiuyo? Liu Ping pondered for several moments, recalling the earlier scenes with Hong Tao and Zhao Chani. It seemed that Zhao Chani had hardly made a move throughout their journey. There is a saying, a master reveals their skill with a single strike. Had she unleashed her power even once, Liu Ping would have had confidence in discerning her path of cultivation. Yet, Zhao Chani had not made a single move. This complicates matters. After pondering for a moment, Liu Ping suddenly recalled something. Indeed, Zhao Chani had not committed any indiscretions during their journey. Yet she had gifted him a fan, the Shuiyan Lingyao fan. Liu Ping tapped his storage pouch and retrieved the fan, examining it closely in his hands. After a brief inspection, he gently formed a gesture with his fingers and exclaimed, "Refine." Instantly, the fan levitated in midair, emitting a plume of black-red flames. It was evident that this was a method of artifact refinement, albeit remarkably rudimentary and crude. I could easily dismantle this fan. Perhaps the individual who crafted it deliberately designed it to be so coarse? Liu Ping furrowed his brow, for his mastery in artifact refinement was unparalleled, and he immediately discerned the anomalies. In the realm of cultivation, there are 6 arts: divination, formations, talismans, artifacts, alchemy, and cuisine. These 6 arts represent the crystallization of skills accumulated over countless years, embodying the pinnacle of civilization within the world. Liu Ping, having studied under the divination sage, excelled in all 6 disciplines. Thus, it was before his demise that the sage admonished him, saying, "We possess an abundance of knowledge. Not only do the demons wish to eradicate us swiftly, but even the various sects within the human race both revere and suspect us." At this moment, suspicion arose within him. He quickly executed a series of incantations, disassembling the fan to scrutinize it further. To his astonishment, 2 lines of small characters were inscribed on the fan's surface. Layer 39 underground. Sun position. Proceed. P.S. There is an object in this cave. You may attempt to retrieve it. Liu Ping gazed at the inscription, slowly exhaling a breath. The 39th layer underground was a place where advanced cultivators secluded themselves. Only those of the nascent soul realm were permitted entry, while ordinary practitioners could not even approach. Perhaps Zhao Chani and Hong Tao's cultivation surpassed the qi refinement stage. What were these two truly planning? Liu Ping's curiosity deepened. Then, let us attempt to obtain that object. Setting down the fan, Liu Ping's gaze swept the cave. Was this a trial? A test of my strength? Or perhaps a challenge to determine my worthiness to uncover certain secrets? Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a specific spot. Several areas where bonfires had been lit were charred black, yet the spot where he, Hong Tao, and Zhao Chani had gathered showed significantly less discoloration, appearing only lightly dusted with gray. Someone had been here. Liu Ping approached, placing his hand upon the lightly gray surface, gently probing with his spiritual energy. Crack. It seemed as if something had been activated. The ground split open, and an upright coffin emerged from the depths, its lid crashing to the ground. Liu Ping focused intently, unable to suppress a gasp of disbelief. Hong Tao, no? This is the corpse refinement technique. Within the coffin stood a figure, eyes closed, exuding a serene countenance as if still in slumber. It was indeed Hong Tao. Liu Ping took a few steps closer, forming a gesture and pressing his finger firmly against Hong Tao's forehead. Instantly, Hong Tao opened his eyes and gazed at Liu Ping. "Liu Daoyu, we meet again," he said, clasping his fists. "Hong Daoyu, who has ensnared your soul in this corpse refinement technique? Do you require my assistance to free you from this predicament?" Liu Ping inquired, clasping his fists in return. Hong Tao smiled and remarked, "Liu, my friend, the technique you just employed is indeed a premier method of corpse refinement." "Indeed," Liu Ping acknowledged. "The art of corpse refinement is a nefarious practice, and your apparent mastery of it suggests that we share a common path. Thus, your presence here is essentially a trial to ascertain whether I am a practitioner of sinister arts," Liu Ping inquired. "Precisely," Hong Tao replied. "Had you been an adherent of the righteous path, your immediate response would have been to obliterate this corpse, lest such malevolent practices disrupt the world." "Why must you test me in this manner?" Liu Ping asked. "I cannot divulge the reasons at this moment. The implications are far too significant. All I can reveal is that you have passed the trial. The secret lies at the tremor point on the 39th underground level, not the Sun position." "And what would transpire should one venture to the Sun position?" Liu Ping queried. "Death," Hong Tao stated flatly. Liu Ping sighed and shook his head. "You are exceedingly cautious. We have no choice. Far too many cultivators have already fallen into the clutches of monsters. We fear you may be a practitioner under their control," Hong Tao explained. "But I possess only the cultivation of qi refinement. Why would you test me? Are you not concerned that I am merely a novice on the path?" Liu Ping could not help but retort. "When you awoke, monsters pursued you. Such treatment is typically reserved for those great cultivators who have reincarnated," Hong Tao clarified. Now I understand, Liu Ping replied. Hong Tao continued. To access the 39th underground level, one must possess at least the cultivation of the nascent soul. Liu, you must hasten your training. Indeed, Liu Ping concurred. Hong Tao nodded towards Liu Ping. This matter is concluded. We shall meet again. A blaze erupted from his form, engulfing him in a fierce fire. Liu Ping took a few steps back, observing the corpse within the flames with indifference. The destruction of this corpse would lead to the departure of Hong Tao's soul, which would return to the one who had crafted the body. Only then would that individual become aware of the events that transpired here. Moments later, all was consumed. The flames extinguished, and the corpse was reduced to ashes. Hong Tao. Liu Ping sighed softly. It is unwise to judge our affiliation solely based on techniques. In truth, I merely possess mastery over all forms of arts in this world. Chapter 11. In pursuit of theatricality, Liu Ping chose not to linger in that place any longer. Instead, he sought out a secluded cavern, crossed his legs, and closed his eyes. It was time for cultivation. Cultivation is the foundation of all. Only with a reservoir of spiritual energy as vast as the ocean can one unleash formidable secret arts and delve into the mysteries of the subterranean depths. The spiritual energy courses through his limbs and bones, breaking through barriers and rendering his entire being more transparent, allowing for a deeper communion with the essence of heaven and earth. When Liu Ping finally opened his eyes, it was already noon. A small line of text lingered in the void. You may break through at any time. Liu Ping stood up and stretched lazily. After his transformation, the innate aptitude of this body surpassed that of his original form by several magnitudes. With the conclusion of this session of cultivation, the obstacles of the Qi refinement stage were swept away, though the expenditure of spiritual energy had been somewhat excessive. Once his spiritual energy had sufficiently replenished, he would hasten back to the town of Dark Mist to ascend to the foundation establishment stage. After all, this was a realm of death, and safety was not guaranteed. Thus, the only course of action now was to close his eyes and muse. Let me recall how the old master designed this underground refuge. Memories of past events unfolded in his mind. Somehow, Liu Ping was suddenly reminded of a particular scene from years ago, before the great battle between humanity and demons. His master planned to commence the design of underground sanctuaries. Let me see. TSK, old man, there are issues with your design on these several levels, he remarked, examining the jade slip. What issues? His master inquired. It lacks aesthetics, and it is not particularly accommodating for those who cultivate together. They have no private space to interact, he replied. Get lost. You, having reached the divine illumination stage, should hurry and cultivate to perfection. Then ascend and get out of here. His master retorted. Fine, I'll go, but I absolutely refuse to ascend, he declared. Why? His master asked. You once told me that the divine illumination stage is the pinnacle of cultivation. Once I reach this realm, the journey of cultivation is deemed complete, and I may pursue whatever I desire. Indeed, I did say so. I have diligently cultivated for several years, enduring countless hardships, and finally attained the divine illumination stage. Only for you to then say that once I break through this stage, I can ascend to a higher realm. In the higher realm, there are innumerable stages such as the thousand calamities, the void, the mysterious spirit, the chaotic stars, the return to origin, the bright spirit, the void seeking, the wandering, the empty wheel, the 3,000 worlds, the 4 pillars of sanctity, the Night Mara kingdom, the sovereign of freedom, the master of Mount Sumeru, the saint of the Star River, and countless others. As one ascends in level, one must enter ever higher tiers of the celestial worlds. You old coot. Why didn't you clarify this with me sooner? Do you know how disheartening that is? His master's expression froze. After a long while, he finally managed to say, with a stiff face, the higher the realm, the more formidable the power. We cultivators hold strength in the highest regard, if one does not ascend. What can a cultivator achieve? Yet Liu Ping remained unconvinced. With countless worlds beyond the heavens, should I leave, I would continuously advance toward stronger realms, making it exceedingly difficult to turn back. What if I cannot return? Return? Once you become an unparalleled master, what need is there to concern yourself with our humble realm of cultivation? The master advised. No, I cannot forget this place, I insisted. Why? The master inquired. Because this is where my past resides, I continued. Master, I have discovered a method that can elevate our entire world to a higher plane, while others ascend individually. We shall rise collectively, transcending all hardships. The master's expression turned complex as he murmured, You are merely indulging in fanciful dreams, and this is hardly the righteous path. I shall not ascend. Instead, I will dedicate myself to this endeavor. There is no need for you to worry. I reassured him. As memories began to fade, I recalled the jade slip containing the blueprint for constructing an underground refuge. Liu Ping opened his eyes, momentarily lost in thought. The master had always urged me to ascend. Had he known all along that time was of the essence? Was it only in his recognition of the futility that he resorted to using divine elixirs to alter his fate? I finally awakened, yet the era had transformed. The world had become a realm of death. Even the strategies I had envisioned now seemed like mere illusions, unattainable. After a brief silence, I softly stated, "Friend Hong. Friend Zhao, once I complete my foundation establishment, I shall come to examine the items you left on the 39th underground level." As I exited the cave, preparing to soar along the path I had taken, I suddenly halted. In the void, a line of fiery characters emerged. Caution. The 39th underground level likely conceals the secrets of the current world. We must explore it further. I read it in astonishment. You wish to explore again? The last time the sequence initiated exploration was shortly after my awakening. Another line of burning characters appeared. This sequence is about to embark on its second exploration. Please proceed to the 39th underground level to uncover the secrets left by the corpse refiners, enabling us to better understand the current situation. Very well. But will you activate once I arrive? I inquired with interest. Lines of text swiftly materialized. Caution. For the sake of remaining undetected, for world peace, and for our mutual safety, this sequence shall not activate. Even if you employ unforeseen methods to initiate this sequence, it will not be compelled to operate. This sequence will be closed. I displayed a look of resignation. This mechanism had always functioned this way since I first discovered it. Very well. Do as you please. I sighed, retrieving several spirit stones to replenish my lost spiritual energy. Another line of text emerged. Although this sequence will not activate, should you accompany it in exploring the secrets, it will provide you with certain assistance while ensuring its own safety. I asked, just like last time. The previous occasion had involved capturing a living corpse for analysis, which rewarded me with an extraordinary ability, that of a mere observer. What shall it entail this time? A line of small text materialized in midair. You have become a person without a role. This is merely the beginning. If you can uncover more secrets, you shall earn corresponding roles, thus unlocking additional extraordinary abilities. Roles? Discovering secrets can yield roles? Liu Ping could not help but exclaim. Indeed, this sequence will evaluate the secrets you explore and grant you corresponding role points. When you acquire enough role points, a person without a role will begin to evolve, transforming into an even more incredible force of mystique. Liu Ping pondered for a moment and replied, "Agreed." A quarter of an hour later, he recalled a route leading to the lower levels. Along the way, various mechanisms, magical arrays, and secret passages, all set by the Sage of Divination, were beyond Liu Ping's current capabilities to unravel. However, during the initial construction of this place, provisions were made for the accommodation of ordinary individuals. Thus, extremely concealed secret passages existed within the upper layers, allowing direct access to the next level. Some sections, however, were exceedingly treacherous. Even the slightest miscalculation would trigger numerous traps. For anyone unfamiliar with the intricate designs, traversing these passages would undoubtedly lead to demise. Such designs posed no challenge to Liu Ping, who deftly disarmed them and advanced with determination. Approximately an hour later, Liu Ping finally arrived at the edge of a precipice. For mortals, the path ended here. To descend further, one must be a cultivator, equipped with the corresponding tokens and incantations to evade myriad perils and reach the depths below. Liu Ping peered over the cliff's edge and casually tossed a stone. As the stone plummeted, the void erupted with an array of ethereal lights, coalescing into countless sharp threads that surged forward, twisting gently. Instantly, the stone was reduced to powder. Liu Ping sighed and settled at the cliff's edge, contemplating his options. In truth, cultivators had several pathways leading to the lower levels. The base of this precipice coincided with the 40th tier. A single level back led to the 39th tier. This cliff was, in fact, a trap. It harbored not only the aforementioned ethereal threads, but also numerous lethal mechanisms. Should anyone attempt to leap across, striving to reach the depths in one breath, they would soon discover themselves besieged by overwhelming assaults, with the use of all flying incantations strictly prohibited. Only ethereal objects could descend unscathed, continuing their fall unimpeded. This was a consideration of cost, stemming from advice given by his master. "Master, the traps here are not flawless." "Oh, what issue have you uncovered now?" As the saying goes, to kill is to seize treasure. Killing and seizing are a singular act. After the cliff eliminates intruders, it would be prudent to devise a combined magical array to identify items imbued with spiritual energy, allowing them to fall intact, thus rendering them available for sale. Humph. All you see is money. I care not for such worthless trinkets. Thus, the master designed a combined magical array to discern items of spiritual essence, ensuring their pristine descent. All of this belonged to the past. Liu Ping collected his thoughts and sighed, saying, "As for spiritual artifacts, I possess little, save for one that can traverse this path. He rose to his feet, extending his hand towards the precipice, silently reciting, "Open the piggy bank." Chapter 12. On the Ancient Spirit Stones. Brilliant and shimmering, the spirit stones filled the yawning chasm. Here, the spiritual energy soared to the heavens, far exceeding that of ordinary spirit stone veins, and was several times more potent than the spirit-gathering formations of the 7 great sections. Liu Ping stepped cautiously from the edge of the cliff towards the heart of the spirit stones, then gestured with his hand. Earthly escape. After a breath, nothing transpired. Oh, what a memory I have. I am no longer in the divine illumination stage, yet I still wish to use earthly escape. He chided himself, retracting the gesture and standing still. After a moment, faint lines of text appeared in the void. You have reclaimed 983 spirit stones. You have reclaimed 729 spirit stones. You have reclaimed 165 spirit stones. Liu Ping's body gradually sank downward, vanishing into the ocean of spirit stones, never to be seen again. A quarter of an hour later, deep underground, on the 39th level, a figure adorned with spirit stones emerged. He extended his hand backward. Reclaim. In an instant, all the spirit stones vanished as if they had never existed. It is time to attend to business. It seems I must stabilize the position. Liu Ping discerned his direction and approached a wall, contemplating quietly. This level was originally designated for the great cultivators to rest, and for Hong Tao and Zhao Chani to establish a contingency here, they must possess at least the Yuan Ying cultivation level. Liu Ping placed his hand upon the wall and slowly activated the formation. Streams of spiritual light began to arrange themselves along predetermined trajectories, converging in the void, and then abruptly illuminating the wall. Boom! The wall opened, revealing the interior. Inside, it was empty, save for a prearranged projection formation. The projection formation, as its name implies, is a formation designed for the long-distance transmission of images. Liu Ping inspected the area, finding no issues, and embedded several spirit stones into the various recesses of the formation. With a flash of spiritual light, the entire formation was instantly activated. A serene and graceful female figure materialized within the formation, although her location was unknown. She projected her image through the formation to meet Liu Ping. "Liu, my friend, we meet again," the woman said with a smile. "Zhao Fairy," Liu Ping replied, somewhat awkwardly, clasping his fists. It was clear that one needed to be at the Yuaning stage to reach this place, even out of caution. "I would never have come here so soon. It is all the fault of the sequence insisting on seeking some secret," Zhao Chani replied. "I have also assisted others in the past, but I never anticipated that you would arrive at the 39th level so swiftly after awakening. This truly is a delightful surprise. And at last, I have found you." "Huh?" Liu Ping was puzzled. Zhao Chani smiled. "You surely do not recognize me, for I have also practiced a profoundly obscure and sinister art, thus completely transforming my appearance and taking on a guise of humanity." She reached up and brushed her face, instantly altering her features and entirely changing her aura. Tall and graceful, she exuded a beauty that was captivating. Yet atop her head sprouted 2 beast-like ears. Liu Ping gazed at those ears, and his heart raced. Could it be? Is it her? Taoist Zhao. I am grateful for your guidance to the abyssal realm and for providing me with a guise. However, who exactly are you? Liu Ping inquired, perplexed. Do you not recall that you dispatched a multitude of skilled warriors to the demon sovereign's court to rescue me from my confinement? We agreed that during the war, I would lend you my protection, Zhao Chani replied. Liu Ping, astonished, said, I have never done such a thing. Who are you truly? Zhao Chani chuckled softly. In the days of the fierce battle between humanity and the demons, the notorious Hidden Kill Tower, the evil Cultivation Valley, and the sacred sect of the far north converged, joining forces with my subordinates to heed the command of the Lord of Demons and rush to the battlefield to rescue the Oracle. Yet, after the mission was accomplished, the Lord of Demons never reappeared. Liu Ping listened in silence, momentarily at a loss for words. Zhao Chani continued. Each time the demon lord appeared, he donned a mask, concealing his true identity from the world. Only I, who insisted on obtaining a covenant before intervening, was permitted to know his identity. Liu Ping shook his head, saying, I thought there might be some hidden truth here. It seems you wish to recount tales of the long departed. I shall take my leave. He turned to exit. Zhao Chani hastened her speech. By the way, the Oracle once took on a disciple, who is now the Lord of all demons. Unfortunately, his name was taken away by the Oracle at the moment of his passing, leaving each person with a different recollection. Liu Ping did not look back, continuing onward. Zhao Chani gazed at his retreating figure, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, and softly remarked, the demon lord should cultivate the 9 nether arts, as they can easily alter one's soul. Once the soul transforms, one may awaken from the myriad illusions and realize that everything is but a dream. As her words fell, a line of flickering characters ignited before Liu Ping's eyes. The secret has been unveiled. Once the soul transforms, self-awareness will awaken, and one shall no longer play their role in the grand tapestry of existence. This information has been recorded. Congratulations, you have successfully discovered a means to evade soul enslavement. Your role has increased by 2 points, bringing your total to 210. Please continue your efforts. Upon reaching 10 points, you shall gain a new mysterious ability. Liu Ping finally halted. After a moment of contemplation, he shook his head with a wry smile. How much effort did you expend to break free from the grip of that creature and attain your freedom? A hint of distress flickered across Zhao Chanyi's face as a noticeably shortened tail began to emerge from behind her. A half-tail. Liu Ping remarked with indifference. Cats are said to have 9 lives, yet you have squandered them all, leaving yourself with but half a life. Is this truly worth it? I recall you possess a means to depart this world and ascend to another realm. The outer realms are also beset by ceaseless calamities. Indeed, every domain is spiraling towards doom and destruction. Rather than gamble on fate and the unknown, it is wiser to fight on one's home turf, Zhao Chanyi asserted, her words echoing the truth she had personally verified. Very well, thank you for your secret. I have matters to attend to, farewell, Liu Ping remarked. As he prepared to leave, Zhao Chanyi hastily called out, Master of Demons, what am I to do now? Liu Ping, without turning his head, replied, Do not address me as Master of Demons, it is far from safe now. If you shout, the monsters will come to kill me. At present, I am merely a shopkeeper. What do you require of me? I shall certainly be of assistance. Zhao Chanyi responded, It is not that I underestimate you. Your most vital role is to remain hidden. Hidden? Zhao Chanyi was taken aback. The entire world has transformed into a play. Such occurrences are unprecedented. I must take matters into my own hands. An additional person would only be a burden, hindering my performance. Liu Ping asserted, finally stepping outside. After a few moments, he returned and said to Zhao Chanyi, You shall cover the cost of this communication stone. Send it to me later when you have the time. Zhao Chanyi paused for a moment before replying, All right. Liu Ping nodded in satisfaction, crouching down to extract the half-used communication stone from the formation. The array promptly extinguished, and Zhao Chanyi's ethereal form dispersed into nothingness. Liu Ping carefully stored the stone, stood up, and sighed. You are left with but half a life. Why venture out into the open? Since I have awakened, I shall take it upon myself to engage. He stepped out of the secret chamber. Chapter 13. At the cliff's edge, Liu Ping emerged from the secret chamber and once again stood before the precipice. Ah, is this truly the end? It feels as though something is amiss. He muttered to himself, his brow furrowed. He was now on the 39th underground level, a mere few dozen feet from the bottom of the cliff. The 40th level was not far off. This cliff was a trap. Over the years, how many lives had it claimed? And more importantly, had any treasures been collected during this time? Unable to contain himself, Liu Ping rubbed his hands together. With his master gone, if there were treasures to be claimed, it was only right that they be taken by himself. With this thought in mind, he extended his hand outward. Boom! Countless spirit stones filled the chasm, extending upward along its walls. Liu Ping stepped into the sea of spirit stones, gradually descending. Moments later, he reached the base of the cliff, where he discovered the central mechanism of the trap behind a concealed rock. Using a special hand gesture, he halted its operation. A long, resonant hum echoed as the intricate killing array throughout the cliff ceased its deadly function, collecting all the spirit stones. The original appearance of the cliff's base was revealed. Neglected for years, it was overgrown with weeds, and remnants of bones could be seen buried within the underbrush. Liu Ping searched thoroughly and finally located a storage bag. Eagerly, he placed one hand upon it, while the other repeatedly altered hand gestures. After several dozen attempts, the storage bag finally popped open with a snap. Let me see. A jade slip of records. Ah, it contains information about this cliff, revealing that it leads directly to the 40th underground level, prompting a visit to explore further. 7 ancient cultivation manuals, all rather tedious and uninspired, quite dull. An alchemy furnace. Such poor quality, far too prone to explosion. I can't be bothered to take it. 5,000 spirit stones. Are you on an outing? Bringing so few spirit stones? Is this all? Liu Ping tossed the alchemy furnace aside, keeping only the spirit stones and the manuals, feeling somewhat disheartened. He was disappointed and, unwilling to accept this outcome, searched the grassy area once more, only to realize something was amiss. There were far too many bone remnants. This indicated that many had perished, yet there was only a single storage bag. What is this? After all these years, only one unfortunate soul came here with wealth? What were the others thinking? Venturing into such a perilous place without the proper gear for battle? Liu Ping murmured, his expression gradually growing serious. He circled the jagged rocks at the cliff's base and ultimately discovered the recording array. Activating the recording array required 6 spirit stones. 5,000 minus 6 equals 4,994. Today, although he had gathered 5,000 spirit stones, he would have to expend 6, leaving him with a mere 4,994. Moreover, this expenditure could not be reimbursed by the Demon King, as it was his own choice to descend and investigate. Very well, splendid. Enduring the sting of loss, Liu Ping placed the 6 spirit stones into the grooves of the array and gently formed a hand seal. The mystical formation gradually illuminated, radiating ethereal light that coalesced into a vivid tableau of the past. Before the precipice stood a practitioner clad in battle armor, grasping a jade slip. He surveyed the cliff and nodded, declaring, "At last, I have discovered the path to the lower realm. I shall investigate further." The practitioner stowed the jade slip, weapon in hand, and cautiously leaped into the abyss. Countless threads of spiritual light entwined around him, and he was instantly reduced to a mere heap of bones. Slowly descending toward the chasm below, his storage pouch plummeted to the cliff's base. Liu Ping examined the pouch in his hand, realizing it was indeed the one that had fallen. It matched perfectly. Yet, what of the multitude of bone fragments? Whose remains were they? Liu Ping formed a hand seal, accelerating the display of the illusionary array. The light and shadow shifted rapidly, and after several days, activity resumed at the cliff. A different practitioner, holding a jade slip, surveyed the precipice and nodded, saying, "At last, I have discovered the path to the lower realm. I shall investigate further." He stored the jade slip, grasped a shield, and cautiously leaped outward, only to be obliterated by a trap, transforming into a pile of bone fragments that cascaded downward. Days passed anew, and another practitioner appeared, clutching a jade slip, surveying the cliff, and affirming, "At last, I have discovered the path to the lower realm. I shall investigate further." He stored the slip, wielded a formation disc, and leaped cautiously, only to meet the same fate, reduced to bone fragments as he fell. This cycle persisted for 6 or 7 iterations until, at last, a change occurred. On the 8th attempt, a practitioner surveyed the cliff while holding a jade slip, stating, "This is a trap from which one cannot descend. It seems I must seek another route." He departed. Gradually, the subsequent scenes rushed by, yet no one returned to the precipice again. Liu Ping stood motionless, collecting the spiritual stones from the formation, lost in contemplation. It was not unusual for individuals to perish at the cliff, lured by the traps while investigating. What was peculiar, however, was that each time, it was the same person who ventured forth, the practitioner. Regardless of how many times he was slain, even reduced to bone fragments, he would revive and return to probe the cliff once more. Only when all avenues were exhausted did he alter his course. They were merely puppets, ensnared in an endless cycle of world reenactments, playing their designated roles as if in a grand performance. The words of that little girl echoed in Liu Ping's mind, sending chills down his spine. That jade slip guided the practitioner's exploration of the cliff. Similarly, countless practitioners were engaged in their own roles. Was this not a part of the reenactment? No. I must explore the other layers to discover where that practitioner ultimately ventured, he murmured. Suddenly, 2 lines of small text appeared before him. Caution. Nightfall approaches. You must return to the realm of the living at once. Liu Ping sighed deeply. He activated all the traps, and with a wave of his hand, an endless array of spirit stones filled the entire cliff, surrounded by countless spirit stones. Liu Ping's vision was still inundated with lines of small characters. You are continuously placing spirit stones beneath your feet. You are incessantly collecting spirit stones around you and above your head. You are moving directly upward. Dusk descended. The sun hung low, casting a blood-red hue upon the distant horizon. A long bell tolled in the town. Old K halted his steps and remarked, "You have returned just in time. The first bell has rung. I must head to the town gate to meet everyone. But before that, I will take you to the safe house." As Liu Ping followed him, he inquired, "Do I really not need to keep watch? You need to learn more. Only when the leader believes you possess at least the basic self-defense skills will you be allowed to join us for the night watch," Old K replied. The two arrived at a stable. Old K pressed on a wooden beam, and a narrow entrance opened beneath the stable. The sealing array of the magical side had already been activated. Within, there was fresh water and food. "Rest well in there. We shall speak again at dawn," Old K instructed. "Understood," Liu Ping replied, stepping down. "Wait a moment," Old K called back. Liu Ping turned around. Old K produced a handgun from behind him and said, "Take this. It is for your protection in case of emergencies. Since we are already in the safe house, why is self-defense still necessary?" Liu Ping asked as he accepted the gun. "Just in case. Besides, you will need a weapon in the future," Old K chuckled. "What if I need to leave the safe house?" Liu Ping queried. "The source of power for this magical cabin comes from the magical fire in the fireplace, which will extinguish automatically by tomorrow morning. Additionally, as long as you extinguish the magical fire, the exit will open." He nodded at Liu Ping before turning to leave. Liu Ping, holding the handgun, stood at the descending steps for a moment, then slowly made his way down. Stone steps appeared from thin air to support his feet, while the ground behind him closed up, leaving no trace of an opening. After nearly 10 breaths, he reached a spacious area revealing a small room with a floor covered in animal hides. The room was modest, with a table adorned with 7 or 8 cups. And in the corner, neatly stacked, were white rectangular bars. The fireplace blazed with a roaring flame. Liu Ping lifted a cup, and immediately, a line of small characters emerged in the air. Magical cup, water capacity, 700 cubic meters. Having encountered the knowledge of the night watchman, Liu Ping had already grasped the basic unit of measurement, cubic meters. He approached the corner, casually picking up one of the white rectangular bars. 2 lines of small characters appeared in the air. Individual combat rations, human race. 1 ration can sustain an ordinary person for 5 days of food consumption. Isn't this just a fasting pill? Why must the fasting pill be so lengthy and inconvenient? Liu Ping expressed a look of confusion, casually placing the white rectangular bar back and seated himself before the fireplace. Chapter 14. Long night. The animal skins spread on the ground were remarkably soft and warm, providing a comfortable seat. After a long journey, there finally came a moment of respite. Liu Ping first took stock of his belongings: a disassembled spirit fan, a portable submachine gun, a handgun, a double-barreled shotgun, a string of copper coins used in the mundane world, 2 ordinary texts on cultivation, and a few pills for fasting. It was indeed a meager collection. The only items that could be sold were those 2 texts on cultivation. However, given his unfamiliarity with the world, it would be prudent to delay any transactions for the time being. Liu Ping pulled out a handful of copper coins, pondering briefly before tossing them onto the table. Clink. The coins bounced across the surface, ultimately standing upright without a single one falling. The mysteries of the mortal realm were indeed obscured. Liu Ping waved his hand and collected the coins. To veil the heavenly secrets was beyond his current capabilities. Thus, only one task remained. Liu Ping closed his eyes and began to regulate his breathing. The qi refining stage was simply inadequate. He needed to ascend to the foundation establishment stage as swiftly as possible. Practitioners in the foundation establishment stage not only possessed greater combat prowess but also held a larger reservoir of spiritual energy. Once he reached this stage, crafting talismans would become significantly easier, no longer requiring the extensive rest that qi refiners endured after producing a mere few talismans. Furthermore, during the process of foundation establishment, there was a possibility of awakening extraordinary abilities. Extraordinary abilities. Often, when cultivators engaged in battles, they relied on such powers to turn the tide in their favor. Liu Ping inhaled deeply, making one final effort to circulate the spiritual energy within him, condensing it in his dantian. He commenced his breakthrough into the foundation establishment realm. At an indeterminate moment, spiritual light gathered behind his head, surging like tides, gradually clarifying into a tangible form. Time flowed slowly. All spiritual energy manifested as a spring of water, radiating brilliant light, flickering behind Liu Ping. A full moon emerged from the clear spring, casting its reflection upon his shoulders. The spiritual light shone brightly, signifying that his qi refining had reached perfection. Just as Liu Ping was about to initiate his breakthrough, he noticed a swift emergence of lines of small text in the void. This sequence has detected your advancement to the foundation establishment stage. Please be advised. While you were investigating Misty Town, this sequence completed its reconnaissance of the area. An unusual disturbance has appeared to the north of Misty Town. If you can investigate further, it will aid you in understanding the current world, and upon your establishment of a foundation, this sequence will provide certain assistance. Perhaps you may awaken an exceedingly rare extraordinary ability. Liu Ping quickly read through the message, falling into contemplation. The sequence had never deceived him. The last time, when he aided the sequence in reaching the resurrected Wang Qing, he was rewarded with a mysterious ability, that of an unremarkable individual. In truth, the sequence's investigation of Wang Qing also helped him better grasp the situation at that time. Then, let us embark on this journey. Liu Ping silently withdrew his incantations, allowing the tides of spiritual energy within him to settle into tranquility. Since awakening, I have sensed an encroaching danger. What kind of funding do you require to commence? He inquired. 2 lines of small text swiftly appeared. This sequence must remain concealed. It is no longer a matter of funding. Otherwise, once discovered, we are both doomed. Rest assured, even if this sequence remains unopened, there are ways to assist you. Liu Ping shook his head. The fire in the hearth suddenly flickered, dimming slightly. Simultaneously, several stone steps materialized out of thin air, appearing in the corner of the room. This was the staircase leading to the outside world. Liu Ping gazed at the stone steps and suddenly recalled Old K's words. The source of power for this magical cabin emanates from the enchanted flames in the hearth, which will extinguish automatically by morning. Furthermore, should you extinguish the magical fire, the passageway will open. As he pondered this, he noticed the fire's glow dimming further. The steps extended, becoming longer and reaching toward the exterior of the cabin, leading to the ground of Misty Town. A jolt of realization struck Liu Ping. According to Old K, the magical flames would not extinguish until the morning, thus reopening the passageway. Why did it seem to be extinguishing now? Liu Ping calculated in his mind, realizing he had been in the safe house for approximately 2 hours. By the timekeeping of Misty Town, it should only be midnight. Why was the passageway about to open? He stood up and approached the end of the stone steps, pressing his ear against the wall to listen. A cacophony of indistinct sounds emerged, reminiscent of someone wailing, or perhaps the howl of the wind, the sound of a collapsing structure, or something else roaring. The myriad of noises intertwined, rendering them indistinguishable. Suddenly, the entire magical cabin trembled. Liu Ping stumbled back inside, gripping his double-barreled shotgun. What was happening? He retrieved 2 sacred bullets, loaded them, and aimed the shotgun at the entrance of the safe house. This weapon possessed great power, and the sacred bullets were particularly effective against the entities of the realm of death, a fitting moment for their use. Liu Ping strained to listen to the sounds outside. Silence. In an instant, a sense of foreboding washed over him. He slowly raised his gaze toward the ceiling. Faint dust drifted down from above. Something was amiss. Liu Ping turned his attention to the hearth, observing that the flames had grown even dimmer, as if they would extinguish at any moment. The passageway to the ground extended once more. Only about 7 or 8 meters remained to reach the surface. Suddenly, an overwhelming cacophony penetrated the ceiling, filling the safe house. Help me. Save me. No, please, just kill me. Who can save me? I do not wish to die. Countless cries of despair echoed, transforming the ground into a spine-chilling inferno. Liu Ping listened for a moment before hastily moving to the hearth. Although he lacked knowledge of the magical arts, the elements of the 5 phases should resonate with the energy studied in magic. After all, aside from magic, spiritual energy can also command that magical steed, albeit with greater exertion. With this thought in mind, Liu Ping placed his hand upon the fireplace. Sequence, please analyze this fireplace, he instructed. Almost instantaneously, lines of small text materialized in the void. Caution, this fireplace is a powerful fire-based protective magic array. As long as you continuously feed it with fire-related treasures, it will burn perpetually. Furthermore, employing various fire-based auxiliary techniques can reignite its flames. Liu Ping formed a spiritual fire hand gesture, releasing a blaze of flames. The flames cascaded into the fireplace, instantly illuminating the room several degrees brighter. Liu Ping turned to observe. He noted that the passage to the outside world retracted a few meters. It works. Unfortunately, the brilliance of the fire faded within moments, dimming again. 2 lines of text appeared in the void. Spiritual energy and magical energy are incompatible. Thus, you must continuously release fire spells of the 5 elements to sustain the flames. With your spiritual energy, this is unattainable. Liu Ping replied. Then open the piggy bank and extract the fire-type spiritual stones for me. No problem, Sequence responded. With a clatter, fire-red spiritual stones began to emerge from the void, cascading to the ground. Instantly, the temperature in the entire room rose by several degrees, and the flames in the fireplace stabilized. These spiritual stones contained abundant fire essence. Liu Ping grasped a handful of spiritual stones, tossing them into the fireplace, murmuring, "So it's a payment, then let it be." In the fireplace, flames blazed fiercely. The passage to the outside world gradually retracted, and various indistinct sounds were effectively isolated. Liu Ping sat among the spiritual stones, quietly awaiting the passage of time. Whenever the flames dimmed, he would seize another handful of fire spiritual stones and toss them into the fireplace. The long night stretched on. Outside, no sounds infiltrated his solitude. Liu Ping remained vigilant, intermittently tossing more spiritual stones into the fireplace. He persevered until dawn broke. As the light emerged, the realm of death no longer coincided with the realm of reality. Liu Ping slowly rose, retrieving all the remaining spiritual stones back into the piggy bank, and turned to gaze at the fireplace. The flames within struggled for a moment before swiftly extinguishing. Subsequently, a slanted staircase appeared at the edge of the room. Outside, all was silent. Liu Ping waited in stillness for several moments, yet no one came to investigate. Strange. The night watchman should have come to check on me. Grasping his spiritual fan, he ascended the staircase, emerging from the safe house back to the ground. He surveyed his surroundings and suddenly froze. The earth was strewn with the remnants of collapsed buildings. The stable behind him emitted a series of cracking sounds, as if something in the void was being shattered. Waves of invisible ripples spread forth, like the wind sweeping through the ruins, stirring up great clouds of gray dust. A line of small text materialized in the void. Caution, the safe house has been completely destroyed. Liu Ping glanced at it, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Should this refuge be even slightly more fragile, he might find himself exposed in the dead of night. Liu Ping leaped onto a towering wooden pillar, gazing into the depths of dark mist town. No signs of life were visible. The entire world lay in ruins. He descended and wandered through the desolate town. Yet there remained no indication of vitality. At last, he came to a halt amidst the crumbling remnants of what once was, and with a heavy sigh, he lamented. What manner of era is this? Dark Mist Town has met its demise. Chapter 15. The Secret Chamber in the Enclosed Room as the Sun Ascended. Liu Ping stood atop a tree in the small town, gazing toward the wilderness. 800 meters beyond the town lay shrouded in darkness, revealing a profound night. Yet, Liu Ping distinctly recalled traversing several hundred miles from the wilderness to arrive at Misty Town. Just yesterday, darkness was still a distance away from Misty Town. After merely one night, sunlight swept over the town, but could not penetrate the veil of night beyond its borders. The world of death, Liu Ping murmured. The world was cleaved in two, starkly divided between light and dark. The dark side marked the realm of death. Following last night's incursion, it had encroached upon Misty Town, nearly enveloping it entirely. If no one stood against the darkness tonight, would eternal night march forth, swallowing the entire town into the world of death? A sense of urgency swelled within Liu Ping. He leapt from the tree and, guided by the layout of the town etched in his memory, navigated through the ruins. First, to the bar. He traversed the remnants of what once stood, soon arriving at the bar's location. It had been utterly destroyed. The ground strewn with shattered bricks and tiles, revealing a colossal claw mark that plunged several meters into the earth. A layer of black, powdery substance covered the edges of the claw mark, permeating the ruins of the bar. Fire, a fire of considerable intensity, Liu Ping pondered. He sensed something and hastened to the spot where the bar counter had once stood, clearing away debris from a sunken area. Beneath the rubble lay a charred corpse. This was not the world of death, so Liu Ping approached without trepidation, turning the body over for a closer inspection. It was the bartender. He had died in haste. One arm outstretched, as if grasping for something. Grasping. Liu Ping followed the direction of the corpse's gaze. Not far away, in a corner of the bar, there appeared to be nothing amiss. Scatter. Liu Ping formed a gesture, sending bricks and ash soaring into the air. The bar's original wooden floor emerged. Yet upon this bare surface, nothing remained. Remarkably, a small section was intact. Liu Ping approached and tapped the floor, discovering it was hollow beneath. Should he breach the floor to discover what lay below? Liu Ping's gaze fell upon the bartender. Having been deceased for some time, the expression of despair was frozen upon his face, while his body retained the posture of desperate assent, as if he had been determined to reach that corner in his final moments. Liu Ping pressed his hand against the ground. Suddenly, a mechanical voice resonated from below. Identity verification complete. Night watchman, you may enter. The ground then split open. Liu Ping descended, tumbling through the air before landing on solid ground. Before him lay a relatively spacious underground chamber, stocked with various supplies, alongside a tall glass booth. In the void, 2 lines of small text provided an explanation. You have discovered a telephone booth. This is a long-distance communication device, perhaps possessing certain unique functions. Liu Ping exhaled deeply. Without the need for a reminder, one is inherently aware of the situation, having acquired the fundamental knowledge of this era. The bartender's intentions have now become clear. He likely seeks to report the circumstances of Misty Town and request assistance. As a receptionist designated with the number 03687, he possesses the authority to conduct transactions and issue formal identities. Such an individual must undoubtedly be backed by a formidable organization. However, one would expect that someone like the bartender would be well acquainted with the perils of the wilderness and adequately prepared for danger. The leader of the Night Watch has also stated that the nights at the month's end are the most treacherous. Why, then, do they only now consider seeking help? And why have they yet to succeed? It seems that mere basic knowledge is insufficient. The sequence has also indicated that this telephone booth may possess other special functions, though its nature remains a mystery to me. As Liu Ping pondered, he noticed a movement in the void once again. A line of small text swiftly appeared before his eyes. Another reminder. An unusual disturbance has arisen in the northern region of Misty Town. Last night, the sequence had urged him to pause his cultivation and investigate. Given the urgency expressed by the sequence, Liu Ping cast a glance at the telephone booth, hesitating. Could this be sold? The storage bag he carried was of a common design, limited in capacity, and could not accommodate such a large object. The piggy bank only accepted currency, not telephone booths. Thus, he resolved to leave the booth here for the time being and explore the northern part of the town before returning to determine how to handle it. Liu Ping turned away from the ruins of the bar and made his way toward the north of the town. Along the way, he encountered numerous charred humanoid silhouettes, tightly pressed against the ground, exuding a foul odor of burnt flesh. After walking a few hundred meters, he suddenly heard a series of sporadic sounds emanating from a collapsed multi-story building ahead. Who is it? Is anyone there? Liu Ping called out tentatively. There was no reply. but the sounds grew louder. He became cautious, slowly retreating a few steps to hide behind a stone mill, and then formed a spell gesture. He waited for a few moments. A swaying figure crawled out from the rubble. It was Old K. His legs were shattered, relying solely on his hands to drag himself toward the source of the noise. Liu Ping observed him quietly, noting Old K's deranged expression. The drool and black blood dribbling from his crooked mouth and his claw-like hands lost to consciousness, devolving into madness. "My healing arts cannot save you," he murmured, retracting his spell gesture. Yet, he could not simply abandon him. He sensed a lurking danger within Old K. However, given the current predicament, every ounce of spiritual energy was incredibly precious. Thus, Liu Ping drew his pistol and aimed it at Old K, oblivious to his surroundings. Old K merely opened his mouth and desperately crawled toward Liu Ping, as if he were the most delectable morsel in the world. Liu Ping pulled the trigger. Bang! A hole opened in Old K's chest, his body jolted, and he lay still, no longer advancing. In that instant, he appeared to undergo some transformation, his gaze becoming slightly clearer. "Please, strike my head swiftly. Only with a bullet to my brain shall I find release." Old K uttered hoarsely. "What transpired last night?" Liu Ping inquired. A visage of terror flickered across Old K's face, morphing into madness, ultimately enshrouded by despair. "Hasten. In my suffering. Otherwise, my fate is sealed," he bellowed. Upon uttering those words, Old K's body convulsed violently, and in mere moments, sharp bony spikes erupted from within him. "I implore you, do it quickly," he pleaded. His eyes transformed into a complete milky white, his forehead split open, and another pair of ebony orbs emerged anew. Bang! A bullet shattered his skull. Instantly, all commotion ceased. The corpse lay still upon the ground. Liu Ping gazed quietly at the lifeless body. "Kill me, or I shall perish," could be rephrased as, "End my life. And I shall be spared from doom." Was he terrified of becoming a monster, or was it something else? Liu Ping pondered in confusion. The wind howled through the small town, and the world gradually succumbed to an eerie silence. After a considerable pause, the corpse remained motionless. Liu Ping slowly retracted his weapon, taking a few steps back before continuing on his path. A quarter of an hour later, he arrived at the northern edge of Misty Fog Town. A line of small text floated in the air. "An anomalous disturbance looms 500 meters ahead to your left. You must locate its source for analysis." Liu Ping stepped onto a heap of rubble, gazing in that direction. A memory stirred. Upon his first entry into Misty Fog Town, he had circumnavigated the entire area and had passed by that spot. There stood a collapsed structure, rumored to be a church. It appeared abandoned for quite some time, yet it emanated a distinct aura compared to other edifices. Liu Ping approached, forming a spell. The stones that concealed the passageway flew away, gathering into a pile opposite the church. Peering inside, he discerned why the church felt different from the others, though the other structures lay in ruins. A thorough investigation revealed that their contents had largely been emptied. Yet the church was an exception. Despite its desolation, everything within was meticulously arranged, untouched by human hands. Liu Ping entered, circling the interior, ultimately halting before a wall. The wall was drafty, and he could hear faint, fervent prayers emanating from within. There were more than one voice. As Liu Ping focused, he discerned an increasing number of whispers. Steeling himself, he delivered a powerful blow to the wall. With a crash, bricks tumbled to the ground, unveiling a hidden chamber. Liu Ping immediately grasped the structure of the chamber. It was small, with smooth stone walls and floor, intricately etched with mysterious runes, forming elegant circular patterns that encircled a statue upon a metallic pedestal. It depicted a woman clad in a vibrant, flowing robe. Her expression exuded compassion, and her demeanor was dignified. With her eyes closed, she cradled a segment of black iron chain in her hands. The dark chain bound her wrists, coiling around her entire being, forming a heavy shackle at her ankles that tightly constrained her feet. Chapter 16. The statue and the void in an empty expanse. Devoid of any presence save for the statue itself, an air of mystery lingered. Where had those voices just now originated? Liu Ping found himself in a state of perplexity. Since awakening, he had encountered a multitude of astonishing phenomena, and though he was not alarmed, he refrained from hastily reaching any conclusions. He stood before the statue, scrutinizing it carefully, ultimately concluding that it was merely an ordinary stone effigy. What purpose could a statue serve? As he pondered, a series of small characters emerged in the void. A high-level protective spell has descended upon you. You have received the Holy Spirit's blessing, Ignite Life. When this spell is in effect, your vitality will grow significantly stronger, granting you a 20-minute reprieve from death. Be advised, this spell will consume your lifespan. Casting a glance around him, Liu Ping noticed a faint glow enveloping him. The light radiated an aura of sanctity, continuously replenishing his every expenditure. Remarkable. Who would have thought a statue could wield such power? Liu Ping felt his horizons expand, Yet the notion of lifespan consumption weighed heavily on his mind. He decided to leap forth, landing outside the hidden chamber. Instantly, the glow dissipated. 2 lines of small text appeared in the void. You have exited the protective spell's range. You have lost the power and effects of the Holy Spirit's blessing. Ignite life. Liu Ping inquired, is that which bears special fluctuations this statue? A line of small text emerged. Correct. Its presence provides a foundation for theological studies in this sequence. Exercise caution regarding the religions of this era, for one may fall into irretrievable ruin. Liu Ping replied, aside from divination techniques, all spells that consume lifespan are inherently perilous. I am well aware to tread carefully without your admonition. 2 more lines of small text appeared. Place your hand upon the statue, and do not withdraw until I instruct you to release. What is your intent? Liu Ping asked. A line of text clarified. I shall draw forth all its powers and transmute them into a form you can assimilate. This power may aid you in awakening extraordinary abilities during your foundational cultivation. This is a moment of harvest. Liu Ping re-entered the hidden chamber and placed his hand on the statue. A soft luminescence drifted from the female effigy, coursing down his arm and melding into his being. A line of text sprang forth. Commencing power absorption, please remain patient. Liu Ping stood motionless. As time elapsed, the surroundings once again fell into silence. Suddenly, a voice resonated from within the statue. Who dares to desecrate the power of suffering? The statue's eyes opened, surveying the vicinity until they met Liu Ping's gaze. A mere mortal. In an instant, a line of small text swiftly manifested before Liu Ping. All power has been absorbed. Accompanying this text, the statue's eyes closed, its head slowly bowing. Emotion and vitality faded from its form. Meanwhile, the sacred barrier of the Holy Spirit surrounding Liu Ping dissipated into nothingness. Liu Ping released his grip and stepped back a few paces, only to realize he was drenched in cold sweat. What is this entity? Why does it evoke such despair within me? Liu Ping inquired. Lines of small text flickered into view. Monster. The database contains no comparative data on this creature, rendering it impossible to ascertain its specific circumstances. Rest assured, while drawing upon power, this sequence has established 800 million isolation barriers. Although this sequence is unaware of the creature's prowess, its true form resides in a measurable distance away. Upon losing that fragment of power, according to general rules, it will be unable to discern this location as specifics and will not arrive in time. Regardless, I must depart from here, Liu Ping declared. The void once again displayed small text. This is a prudent choice. Liu Ping turned and exited the chamber, unwilling to linger before the statue for even a moment longer. After a while, Liu Ping thoroughly searched the small town. He encountered several beings akin to Old K, whom he dispatched with bullets one by one. After observing for a moment and confirming that no hazards lurked nearby, he sought a concealed spot, sat cross-legged, and began to regulate his breathing. 15 minutes later, a resplendent aura reappeared behind Liu Ping. Power is the foundation of everything. One must first enhance their strength before addressing other matters. It can commence. Liu Ping intoned. Break. In an instant, all manifestations behind him shattered, transforming into strands of spiritual light suspended in midair, resembling threads of varying lengths. Liu Ping inhaled deeply, drawing all the spiritual threads into his abdomen. These lines of spiritual energy seemed almost sentient, naturally merging into Liu Ping's limbs and bones, moving swiftly around him. This surging spiritual energy, in accordance with the natural laws of cultivation, began to expand its dwelling, the meridians. Liu Ping gritted his teeth against the pain, silently operating the foundational cultivation method until the meridians around him widened, and the speed of the spiritual threads slowed, calming to stillness. Only then did he guide the strands into his dantian. All the spiritual threads converged within the dantian, gradually forming a vortex. The spiritual pool within the dantian suddenly expanded, drawing in more spiritual power, like rivers flowing into the sea, all merging into the dantian. Once all the spiritual energy had entered the dantian and the vortex dissipated, the abundant spiritual threads coursed through the meridians, causing Liu Ping's spiritual power to surge dramatically. This was the completion of his foundation. A wondrous sensation descended from the heavens and the earth as a power that did not belong to him emerged from Liu Ping, resonating with the universe and enveloping him like a gossamer veil. In the void, lines of small text rapidly appeared. You have completed the foundational stage. Your spiritual power has received a significant enhancement. Within the laws of heaven and earth you have invoked, this sequence will integrate the peculiar power from the statue, assisting you in unlocking the gateway to divine abilities. Please choose from the following 3 abilities. 1. The art of early demise. This is a form of esoteric cultivation. If you possess certain connections in the underworld, you may utilize this technique to hasten your demise. allowing the spectral beings to assist you in securing passage across to the realm of the dead, and if time permits, to be reborn in a safer place. Secondly, the Ascension Method, Physical Collector's Edition. It summons a colossal war hammer, enabling you to transcend the boundaries of realms and worlds, soaring directly to an exceedingly distant celestial domain beyond the heavens. This is a secret art from the upper echelons of the void. Thirdly, the void equivalent exchange, divination. The celestial mysteries have become inscrutable, yet your divination is a tangible manifestation of cultivated power, and a notably advanced form at that. Should you choose this option, this sequence will exchange your divination for another ability that favors fortune and wards off misfortune, thus enhancing your chances of survival. Liu Ping stared blankly at these lines, unable to suppress his thoughts. Have you taken the wrong medicine today? In response to his words, another line of small text appeared. Attention. This sequence rarely reveals its true value and allure as it does at this moment. Please make your choice swiftly, for should new circumstances arise, this sequence shall once again fall silent, concealing its whereabouts. At that point, you will forfeit the opportunity to acquire the powers of the void. Liu Ping paused. This text seemed to be urging him. Yet upon reflection, he realized that the environment he found himself in was far from secure. Everything had changed compared to the past. Perhaps this caution was warranted. Liu Ping steadied his mind and gazed at the three options. The first option, the technique for an early death, he dismissed without a second glance. After all, although he could command spirits and divine fate, he had no rapport with the deities of the underworld. The underworld, a death realm he had witnessed firsthand, was entirely different from the legendary realm spoken of. Perhaps because of this, a special note accompanied that option, if time permits. But what if time runs out? Would it be a futile death? Given his current predicament, it was likely that death would lead him directly into the realm of the deceased, becoming one of its inhabitants. And the deceased, as Wang Qing put it, are mere resources for certain entities. Liu Ping shook his head and turned to the second option, to ascend directly with a gigantic warhammer. Wouldn't that simply result in being crushed? A sense of unease stirred within him. Venturing to another celestial realm could indeed present an opportunity. Yet it also carried significant risks. Once in that distant realm, as a mere insect in the chi refinement stage, how would he survive? Setting that aside, if he could directly enter a more potent cultivation world, he would gladly start from the very bottom. Furthermore, this option came with a specific note. This is a secret art from the upper echelons of the void. Clearly, this was a rare opportunity to help him escape this world beset by calamity. However, the cultivation world was his original home, and within this world, he still had unfinished business. How could he possibly abandon his own world? Liu Ping turned his gaze to the third option, divination. This was a power he had already mastered. At present, the celestial patterns have been thrown into disarray, rendering all divination techniques futile. In such times, if one could harness these arts in an alternative manner, it would indeed be a commendable choice. Moreover, divination is exceedingly rare and arduous to master within the realm of cultivation. If it is truly a matter of equivalent exchange, I am curious to see what I might receive in return. Liu Ping made his decision and spoke. I choose the third option. Are you certain? Absolutely. In accordance with the principle of equivalence, this sequence shall exchange your divination for another ability. This process will require validation and valuation from the myriad supernatural powers of the void, and will take approximately 2 hours. After this duration, your supernatural ability shall awaken. Chapter 17. Resurrection. Liu Ping was somewhat taken aback. The awakening of a cultivator's divine abilities was traditionally instantaneous. He had never encountered the notion of a delay. He was astonished to learn that one could exchange divine abilities in the void, and that it required 2 hours. Since my divination technique has been exchanged, will I still be able to cultivate it in the future? He inquired. A line of small characters swiftly appeared. Certainly, what I have exchanged are the knowledge, experience, skills, abilities, and achievements you have already acquired. If you possess the capability to cultivate it back, it is akin to you having learned a new skill. Liu Ping produced a coin, and with a gentle flick of his fingers, set it spinning rapidly on his fingertip. Strange. I seem unable to perform the divination with 3, 6, or 9 coins, yet I retain all knowledge related to the divination technique, ready to be cultivated at any moment. He murmured. Ding. The coin was tossed, rolling several times on the ground before coming to a standstill. 2 lines of small characters materialized before Liu Ping's eyes. Exchanging any other items equates to losing them. However, the exchange of knowledge and secrets is different. Knowledge can only be exchanged through replication. Thus, knowledge is both the most affordable and the most precious, even priceless. Liu Ping nodded silently. Indeed, knowledge was truly invaluable. Although others found it exceedingly challenging to grasp the intricacies of divination, he understood it effortlessly. He could continuously cultivate the art of divination, utilizing it to exchange for other abilities in the void. Could this truly be possible? There was a moment of silence in the void before a line of small characters slowly emerged. Very few can master the art of divination. If you can once again reach the pinnacle, you may still use it to exchange for other divine abilities. Upon reading this, Liu Ping's spirit soared. Life held promise once more. He leaped from the ground, beginning to savor the sensations of having established his foundation. Abundant spiritual power flowed gradually from his dantian, filling all his meridians. Foundation establishment. From this moment onward, his lifespan increased to 150 years, and the total amount of spiritual power surged severalfold. He could finally engage in prolonged battles. In critical moments, Liu Ping could even invoke techniques that deplete lifespan without the immediate fear of demise. I remember when I established my foundation, there were no rifts between the demon and human races, and many friends congratulated me. We celebrated with wine until dawn. Liu Ping reminisced. A smile graced his face, but after a moment of silence, he shook his head and turned his gaze around. The world lay in ruins. When had the rift between the human and demon races begun? Suppressing his thoughts, Liu Ping walked directly into the bar, standing once more before the telephone booth. Yes, this was a telephone booth, a technological communication tool with a transparent private space. Liu Ping felt somewhat at a loss, lacking what was referred to as a phone number. He feared he would be unable to activate this device. Wait, let me examine this more closely, he thought, beginning to review his knowledge of communication in the world. Suddenly, the phone rang. Liu Ping raised his eyebrows in surprise. Why is the phone ringing when I have yet to do anything? Who could be calling? The phone rang incessantly. Liu Ping hesitated briefly before opening the glass door of the phone booth, stepping inside, and picking up the receiver. His official identity had been bestowed upon him by the bartender. In other words, as long as he wished to maintain the guise of the night watchman in Darkmist Town, he had to stay in contact with the entity on the other end of the line. Hello, may I inquire who is on the line? He asked politely. The bartender is dead? The voice on the other end inquired bluntly. Yes, Liu Ping replied. I never imagined I would have my moment to shine. Please exit the phone booth and wait patiently for 10 seconds, the voice instructed. All right, Liu Ping said. He placed the receiver down and turned to exit the booth. The 10 seconds passed in the blink of an eye. The entire phone booth began to retract, unfolding on the ground into a series of metallic components, which rapidly reorganized themselves. A humanoid figure, entirely forged from silver metal, emerged. According to Liu Ping's acquired knowledge, this entity was known as a robot. As soon as the robot appeared, it drew a black gun and aimed it at Liu Ping. Night Watchman Liu Ping, I must verify your identity card. Here you go, Liu Ping said, handing over his official identity card. A metallic appendage extended from the robot's chest, tapping on the identity card. Instantly, the card emitted a beam of light that scanned Liu Ping from head to toe. Identity verification successful. Relax, let's share a smoke first. The robot lowered its weapon and offered Liu Ping a cigarette. No, thank you, Liu Ping replied. Boring rookie, the robot remarked with disappointment. It then stepped forward to the wall of the secret chamber and began to climb upward. Wait, where are you going? Liu Ping asked. Do you know where the bartender died? The robot inquired. On the floor of the bar, but he has been charred, Liu Ping replied. Charred? You carbon-based life forms are exceedingly fragile, unable to withstand any blows. Yet, he had quite a few tricks up his sleeve. He shouldn't die so easily, the robot remarked. The two returned to the bar's floor, gazing at the charred corpse. The robot's eyes emitted a beam that scanned the body, and then it knelt down, pressing its hand against the corpse's head, stating, release this card. Bang! The corpse on the ground suddenly vanished, transforming into a drifting card that the robot grasped in its hand. On the card was an illustration of a figure hiding in the dirt, holding a mannequin and placing it on the ground. Liu Ping stared at the card as a line of text appeared before him. Card. Faux death corpse. Release this card to create an illusion of death, allowing the true self to sink into the ground, concealing all presence in a state of apparent death, waiting to be rescued. It can be done this way, Liu Ping said, intrigued by the card. Besides firearms, he had discovered another fascinating object. This is the essence of a card master, indeed, the robot remarked enviously. It tossed the card into the air and chanted, activate. With a resounding thud, the cards vanished. The ground suddenly split open, and the bartender emerged from the crevice, appearing quite disheveled, his body marred by gruesome wounds. Yet his face bore an expression of relief as if he had narrowly escaped death. I knew you would find someone to rescue me, he said, patting Liu Ping on the shoulder. Why? Liu Ping inquired. With a gentle wave of his hand, a mist of rain enveloped the bartender, swirling with vibrant green luminescence, seeping into his wounds. Ouch, that really hurts, the bartender gasped. Bear with it. Your injuries are not severe and will heal shortly, Liu Ping reassured him. The bartender chuckled softly, saying, yesterday, I shuffled the cards, and you happen to represent luck in my deck, bringing me fortune. You must swiftly rectify this mess, otherwise The higher-ups will hold you accountable, and you shall face dire consequences, interjected the robot. Understood. You rest for now. We will need you to be ready for work soon, replied the bartender. All right, I shall recharge for 5 minutes, the robot responded, retrieving a plug from its waist, moving to the wall, squatting down, and inserting it into an outlet, becoming still. What is it doing? Liu Ping asked. The bartender explained, this is the S0005 model robot. It can rapidly construct walls, houses, and various equipment. It possesses numerous functions, including voice and video communication, and has a modicum of card master abilities, enabling it to dispel the effects of cards and rescue me. Liu Ping gazed at the robot, his expression one of profound impression. Although he was aware of some techniques for feigned death and escape, it was evident that this robot was not a product of mere craftsmanship. It must possess some other hidden capabilities. Let us be succinct, the bartender remarked, clapping his hands together. My duty is to protect Dark Mist Town, while yours is to safeguard the nocturnal realm of Dark Mist Town. Now that we have both failed, if we do not take immediate action to mitigate the losses, we will face dire repercussions from above. Who was responsible for the destruction of Dark Mist Town that night? The little girl. I suspect you have heard of her. Liu Ping probed. The girl who came last night was not her. In fact, I have conversed with that little girl several times. But she is a being of exceedingly high status, with no vendetta against us, and would not strike without cause, the bartender replied. What was it then? A multitude of monsters. Far too many. As if heralding the apocalypse, he said. Did such occurrences happen in the past? Hardly ever. Monsters advancing toward Dark Mist Town? I believe. They are not specifically targeting our town. There must be a deeper reason, the bartender remarked, a look of perplexity crossing his face. Liu Ping paused for a moment, contemplating. If even a small town could be so difficult to defend, how had civilization persevered in this world? As he pondered, he voiced. In the face of such a monstrous onslaught, Dark Mist Town stands no chance of resistance. In other words, this town has no reason to exist. The bartender remarked, no. This is the entrance to the first act of the hidden time and space. There must always be a stronghold here to ward off the eternal night and to delve deeper into the concealed realms, for this concerns the interests of all living beings. What interests? Should we lose Dark Mist Town, the advance of the eternal night will quicken once more, and you will witness darkness devouring all with a more ferocious intensity. The habitable places for the living will dwindle. The bartender approached a wall and extracted a brick. With a crack, the wall opened. Inside, there was yet another wall, upon which was inscribed a line, the graveyard of the Night Watchers. Beneath this inscription, several dark-hued placards were affixed. Liu Ping focused intently and saw that the first placard bore the words, Leader of the Night Watchers, Kaladu, the Grand Sorcerer. Chapter 18, Starting Anew. The bartender brandished the card before Liu Ping, stating, This is the of your leader. As long as I employ it, your leader can be resurrected. Liu Ping's gaze swiftly traversed the array of cards until he located the one labeled Night Watchman, Old K, Exorcist. Remarkably, Old K, whom he had shot in the head, could still return here. Did that imply that, aside from the Night Watchman, everyone else could be revived as well? Liu Ping inquired. Surely, you jest. These dozen or so graveyard cards have consumed vast resources from the company to assemble. Not a single one more exists, the bartender replied. Then why only revive the Night Watchman? Liu Ping pressed. Dark Mist Town is on the front lines, and the Night Watchman is the foremost warrior against the eternal night. Nurturing even one is exceedingly arduous. We must ensure the Night Watchman squad does not face total annihilation and continues to safeguard this place. The bartender explained as he flung the card into the air. Bang! The card flashed, transforming into a figure who tumbled to the ground. It was the Night Watchman leader, Karadu. He tousled his disheveled hair, affixed his gray hat atop his head, and, in a weary tone, remarked, Old K may not return. Why not? The bartender immediately reached for Old K's card. He has been infected. Unless he extricates himself from that state, he will mutate into a monster. And his soul cannot return to the card, Karadu elucidated. The bartender cast the card away. Bang! Old K sprang up from the ground, embracing Liu Ping and weeping profusely. Thank you for killing me. Thank you. You killed him? Karadu inquired incredulously. He begged me to. Liu Ping shrugged. How did you do it? One shot to the head. Fortuitously, otherwise he would not have been able to return to life, Karada murmured. The bartender surveyed the group and announced, You already possess a mage, an exorcist, and a healer. I shall procure one more for defense. He drew another card from the wall, which bore the inscription, Night Watchman, Alge, Shield Knight. Bang! A burly man clad in battered armor rose from the ground. Damn, my shield shattered, he sighed. The mood among the group was rather somber. Yet, Liu Ping grinned, finding the situation exceedingly amusing. A cardmaster. He had never heard of such a profession, capable of resurrecting others in such an extraordinary manner. If he could learn the knowledge of a card master, perhaps he could acquire their abilities and techniques. Suddenly, a line of small text materialized in the void. Do you wish to become a card master? Ah, the sequence is speaking on its own. How unusual, Liu Ping mused. Indeed, I wish to master the power of the card master. It appears rather intriguing. He silently responded within his mind. Another line of small text appeared. Your cultivation is far too low to withstand the power of the spirit. Unless one day you acquire the opportunity to become a card master. What is this opportunity? Liu Ping asked. Another line of small text appeared. I have yet to discover it, but once I do, I shall inform you immediately. What you just said holds no substance. Liu Ping retorted with dissatisfaction. A line of text emerged. First, enhance your cultivation. Prepare in advance. Liu Ping cast a glance, his mind swirling with various thoughts. The bartender interrupted his reverie, thumping the table. My strength is utterly depleted. Assist me to rest for a while, or I shall merely be a decoration tonight. Unable to partake in your battle. You have my gratitude, he added. Old K and Algie stepped forward, each supporting the bartender towards the rear room. Without turning back, the bartender commanded, S0005 robot, clean the floor. The robot detached its plug, retracting it to its waist, and flexed its limbs. You may rest here. By noon, I shall have reconstructed this town. It advanced towards the ruins outside the bar, releasing a multitude of small black boxes that landed on the ground and gradually expanded, forming an array of mechanical vehicles. Liu Ping was engrossed in the spectacle when the leader approached, patting him on the shoulder and stating, come with me. Oh, certainly. Liu Ping replied, following him to the edge of the dark fog, where they paused before a collapsed house. This is my residence, declared the leader, Karadu. He ventured into the debris, rummaging for a moment, extracting one dusty item after another. Each peculiar object illuminated the ring on Karadu's finger as it was unearthed, only to vanish shortly thereafter. Liu Ping inquired, Boss, do you require my assistance in searching for items? Not yet. I am close to finding what I seek. Please wait a moment, Karadu replied. After a while, Karadu returned to Liu Ping, saying, the monsters in the eternal night seem to have gone mad. I fear this may happen again. Since we all possess resurrection cards, it should be manageable, Liu Ping responded. You may not fully comprehend. Resurrection cards are highly taxing, and each individual may only use one once a year, Karadu explained. Liu Ping fell silent. If we perish again, our souls will be consumed by the eternal night, becoming one of its deceased or monsters, Karadu added. Boss, it seems that apart from awaiting our demise, we must devise a plan, Liu Ping remarked. Indeed, identifying the cause of the monster's madness and securing Dark Fog Town tonight are essential for our basic safety, the bartender affirmed. Boss, with just a few of us, can we manage? Liu Ping asked, raising his hands in uncertainty. Rest assured, today marks the first day of the month. The realm of death will be relatively calm, and the monsters that arrive tonight will not be as formidable as those of last night, Karadu continued, probing. Liu Ping, have you ever ventured into the burial grounds? The one with the 2 practitioners' grand cemetery? I have scavenged in the desert but have never entered any burial grounds. Liu Ping recalled the words of the chi-refining practitioner upon their parting, responding thus. Excellent, Karadu stated. He gently caressed the ring and extracted a medallion along with a thin card, which he promptly placed into Liu Ping's hands. Liu Ping lowered his gaze and found the medallion devoid of any inscription. In an instant, lines of tiny glowing characters swiftly appeared in the void. You have acquired the token of hidden time and space, the Death Medallion. This item has been thoroughly assessed and determined to possess attributes akin to a temporal positioning anchor. When you find yourself in a burial ground, you may utilize this token to instantly enter a corresponding hidden dimension. Karadu handed the medallion to him, reiterating its purpose before reclaiming the card and waving it before Liu Ping's eyes. You may keep this card. It is my most treasured card. Were it not for the current peculiar circumstances, I would not have revealed it, Karadu stated with great reverence. Liu Ping gazed at the card, which was green and adorned with an ever-spinning vortex. Karadu spoke solemnly. This is the return card. It is a consumable card accessible to all. Once you cast it away, it will promptly transport you from the realm of death back to Dark Mist Town. Liu Ping's expression turned serious. Having braved countless dangers to return to the land of the living, he understood the immense value of this card. I shall use it judiciously, Liu Ping affirmed. Indeed. You hail from the wilderness and have scavenged in the world of the dead. You are quite the clever one, adept in both combat and healing. I hope you will bring me good fortune as well, Karadu sighed. How much time do we have to uncover the truth? Liu Ping inquired. Before sunset. We must resolve this matter, Karadu replied. Moments later, a colossal door rose at the edge of the shadowy world. Karadu pressed his hand against the door and intoned. In the name of those who have never reached the other shore, I hereby open the path to the realm of death. With a thunderous rumble, the door swung wide open. Remember, only the initial curtain is safe. You will encounter some practitioners there. Speak with them to discern what transpired last night, Kaladu instructed. Will they assist me? Liu Ping asked. Certainly. With the medallion in your possession, they will regard you as one of their own and may even guide you into the subsequent plot of the world, Kaladu assured him. And you? Liu Ping queried. I have long since departed from the initial curtain. Returning would arouse the suspicions of the deceased, so I shall proceed directly to another scene, Kaladu explained. As they conversed, the two stepped into the dark portal. The door sealed shut behind them. Darkness enveloped everything. Liu Ping opened his eyes and sat up from a makeshift stretcher. He found himself in a hastily constructed camp, where injured practitioners lay on stretchers of varying heights, occasionally groaning in pain. He had returned to the burial ground. How intriguing was he to start anew? This time, would there be monsters pursuing him? Liu Ping pondered silently. Suddenly, the medallion gently floated into the air, dispersing into countless points of light, and vanished entirely. A few lines of small text swiftly materialized in the void. The death tag has been activated, granting you a temporary identity. You may reasonably appear in the current scene. This sequence has never encountered such a situation. Let us observe what transpires next. As the text faded away into the emptiness, the barracks door swung open, revealing a stranger. A practitioner who stepped inside. Fellow cultivator, you seem to be recovering quite well, the practitioner remarked with a smile, scrutinizing Liu Ping. Chapter 19. The Firestarter. The death token has been activated, granting you a temporary identity. You may reasonably appear in the current scene. This sequence has never encountered such a situation. Let us observe what transpires next. The small characters faded into the void. Immediately, the Barak door swung open, and an unfamiliar practitioner entered, brandishing a torch. The flickering flame illuminated the Barak. Fellow cultivator, you seem to have recovered well, the practitioner remarked with a smile. However, judging by his expression, he appeared not to recognize Liu Ping. Where had the previous chi refining cultivator and his master gone? At this moment, Liu Ping, feeling physically well, smiled and clasped his fists in gratitude. Thank you for your assistance, fellow cultivator. The practitioner waved his hands dismissively. It was not I who saved you. You lay unconscious for 3 days and nights. Fortunately, this bottle of revitalizing powder proved effective. Otherwise, you would be in trouble. He lifted the bottle containing the powder, gesturing towards Liu Ping. Liu Ping gazed quietly at him before suddenly asking, Are you the only one here? Where are the others? They have all gone to the front lines. It seems something has occurred, replied the practitioner. What exactly has happened? Liu Ping inquired. I'm not quite sure. If you go to a more populated area and ask around, you might uncover some information, the practitioner responded. This is not good. I still feel somewhat dizzy, Liu Ping groaned. The practitioner hesitated for a moment, contemplating, then planted the torch firmly in the ground before Liu Ping's stretcher. Rest a while longer. When you feel ready, emerge with the torch, he instructed before turning to leave. The Barak fell silent once more. Liu Ping glanced at the blazing torch, then shifted his gaze to the void. Lines of small characters lingered there. Act 1. This is the initial scene, the commencement of your chosen path. Plot summary. The war ahead is nearing its conclusion. You have unexpectedly awakened from the burial ground, now facing a fateful choice. According to existing strategies, those who report to the vanguard camp will earn military merits, thereby gaining reputation, techniques, and wealth. Those who head to the cavalry camp will meet disciples from various sects, and those who reach the armory reserve will have a chance to acquire treasures. You must engage in a contest. The practitioners responsible for this area will determine your direction based on your performance. Once your path is decided, subsequent plot prompts will emerge. Liu Ping swiftly perused the text, pondering, why did you not mention this when we last visited? The void responded with lines of flickering characters. This sequence must remind you. The font of this sequence is a unique and striking flame script, unparalleled and unmistakable. Seeing the text is akin to witnessing the sequence itself. Those crooked letters are not from this sequence. They originate from the death token you obtained. Liu Ping's gaze sharpened. So it is thus. Everything in the world of cultivation is predetermined. If outsiders were to enter, even detailed strategies would be available. They merely need to follow the prompts to navigate the corresponding narrative, thereby gaining something within the realm of cultivation. How reminiscent this is of a theatrical performance. Suddenly, the void reemerges with lines of flickering, fiery text, report a special circumstance. The current concealed dimension has been discovered. An unknown entity is about to intrude upon this timeline. Liu Ping immediately rises, drawing forth a double-barreled shotgun and loading it with 2 sacred rounds. Armed with his weapon, he surveys his surroundings with vigilance. In the next moment, a feminine voice unexpectedly rings out. Do not be alarmed, it is I. The void disperses like a shattered curtain, revealing a young girl with cascading long hair stepping forth. Her eyes, resembling crimson gemstones, fixate on Liu Ping for a fleeting moment before she waves her hand without looking back. The void closes behind her. "Ah, it is you," Liu Ping remarks. He bore no grudge against her. In fact, he had previously provided her with the corpses of 2 venomous monsters. Of course, she had also shared certain secrets with him. He wondered what her purpose was in appearing this time. "When we first met, I mentioned that the realm of cultivation is merely a play," the young girl states. "Indeed," Liu Ping replies. "The first act is the designated starting point, a place where one can only visit once. Yet you have appeared here for a second time, a paradox that defies explanation within the entire cultivation world," she continues. "I am but a humble practitioner. How could I possess such immense energy?" Liu Ping chuckles. "Because you are an anomaly," the girl replies. "An anomaly?" Liu Ping inquires, intrigued. The girl nods, affirming, "Yes, even those who have reawakened or taken over others, and the so-called rebels who believe they have gained clarity, they are merely parts of the script. While you're not." Liu Ping reflects on the practitioners who had aided him, including the former Demon King and the Sister Li, who had entwined her hair around his hand. If everything is a meticulously woven play, then they are all under control. What about me? What am I? He asks. You are a being entirely outside the narrative. You have survived and thus influenced the plot, the extent of which can vary significantly, depending on your stance, the girl explains. I am eager to hear more, Liu Ping responds. The girl elaborates, if you align with the realm of life, then follow the narrative cues crafted by it. In doing so, the storyline of the cultivation world will remain unchanged, and the errors arising from your actions will gradually become insignificant, almost negligible. But what if I align with the realm of cultivation? Liu Ping queries. The girl surveys the surroundings, steps forward, and gently lifts the torch left behind by a previous practitioner. The flames illuminate her face. You have already assumed a formal identity within the realm of existence. If you align yourself with this world, you possess the capacity to redeem yourself, to live anew, to illuminate the earth, to rescue those who dwell within it, and to strive against the oppressive darkness of eternal night. The little girl spoke calmly. What if I were to side with the realm of cultivation? Liu Ping inquired once more. No one could predict what might unfold, yet one certainty remained. The little girl replied, what is it? The narrative of the cultivation world shall inevitably spiral into chaos due to your actions, although it may take some time. This is an irreversible truth. She handed him the torch. Choose the realm of existence and carry this torch forth to meet that cultivator, reaping the benefits the story has to offer. Choose the realm of cultivation and pursue any other path you desire. The little girl stepped back, regarding Liu Ping with earnest intensity. Time flowed slowly. After a moment of contemplation, Liu Ping spoke. I once encountered a cultivator who, adhering to the destiny imposed upon him, leapt from cliffs numerous times, only to meet his demise in various traps. Regardless of allegiance, I cannot help but feel that if this is light, then light is what I disdain. No one should be relegated to the role of another's pawn. The little girl listened intently, her gaze deepening in contemplation. So, what shall your decision be? She asked. Liu Ping summoned his spiritual energy and forcefully exhaled upon the torch. The flame was instantly extinguished. Light faded away. Darkness enveloped all. Let everything become unpredictable, Liu Ping stated calmly. Chapter 20. He was stuck in the barracks. Are you siding with the practitioner? The little girl inquired tentatively. Liu Ping shook his head. You chose to disrupt the narrative to save the world? For the sake of justice? She continued to question. You need not view me as a representative of the practitioners. I do not stand for anyone. I merely pursue my own thoughts, neither seeking to uphold justice nor claiming to save them, Liu Ping replied. What, then, are your thoughts? The little girl pressed. Isn't that all the more intriguing? Liu Ping responded earnestly. Darkness enveloped him, silent and serene. The little girl smiled silently, appearing quite pleased. She tossed a glass bottle to Liu Ping. You were somewhat unexpected. Come, let us share a drink. What is this? Liu Ping asked. You may not have tried beer. Your world lacks such a beverage. The little girl produced a rose-hued glass bottle, opened it herself, and said to Liu Ping, Come, we should toast to celebrate. To celebrate what? Liu Ping queried. To celebrate that everything is about to go awry, the little girl replied. Liu Ping mimicked her, opening his bottle and tentatively taking a sip. How does it taste? The little girl asked. I rather enjoy this flavor. By the way, what are you drinking? I am having a soft drink, Liu Ping remarked. You toasted with me, yet you are drinking a soft drink? I am just a little girl, and besides, you took quite a while to drink after raising your glass. Does that even count as a toast? The little girl said. They exchanged a glance, a hint of familiarity blossoming between them. I am Liu Ping, and you? Liu Ping introduced himself. I am an existence in the eternal night, I cannot divulge more, lest you encounter great peril, the little girl replied nonchalantly. Eternal night? I also awakened from the eternal night. The entire world of practitioners emerged from it. We are all beings of the eternal night, Liu Ping stated. You need not test me, the little girl chuckled, for your entire world, as well as all practitioners, do not belong to the eternal night. What then is the eternal night? Liu Ping inquired. It is the realm of the slumbering dead, the little girl answered. Yet you are awake, Liu Ping pointed out. In times past, I slept soundly, but ever since the arrival of the world of practitioners, I have awakened, and insomnia has plagued me, the little girl lamented. Behind her, the void began to shatter, revealing a desolate expanse of dark wilderness. You have made your choice. Thus, I must prepare as well, she declared. What will you do? Liu Ping asked. When the first node of narrative collapse arrives, I will show you the true nature of this world, the little girl said as she set down the bottle. She retreated step by step into the wilderness. The void gradually closed in. She was gone. Liu Ping stood in place, contemplating for a moment before turning his gaze to the beer in his hand. A few lines of small text appeared above the bottle. Name, the ultimate beverage. Craft beer, with a malt concentration of 11. 5p. Ingredients, water, malt, honey, hops, and more. From a celestial descent. It turns out that this wine does not originate from the eternal night. Liu Ping downed the beer in one gulp, stowed the bottle away, and slowly exited the barracks. The sky remained shrouded in darkness. He gazed upward for a moment before setting forth. Traversing several barracks and navigating through a dense array of gravestones, ultimately arriving before the teleportation array. The practitioner stood before the array, gestured with his hands, and the array immediately illuminated. You may choose to go to one of three locations, the Vanguard camp, the Cavalry camp, or the Armory Reserve, the practitioner stated. Turning around, he smiled at Liu Ping and added, however, according to the rules, anyone leaving this place must undergo my assessment to determine if you have truly recovered before I can send you to your chosen destination. How will the assessment be conducted? Liu Ping inquired. Share with me your reflections on this war, and then we shall spar, the practitioner replied. Liu Ping observed him intently. Before his eyes, a series of small characters swiftly materialized in the void. Yet, these characters were in plain script. Important notice, the individual before you is a formidable great sage, one whom you cannot hope to defeat. You have three strategies to choose from. The first, display courage and compassion for the masses. If you embody this perspective and remain calm during the confrontation, you will be sent to the Vanguard camp. The second, weep and lament the horrors of war. If you fight valiantly despite the tears, you will be directed to the Cavalry camp. The third, should you fail to fulfill either of the above, you will be sent to the Armory Reserve. Once the small characters faded, a line of dazzling, fiery script gradually appeared. Tip: if you wish to break from the current narrative, do not adhere to the aforementioned suggestions. Liu Ping felt somewhat speechless. He hadn't anticipated that the sequence would engage in a contest of wits with the narrative text. He turned to the practitioner and smiled. Perhaps we should spar first. Senior. The practitioner replied, very well, you may attack me directly. Liu Ping responded, I possess only foundational cultivation. Would it not be prudent for you to suppress your strength to that level? Otherwise, it would be meaningless for us to engage. The practitioner laughed heartily, shaking his head. Are the youth of today so enamored with competition? Not out of a desire for rivalry, but rather for the sake of enjoyment, Liu Ping replied. All right, then. Come at me. I'm coming. Liu Ping bent forward and lunged, throwing a punch towards the practitioner's face. Smack. His fist was caught by the practitioner's palm. Ah. A martial cultivator, the practitioner chuckled. Suddenly, the practitioner's expression shifted. Unbeknownst to him, his palm had become encrusted with frost, binding it to Liu Ping's fist. The practitioner forcefully thrust his palm forward, shattering the frost that enveloped his arm. However, it rapidly reformed, and rather than being thrown back, Liu Ping found himself seemingly adhered to the practitioner's hand. Utilizing this connection, he pivoted and surged forward once more. The two found their fists and palms entwined, unable to separate, and thus resorted to employing their other hands and feet in their exchange. Liu Ping engaged in a fierce exchange of blows with his opponent. Each strike perfectly countered, neither yielding an inch. His martial arts were solid, earning him a commendation from the practitioner. I am grateful for your praise, but I must remain cautious, Liu Ping responded. This martial technique was profoundly intricate, a masterpiece born from his own arduous efforts. At the current foundation establishment stage, he could only unleash a fraction of its power. In the next moment, a swirling mist of frost enveloped Liu Ping, transforming into 7 or 8 illusory figures. The practitioner, using his mental prowess to observe, suddenly found a fist breaking through the layers of deception, coming to a halt mere inches from his face. It was the very fist that had frozen in conjunction with his own palm. Boom. The practitioner unleashed a terrifying spiritual pressure, which erupted into a gale, sending Liu Ping hurtling backward. A complex expression crossed his face. As a Saint-Sealing Realm cultivator, his dignity would not allow him to be struck by a mere Foundation establishment practitioner. Thus, he had no choice but to unleash his full power. Liu Ping flew back several dozen feet before gracefully landing on the ground, smiling as he said, "Senior, I concede." The practitioner glanced at his palm, noticing it frozen in place with a hollow ice block shaped like a fist. "It seems that the punches you threw were merely to make me believe your other hand was immobilized and unable to strike," he observed. "Indeed," Liu Ping admitted. "What school does this martial art belong to?" the practitioner inquired. "It is of my own creation," Liu Ping replied. "Does it have a name?" "It is called the Love and Playful Sparring Fist." What an intriguing name for what is evidently a commendable frost-based martial art. Why such a name? Once, there was a dual cultivating couple. The female insisted on sparring with the male every night, forbidding him to sleep without it. This seemed quite normal. Wasn't sparring the solution? Yet, if the male emerged victorious, the female would become indignant, fleeing and shutting him out of their dwelling. Wouldn't it be simpler to let her win? The two were of comparable strength, and if the male were to concede, he would suffer a beating, perhaps even injury, which would render any romantic pursuits for the night utterly unappealing. Thus, this martial art. Yes, the male cultivator approached me and commissioned me to develop this love and playful sparring fist, ensuring that he could prevail while preventing her from escaping. The practitioner contemplated this. Had he not unleashed his Saint-Sealing Realm pressure moments ago, Liu Ping might have continued to entwine him in chaotic strikes, intermittently releasing frost to bind them together, rendering escape impossible. What a clever love and playful sparring fist, this intimate martial art. Its adept use of frost has made it quite formidable. I find it impressive. He nodded in approval, retrieving a formation disc to set up a formation. "Senior, wait a moment. I have already won. May I choose my destination?" Liu Ping inquired. "The Vanguard Camp, the Valorous Cavalry Camp, or the Armory are all excellent choices. Where else would you prefer to go?" the practitioner asked. "They are indeed commendable, but I fear I cannot visit any of those places," Liu Ping stated. "Why is that?" the Saint-Sealing Realm practitioner questioned. "Because my sect has been obliterated in the war, leaving me as its sole survivor," Liu Ping declared. The practitioner was taken aback, utterly unprepared for such news. A long silence ensued. The practitioner of the Sacred Sealing Realm inquired, "Who are you?" "I am Liu Ping of the 100 Lives sect," Liu Ping replied. This identity was prepared by his master. However, the entire initial scenario had undergone a shift. The previous two cultivators had vanished, replaced by the individual before him. Could this identity still hold relevance? Liu Ping fixed his gaze upon the Sacred Sealing practitioner, contemplating the rarity of such an extraordinary circumstance. "Let me ponder. Such occurrences are almost unheard of. Where should I send you?" After a considerable moment of reflection, the practitioner earnestly regarded him and stated, "The Western Wilderness Camp serves as a transit hub for troops, currently tasked with the resettlement of those cultivators from obliterated sections. By the way, which sect do you belong to? What is its name?" "The 100 Lives sect," Liu Ping responded. "Which sect do you belong to? What is its name?" the other inquired again. Liu Ping directed his gaze towards him, remaining silent. "Which sect do you belong to? What is its name? Which sect do you belong to? What is its name? Which sect do you belong to? What is its name?" The other continued to ask, their expression becoming increasingly vacant. Lines of flickering text rapidly materialized. "He is stuck. You have disrupted the original narrative. The other's soul will gradually awaken. The original plot begins to unravel. Everything is poised to progress in an unpredictable direction. Estimated time, 7 seconds. 7, 6, 5, 2, 1. Chapter 21. Divine Powers. Perception as named. The narrative begins to veer towards unpredictable realms. Estimated time, 7 seconds. 7, 6, 5, 2, 1. All the small characters vanished. The practitioner, visibly moved, sighed. "You have not had it easy either." He retrieved a jade slip, delving into its depths with his consciousness, murmuring, "100 Birth Sect. Let me see. Ah, I have it. Liu Ping, your sect has been annihilated, leaving you the sole survivor. It seems you are perfectly suited to venture to the Western Wilderness Camp." "Thank you," Liu Ping replied. This revelation indicated that within this world, he possessed a recorded identity, one that would remain unchanged despite his repeated entries. Yet, he found himself outside the confines of this narrative. "Take this token and cultivate diligently," the practitioner said gently, handing Liu Ping a token while simultaneously producing a formation disc to adjust the teleportation array. "Strange. It seems I have not sent anyone to the Western Wilderness Camp in quite some time. I wonder why I have this peculiar sensation," the practitioner mused. Nearby, in the void, a line of burning characters materialized. "The threads controlling your destiny have been severed. Note, you are an indispensable figure in the realm of cultivation. Yet you have never been part of the narrative. Upon your emergence, your every action will influence the trajectory of the entire cultivation world. As time elapses, this practitioner will gradually awaken, becoming unshackled from control. Liu Ping, having absorbed this information, clasped his fist in respect, saying, "Senior, I shall take my leave. Take care." Indeed. Your fist technique is formidable. Next time, consider bestowing it with a more appropriate name. It will benefit you, the practitioner advised. How about we name it the fundamental fist technique for couples sharing the same bed at night? What do you think? Liu Ping inquired earnestly. Forget it. May you seek your own fortune, the practitioner replied after a moment of astonishment. The formation array began to shimmer with strands of spiritual light. The teleportation was imminent. Suddenly, a flurry of small characters rapidly appeared before Liu Ping. Attention, your divine power is about to complete its exchange. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The divine power has awakened. You have forfeited the art and skill of divination through the calculations of fate. You have gained the extraordinary ability, perception as name. The radiance of the formation gradually enveloped Liu Ping, gently whisking him away from his original location. Several dozen minutes later, Western Wilderness Camp. Name? Liu Ping. Sect? 100 Births. Ah, it is you. We have received word and are aware of your experiences. However, there have been demons masquerading as humans at the front lines recently. So I must verify your identity, one elder stated. Liu Ping presented the token. 3 elders sat behind a table. One of them took the token, scrutinizing the secret markings inscribed upon it. A moment of silence enveloped the room. Liu Ping slightly raised his gaze, observing the brief phrases that materialized above the heads of the 3 elders. Nascent soul practitioner. Nascent soul practitioner. The terms gambling addict and transformation deity practitioner flickered briefly and vanished when Liu Ping's gaze shifted away. Thus, with the ability of perception aligned with names, he could discern the cultivation levels of others. Yet, among the 3, why did the elder in the middle bear the additional title of gambling addict? As Liu Ping pondered this perplexity, a series of small characters materialized in the void, swiftly elucidating. The phrase perception aligned with name signifies that one embodies their name. It does not merely reveal the cultivation level but directly senses all causal laws associated with the target, which coalesce into the corresponding title and present themselves. The title Gambling Addict reappeared above the elder's head, accompanied by further explanation. Title: Gambling Addict. This is a personal title. Effect: a lifelong addiction to gambling, with a loss rate of 90% in 10 bets. So it is. This title pertains to causality, effectively summarizing the elder's most striking fate throughout his life. I understand now, but do transformation deity practitioner and nascent soul practitioner also qualify as titles? Liu Ping silently mused. Lines of small characters swiftly emerged in the void. These are fundamental titles linked to cultivation realms. In other words, the only merit they can present, acknowledged by all beings. The world, and the laws, is their strength. End of explanation. When you encounter new situations, this sequence will provide further interpretations. All the small characters gradually faded. His divination skills had transformed into a divine ability to discern others' titles. Such a divine ability had never before appeared in the cultivation world. However, recalling the peculiar powers exhibited by the bartender, Liu Ping gradually began to accept this newfound ability. He pondered silently. At this moment, the 3 elders had finished examining the token in his hand. Everything was in order. The transformation deity elder sighed and spoke gently. Liu Ping, your sect no longer exists. Do you understand? Yes, esteemed elder. I am curious about the current state of the battle. Have we, the human race, triumphed? Liu Ping inquired. Compared to the practitioner responsible for the graveyard, these elders were nascent soul practitioners, the backbone of the battlefield. Although one among them was a gambling addict, it did not diminish their standing. They undoubtedly possessed more knowledge. The elders exchanged glances, understanding Liu Ping's sentiments. To vanquish the demons, Liu Ping's entire sect had perished. As the last remaining member, he yearned to learn the outcome of the war immediately. However, do not concern yourself with so much. First, clarify your own matters. The elder advised. Liu Ping was taken aback, then cupped his hands in respect and replied, Understood. One of the elders, suddenly recalling something, sighed, In my opinion, we should have proceeded with caution. A desperate fight would have caused greater casualties among our forces. There is no choice, another elder interjected. Everything has changed. The situation has taken a drastic turn. Another elder remarked, I recall when the sage of divination was still among us, his calculations were never flawed, and with each endeavor, there were bountiful returns. How did we descend to such depths today? The first elder lamented, Alas, the sage perished on the battlefield, and no one's divination skills can match his prowess. Liu Ping's heart trembled. His master had altered his fate. Then he returned to the front lines? What foolishness! Had I known, I would have rendered you unconscious, carelessly tossed you towards the human realm, and then led the forces of darkness to restore order to the world before confronting this so-called great terror you speak of. It would have spared you from this present predicament. Liu Ping's expression was vacant as he quietly observed the elders engrossed in their conversation. Suddenly, he heard one elder say, "Before the sage's demise, the leaders of the 7 great sects stood vigil by his side. It is said that he had given directives regarding our current circumstances. Is there still hope? Who can say? Such confidential matters are unlikely to be disclosed anytime soon." Liu Ping gradually regained his composure. He had not anticipated that his master's final moments were spent in the company of the sect leaders. What were his master's intentions? Had he foreseen this situation long ago? Unfortunately, this is the most clandestine affair of the human race. It is likely that only the sect leaders and the most influential figures within the alliance are privy to it. After a while, the elders turned their attention back to him. "Well, Liu Ping, your situation is rather unique. We would like to hear your thoughts on your placement." "My thoughts?" Liu Ping said, suddenly aware. A person like him, whose entire sect had perished, leaving only his life intact, was indeed in a dire predicament. If the Cultivation Alliance could not arrange for him properly, it would undoubtedly dishearten many, even for the sake of comforting the hearts of all cultivators. He must be placed appropriately. Not to mention, Liu Ping himself had nearly died on the battlefield. Such a courageous individual deserved recognition and could serve as a symbol of resilience. "Liu Ping, what are your plans moving forward?" An elder inquired softly, without hesitation. Liu Ping was about to respond when he suddenly recalled that he was only 19. 19. He clasped his fists and said, "Esteemed elders, I have fought on the front lines at the behest of my sect, facing life and death situations. It is only now that I realize my cultivation level is woefully inadequate." The elders nodded slightly. This was an unavoidable circumstance. The war had raged for far too long, and countless lives had been lost. Presently, many places were short-handed, even for tasks such as relaying messages, distributing supplies, or managing the camp. There were indeed many who had gone to battle at the tender age of 19. Even seasoned cultivators like them sometimes felt insignificant in such fierce battles, let alone someone as young as Liu Ping. "So, you wish to enhance your cultivation?" an elder asked. "Yes," Liu Ping replied. "What could possibly be wrong with that? You ought to return and take some time to recuperate. It is only fitting that you seize this opportunity to enhance your cultivation. After all, it is only by becoming more formidable that one can exert a greater influence on the front lines," remarked one of the elders. The third elder flipped his hand and produced a jade token, channeling his consciousness into it. Liu Ping was located, having spent 3.5 years in entry-level training. He had merely learned the foundational techniques of qi refinement. Through gradual advancement amidst the battles on the front lines, he had now successfully established his foundation. It seems his aptitude is commendable, he mused. Has he taken a master yet? No, that simplifies matters. The elders revealed expressions of relief. In the realm of cultivation, the lineage of one's master holds paramount importance. Since Liu Ping had not yet taken a master, he could still join another sect without any taboos. The elder seated in the center chuckled. Various sects are currently consolidating their ranks. Take this token and report to the eastern camp. See which sect you might be able to join. The elder inscribed several incantations onto the token before tossing it to Liu Ping. Understood. Liu Ping once again bowed and retreated, holding the token in hand. Chapter 22. Joining a sect, Liu Ping walked along the stone path of the western wilderness camp. Gazing up at the sky, the night was descending, casting a somber veil over the realm of the deceased. Yet, in the realm of the living, it was approximately midday. Before the true night enveloped the world, it was imperative to uncover the cause of the monstrous upheaval and hasten back to Dark Mist Town to relay the gathered intelligence to everyone. Only by safeguarding Dark Mist Town could they hope to survive. As Karadu had articulated, achieving these two objectives was the only means to avoid a grim fate. The practitioners along the way hurried with purpose, forming lines as they pressed towards the teleportation array. It seemed that the war was nearing its conclusion. Liu Ping's brow relaxed momentarily, only to furrow once more as an unsettling image of Wang Chung resurfaced in his mind. The notion of the dead returning to life echoed ominously. His master's words resonated. In the void lies great terror. It has set its sights upon our world. I have pondered for long, yet I possess no means to confront it. I cannot even discern the truth before my demise. Disciple, I wish for you to endure. Liu Ping halted. His master must have known something, but chose not to disclose it. In his final moments, he had been with the leaders of the 7 great sects, entrusting those matters to them. Furthermore, if Wang Chung could be resurrected, what of his master? The 3 elders had just declared his death. Could he truly not have returned? It appeared that only by entering the 7 great sects could he hope to uncover these mysteries. He gazed into the void, where lines of ordinary text began to materialize. You have entered the 3rd act. This is a scene designated for apprenticeship and sect initiation. Smaller sects are readily accessible. Medium-sized sects require certain trials, and corresponding strategies have been compiled. The 7 great sects are exceedingly difficult to enter, particularly the Tianyin sect and Taiwei Palace, which currently have no one who can gain entry. As for the other 5 sects, entry remains quite challenging, even with strategies. Success is contingent upon fortune, detailed as follows. Liu Ping cast a glance, silently pondering. Sequence, can you eliminate all these prompts? In an instant, all ordinary text vanished. A line of fiery script materialized in the void. This sequence has extinguished it. That is precisely correct from now on. We shall alter everything according to our own will, without concern for the reasons behind it, Liu Ping asserted. 2 burning characters leaped into view, dancing midair. Keep it up. Liu Ping retracted his gaze and strode purposefully towards the eastern section of the camp. Soon, a law enforcement practitioner intercepted him, and after verifying his token, guided him into the eastern territory. As he surveyed the area, he noticed numerous tents, each marked with the insignia of their respective sections. Countless practitioners traversed between the tents, occasionally entering one. Those emerging from the tents exhibited a range of expressions. Some appeared elated, while others bore the weight of disappointment, each countenance telling its own story. The law enforcement monk, noticing his newcomer status, explained, "Those who can arrive here are all low-ranking practitioners of unblemished identity. If you encounter a sect that piques your interest, you may attempt to join. Should any sect take notice of you, you will be welcomed into their fold." Understood. Thank you, esteemed senior, Liu Ping replied, clasping his hands in gratitude. The law enforcement monk nodded and turned to leave. Liu Ping found a secluded corner and gazed at the various sections. The Western Wilderness camp merely served as a temporary resting ground for practitioners. Naturally, the major sects would not invest excessive energy here. The majority of recruits were drawn from medium and minor sects, as they had suffered considerable losses during the war and were in urgent need of fresh blood. As for the 7 great sects, they held their traditions in high regard, imposing stricter criteria for accepting disciples. Although they maintained recruitment tents in various military camps, it often served more as a show of presence rather than a genuine effort to recruit extensively. The 7 great sects are Fuyun, Taiwei, Xinguang, Tianyin, Qiming, Fumo, and Xiaoxiang. Fuyun Xian sect is the most venerable. Taiwei Palace only accepts those of exceptional talent. Xinguang sect excels in magical arts. Tianyin Pavilion is unparalleled in incantations. Qiming sect is adept at combat. Fumo Valley is the bane of demons, and Xiaoxiang sect is renowned for its secretive techniques. As Liu Ping wandered about, he observed that only 4 of the 7 sects had recruitment tents in the Western Wilderness camp: Fuyun Xian sect, Taiwei Palace, Qiming sect, and Tianyin Pavilion. A faint melody from the Tianyin Pavilion tent wafted through the air, accompanied by a female voice singing softly. New landscapes emerge across the 1,000-mile expanse. The autumn sky is crisp and untainted. Rejoicing in the festival, we share the journey, stealing half a day's leisure with a cup of wine. At that moment, the night was thick, heavy clouds loomed, and the atmosphere felt oppressive. Yet, upon hearing the lyrics, a sense of joy blossomed within the hearts of the listeners. The practitioners quickly sensed a shift in their emotions, distancing themselves from the Tianyin Pavilion tent. The reach of musical attacks is remarkably broad. Practitioners endowed with musical talent are exceedingly rare, and such attacks are notably difficult to guard against. Merely covering one's ears will not suffice. Liu Ping withdrew his gaze, pondering privately. 4 sects are present. Which one should I join? He approached the tent of Fuyun Xian sect, where he beheld a towering stone tablet standing before the entrance, inscribed with the various rules of the sect and the illustrious history it boasts. To maintain its dignity, the tablet could only be read slowly with the eyes. As the oldest sect and the foremost among the 7, it is only natural that Fuyun Xian sect would have such regulations and customs. A multitude of practitioners lingered before the tent, meticulously perusing the inscriptions. Liu Ping found himself jostled to the back of the crowd, contemplating his next move, and ultimately decided to leave. To read through those rules would require at least a quarter of an hour, and with the crowd so dense, there was no proper queue. It was quite bothersome. Moreover, being the foremost sect, Fuyun Xian had numerous regulations, with a strong emphasis on seniority. As a newcomer, it would be nearly impossible for him to gather information about a master in a short time. After a brief pause, Liu Ping continued forward. Not far from Fuyun Xian sect stood the Qiming sect, where a small martial arts platform had been erected outside their tent. To gain entry into the Qiming sect, a fledgling cultivator must triumph over 3 competitors on the stage, thereby earning the right to enter the encampment for further assessment. This sect excels in combat, emphasizing the pursuit of breakthroughs amidst life and death struggles. From the sect leader to the elders and disciples, a day without a fight leaves them feeling restless. Do you enjoy engaging in combat? Not particularly. Should I gain admission to the Qingming sect, there exists a considerable likelihood that I would be reassigned to the front lines, compelled to seek breakthroughs through perilous confrontations, thus distancing myself from my ultimate goal. The Qingming sect is therefore dismissed. Liu Ping turned away, not casting a glance at the Tianyin Pavilion, and strode directly towards the encampment of the Taiwei Palace. Both the Fuyun Immortal sect and the Qingming sect's encampments were frequented by numerous low-ranking cultivators, yet the encampments of Tianyin Pavilion and Taiwei Palace were utterly deserted. Among the 7 major sects, Tianyin Pavilion and Taiwei Palace boasted the fewest disciples. The Tianyin Pavilion only admits practitioners of musical arts, and their conversations are often laced with lyrical cadences, which does not align with my personal style. Thus, I abandoned that pursuit. The Taiwei Palace exclusively welcomes individuals of extraordinary talent. The average person, upon weighing their options, would rather seek fortune in other sects than find discomfort at the encampments of Tianyin Pavilion or Taiwei Palace. However, for Liu Ping, the Taiwei Palace represents the optimal choice. With fewer disciples, each one holds immense value. Consequently, the emphasis the Taiwei Palace places on its disciples far exceeds that of other sections. If I could join this sect, it is certain that I would receive immediate attention, gaining the opportunity to uncover what my master has bequeathed. Thus, the decision was made. Liu Ping took a moment to regulate his breath before lifting the curtain of the encampment. A fragrant aroma wafted toward him. Inside the tent, a man crouched on the ground, roasting a chicken. Above the man's head appeared a line of small characters: Deadly Scholar, Nascent Soul Stage. Title: Deadly Scholar. Sect Inheritance Title. Note: this is one of the 7 inheritance titles of the Taiwei Palace, dedicated to the collection of various innovative techniques and knowledge. Furthermore, when engaging in battle using both sword and book, there exists a certain probability of breaking through the opponent's techniques, leading to the direct demise of the enemy. Chapter 23. The Change of Talismans Within the Military Encampment. Liu Ping clasped his fists in respect and introduced himself. I am Liu Ping, a disciple of the Baixing sect. After the demise of our sect, the elder in the camp sent me to seek reacceptance into the fold. Opposite him, the man paused momentarily. A line of small characters appeared swiftly. Your arrival has altered the established narrative. The opponent's soul is gradually awakening. After a brief moment, the man regained his composure, turning the roasted chicken while casually inquiring, "Oh, do you possess a token?" "Indeed," Liu Ping replied, producing the token. With a flick of his wrist, the man summoned the token to his hand. After examining it with indifference, he remarked, "Your courage is commendable, and your identity checks out. However, you must be aware that our sect has numerous notorious shortcomings, making entry exceedingly difficult." "I understand," Liu Ping responded. "What skills do you possess?" the man queried. Liu Ping gazed at the title above the man's head and pondered. "I can craft talismans. This individual specializes in the collection of various innovative techniques and knowledge. Therefore, if I present some inventive talismans, I surely can pass the test. Yet, I am currently only at the foundation establishment stage. If I were to produce overly powerful talismans, it would not be a display of extraordinary talent, but rather an act of self-sabotage. Perhaps I should proceed thus." As he contemplated, the man exclaimed, "Ah," and continued, "To have mastered a branch of the 6 arts at the foundation establishment stage is quite impressive. However, practitioners at this stage typically only craft communication talismans and spirit-gathering talismans. With a bit more comprehension, the crafting of storage talismans might also be feasible." Liu Ping interjected, "I am proficient in all 3 types." The man's interest appeared to peak, and he casually tossed 3 blank talismans in a crimson jade brush. "Now, demonstrate your skills for me." "Certainly." Liu Ping accepted the crimson jade brush, channeling his spiritual energy as he deftly inscribed intricate spiritual patterns onto a blank talisman. His movements were fluid and precise, without a moment's hesitation, seamlessly connecting the spiritual lines to create a complete talismanic diagram. The first talisman was completed. Liu Ping continued his work, swiftly crafting the remaining 2 talismans. "Please have a look," he said, bowing respectfully. The man gestured, collecting the 3 talismans, and with a quick glance remarked, "Excellent. Such talisman-making skills are rare. It is evident that you are a diligent individual. You are eligible to join any of the 7 major sects, but to join our Taiwei Palace, only being able to craft these 3 types." He hesitated. Suddenly, a feminine voice echoed from the entrance of the tent, "Dare anyone come here to seek acceptance into our sect?" Another voice followed. The last person who dared was a core formation talisman master. Although of only core formation cultivation, he could craft 5 types of talismans, including the exceedingly rare puppet talisman. The first voice continued, yet he still did not meet the entry standards. Turning around, Liu Ping beheld 2 enchanting young women clad in flowing garments as they gracefully entered. Above their heads, 2 lines of small characters materialized: Nascent Soul Practitioner. Nascent soul practitioner. The male practitioner chuckled. Sisters, do not frighten him. His foundational skills in talisman crafting are commendable. This man was also a nascent soul practitioner. Refining chi, establishing foundation, golden core, nascent soul, transforming spirit, sealing saint, divine illumination. This delineates the hierarchy of power within the world. The Western Wilderness Camp merely serves as a commonplace transit point, naturally devoid of the most formidable cultivators. The individual whom Liu Ping previously encountered, notorious for his gambling habits and boasting the prowess of the transformation spirit stage, stands as the mightiest presence within the Western Wilderness Camp, also presiding over the military encampment. One woman scrutinized Liu Ping from head to toe and remarked, "This lad is undoubtedly destined to be a heartbreaker." Another woman added, "While his appearance is commendable, his ability to craft only 3 types of talismans, though respectable in other sects, falls short of the standards required by Taiwei Palace." Upon hearing this, a male cultivator sighed and addressed Liu Ping. "Since both of you junior sisters deem it insufficient, I find myself at an impasse." Liu Ping glanced at the 2 women and then at the deadly scholar, subtly altering his plans in his mind. He clasped his fists and said, "I have made some modifications to one of the talismans." The 3 esteemed cultivators were taken aback simultaneously. "Modifications? You?" One woman expressed her disbelief. Another woman laughed and said, "These 3 talismans have undergone countless refinements by predecessors, achieving the pinnacle of perfection. If you truly can modify one, in a world brimming with exceptionally gifted individuals, few have ever managed to alter a fundamental talisman. If this youth truly possesses that ability, Taiwei Palace would undoubtedly welcome him. Yet, how could that be possible?" "Very well, which talisman do you intend to modify?" one of the female cultivators inquired. "The Gathering Spirit Talisman," Liu Ping replied. The talisman floated before him. The examiners transformed into 3 figures, without demonstrating some skill. How could one possibly join Taiwei Palace? Liu Ping grasped the vermilion jade brush and took a moment to gather his thoughts. What significance does a puppet talisman hold? In his quest for spirit stones, he had previously devoted himself tirelessly to the 6 arts, creating countless trinkets. Surely, such a plethora of spirit stones could not have been conjured from thin air. At this moment, some of his unused creations could finally be unveiled. These inventions, birthed from his own ingenuity, had never circulated within the world of cultivation. If he continuously presented these unprecedented artifacts to the cultivators, the pace of the narrative's evolution would accelerate, and the number of awakened individuals would multiply. Ultimately, perhaps the entirety of the cultivation world would awaken. With this thought in mind, Liu Ping channeled his spiritual energy into the jade brush, commencing the meticulous etching of spiritual patterns on the talisman. After a few breaths, Liu Ping halted his brushwork, cupping his hands and proclaiming, "It is complete." The talisman soared into the air, caught deftly between 2 slender jade fingers, which gently shook it, triggering its activation. The female cultivator observed the soft glow emanating from the talisman and inquired, "This is water spiritual energy. What effect does your incorporation of water spiritual power yield?" Liu Ping, with a solemn demeanor, clasped his fists and replied, "Allow me to demonstrate." He took the talisman and grasped the hand of the female cultivator. From a monetary perspective, female cultivators were the most lucrative clients. Fortuitously, he stood before 2 of them. "You." The female cultivator began to speak, but abruptly fell silent. Liu Ping gently rubbed the talisman on the female cultivator's hand, explaining, after numerous intense battles, female practitioners often suffer from the residual effects of spells, leading to skin that appears dull, dry, lacking in elasticity, and devoid of luster. In light of this, I have specially crafted this spirit-gathering talisman, which is remarkably simple to use. Just a single swipe can hydrate the skin, restoring its natural radiance. He retracted the talisman and took hold of the female cultivator's other hand, positioning it beside the one treated with the spirit-gathering talisman. "Observe," he continued. "The skin of the 2 hands is utterly transformed. The one treated with the talisman has undergone a triple hydration, once again glowing with its inherent brilliance." The female cultivator raised her hands for comparison, and indeed, the hand that had received the talisman appeared more fair and luminous. The 2 hands resembled those of individuals from entirely different backgrounds. One was as white as jade, while the other was quite ordinary. Unable to resist, the female cultivator snatched the talisman from Liu Ping's hand and applied it to her other hand. Before long, both hands gleamed with an exquisite whiteness, akin to snow glistening under frost. Another female cultivator approached, gazing in astonishment, murmuring, "Impossible. It's merely a spirit-gathering talisman. How can it provide multiple layers of skincare?" Liu Ping, with a profound gaze, replied, "Moisturization, skin repair, and soothing care. None can be omitted." "What is it called?" the female cultivator inquired. I would call it the skincare spirit gathering talisman, Liu Ping stated earnestly. Silence enveloped the surroundings. The two female cultivators remained quiet for a moment before lifting their heads to look at Liu Ping simultaneously. This talisman is utterly useless. It serves no purpose in battle. One asserted. Indeed, you have strayed from the path of talisman making, another concurred. After contemplating, Liu Ping explained, perhaps this task was too simple for me. So I inadvertently modified the talisman. Do you believe you can alter other talismans in the future? The female cultivator queried. One day, I shall demonstrate the modification of the divine beast descent talisman for you, Liu Ping replied candidly. The two women fell silent once more. After a brief moment, the first woman remarked, you must join our Taiwei Palace and receive formal instruction in talisman making to contribute to humanity's fight against demons. The second woman added, from this moment onward, you are a disciple of Taiwei Palace. They turned to the male cultivator, asking, Old Xia, what do you think? The male cultivator, holding a roasted chicken, hesitated as he glanced at the two women. Didn't you just say? In an instant, a fierce aura emanated from the two women. What my junior sisters say is correct. The male cultivator quickly stood up, declaring solemnly, to enhance a talisman's functionality without compromising its core essence, while developing new effects, is a testament to his extraordinary talent. After a moment of thought, he produced a communication talisman, spoke a few words, and, channeling his spiritual energy, sent the talisman flying. It was long before a fiery light returned, landing in the male cultivator's hand. He received the communication talisman, probing it with his consciousness, and reported, I have already briefed the higher-ups and completed the initiation process. Beside him, a female cultivator took Liu Ping's token and began to examine his detailed experiences. Upon hearing this, she chuckled and remarked, that is splendid. This lad has only been practicing for a mere year and a half, yet he has already reached the foundation establishment stage. Moreover, he possesses an extraordinary talent for talisman crafting. If he does not join our Taiwei Palace, shall he merely wander aimlessly in other sects? The male cultivator then produced a waste token, infused it with dozens of incantations, and subsequently tossed it to Liu Ping. Upon receiving it, Liu Ping glanced at the token, which bore the inscription, Liu Ping, Taiwei Palace. The male cultivator declared, this is the identity waste token of a disciple of Taiwei Palace. From this moment forth, you shall be considered one of our disciples. Liu Ping accepted the token and bowed respectfully, replying, yes. Before him, a series of small characters began to materialize in the void. You have obtained an official cultivation identity. From now on, you may enter all hidden spaces and, with this waste token, act under the identity of a disciple of Taiwei Palace. When you find yourself in a realm of death, this waste token shall serve as a temporal anchor, allowing you to return to the current hidden world.